One. Good morning and welcome to Sewing Street. It's Tuesday, it's not Monday. I'm normally here on a Monday, so I'm a bit confused. Probably you are as well, but it's Tuesday and it's pet day. Pet day, how exciting. I've had so many pets, loads and loads. I had pet ducks once, I've had hamsters, mice, guinea pigs. Now I've got a very lovely puppy. Well, she's one now. She's one of those lockdown puppies. I got her, I think the day before we went into lockdown. What a blessing she is. So for all of you out there who have got pets and love pets, please send in your photos of your pets, things that you've made for your pets. So stay with us all morning. We're here till 1 o'clock with loads of, 5 different hours of everything pet related. And on that basis, we have got a fantastic early bird for you today that is for cat lovers. Look, it's a little magnet and it's got a cat's face. So I'm going to take it out of the packet. Probably, I know she'll say don't take it out of the packet, but it's the only way to see it, Cat. There we go. So it's got a sucker like that, and you can stick it, well, on this packaging it's on the sewing machine, but you could put it on your desk, put it where you like, and it's got a little sucker, and then this is magnetic, so you can put your needle on there, you can put your pins much quicker than when you're actually sewing. Rather than putting them in your mouth, because you know you're not supposed to do that, you can put them on the cat face magnet. You can stick it on your desk. Actually, it's really solid. Luckily it's got a little lip there, otherwise you never get it off. That's actually really solid. And then you can just put your pins and your needles on it. Anyway, we've got a special price for you today, $3.99. What a bargain. Now, we are limited in stock of this. We've only got a few. We've got them in specially for the early bird today. $3.99, so that is save £1. Save £1 already. Should we see if it works? That would be useful, wouldn't it? Imagine if it didn't. The first hurdle is actually opening the box of pins. This is a great gift. How does this open? Oh, that's ridiculous, isn't it? I can't even open the box. Oh, Elliot, don't laugh at me. That just actually does not open. I think I need to play with this. Look, let's get some other pins. That's a very secure box of pins, that. Look. So you can just chuck your pins on it. So say you're sewing or you want to keep your needle somewhere. When I'm hand sewing, and usually I'm sat on the ironing board or somewhere, I always have to try and stick my needle into something so I don't lose it. But this magnet is brilliant. But look, it's quite good actually. You can just chuck things at it. See, look. It's quite good. But I mean, obviously in the packaging here you can see that they've put it on the front of a sewing machine, but you can put it anywhere because it's not magnetic to attach to something. It has got the sucker thing, so you can attach it, and it's actually quite stable. But I guess it might pick up. Should we see if it works the other way around? If you do this. Oh yeah, look at that. Nice. Now that's really confusing because this pin tray is magnetic, so it's having a little competition with that at the moment. They're not very friendly magnets, no. So if I chuck those all on, that's really funny. Look at that. See? You pick them all up. So $3.99. That is fantastic, isn't it? For £1 saving. It is very busy this morning, as obviously loads of you, like me, love their pets. Very excited. We've got people multi-buying on this, but we are limited in stock. So if you want the really fun cat magnet, I mean, it is lovely as in it's a little cat, but it's really useful as well. And it is brand new. We've never seen this before. I think I quite like it because when I saw it first thing this morning, I thought it had a magnet on the back, which is great for putting on your sewing machine, but I didn't realise it had the sucker thing, so you can stick it to your desk. And actually, it's really solid, isn't it? Anyway, half of the stock has already gone. So don't forget, with the £1 off, you're only paying £1 P&P per day. So you pay £3.95 and then that's it until midnight, and you only get one. So it doesn't matter whether you buy just one little cat pin magnet or you buy a whole sewing machine. It's still only £3.95. You can check out as many times as you want. If you put something in your basket, it isn't actually yours until you check out. You have to remember that. Like going around the supermarket, people can take things out of your basket. So it's only definitely yours once you've checked out. But you can check out as many times as you want. That $3.95 will only be charged once. So don't think, oh, I've got to wait to check out, otherwise I'll get double charged. Yeah. Oh, so Kat was saying she was shopping online the other day and she checked out because she was buying something and then she wanted something else and she had to pay another lot of £5 delivery. And it came same day, same delivery driver, and had to pay twice. But that doesn't happen with us. So don't worry, you must check out, otherwise it can come out of your basket. Right, we only have 20 of these left now. I hope that doesn't include this one, because the packaging's... Yeah, we've got 19 of these left now, because this one's got slightly dodgy packaging. But, so you save £1 with this, so then that's your P&P only $2.95 now. That's your discount, isn't it? Anyway, we have got some fantastic things coming up for you. We have got Allison Maryon and Delphine on today. So we've got some great guests. You might see, if you look behind me, you can see lots of Delphine makes. I've got elephants, foxes, I've got the Highland cow. Now, we are having a roundup of all of Delphine's kits today for anyone who's missed out or wants to buy some more. They are not on pre-order just yet. We've got a few technical difficulties. Once we've sorted that out, they will be on pre-order, so you can buy ahead of them, of Delphine coming in at 10 o'clock. Once they are on pre-order, I will let you know once we've solved the little glitches, probably little elves in the system somewhere this morning. But once that's sorted, I'll let you know, and it will all be put on pre-order. So the rest of the day, or everything that's on between now and 1 o'clock, is all on pre-order, except for Delphine's out at 10 o'clock, but we will let you know. Anyway, we have got brand new launch today. And we've got a very special guest to talk to about it. So in the olden days, many, many years ago when I worked for Soane Quarter, I worked with the lovely Ian Munro. And he's come back to us. We got him back. Good morning, Ian. We got him back. So I came back and then Ian came back. So Ian works on scheduling, and his job is about developing new products and working with all the designers. So all the things that you see on air when we have kits made, and we have... he works very closely with Delphine and Allison Maryon and all our lovely suppliers like that, and develops the products with them. So it's his responsibility. So I'll give you his phone number later if you've got any questions. No, I won't. Joke. Anyway, we brought him on today because we have 2 brand new panels, and this is a new thing that we're going to be launching every Tuesday morning. So Ian, tell us about it. What is it, this new thing?
Good morning, Rebecca. It's lovely to be with you again.
It's so nice.
And it's like not just the fact it's pet day and I'm your pet. That's why you brought me on, isn't it, really?
Yeah,
today?
true.
So what we decided to do is, because we've had some really good popular panels recently, and so we're going to have a panel of the week.
Fantastic.
And each week is going to be launched on a Tuesday. We thought we'd do it on a Tuesday because Mondays are very busy and Tuesdays can sometimes be, just need something to cheer yourself
a little
up
Tuesday
on a Tuesday
excitement.
treat. A Tuesday treat. So we thought we'd look for brand new panels that we can bring to you that will be at a special price. Every week there'll be a new panel and it will be a special price, but it will only last for that week.
Until when?
Until Sunday.
Midnight?
Midnight Sunday.
Okay.
So Tuesday to Sunday, you'll be able to buy these panels at a special price.
And will you be able to buy it after the Sunday?
You will, but not at that price.
Oh, or if stocks last.
Or if we run out of stock, then unfortunately, yes.
Okay.
You won't be able to get them.
So, and will the price be the same for each
No,
week?
because the panels will be different sizes. There'll be different panels each week. So, yes, sometimes the panels, as like the ones we've got today, will be a certain price, but others they may be a bit more expensive or a bit cheaper depending on the size of the panel.
Right.
But they will also have about a third off.
Okay.
Off the price, yeah.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
So today we've got 2.
As we're launching it today, we thought we'd treat you with 2 special panels. So we've got 2 panels of the week this week.
Well, also it's difficult, isn't it? Because you couldn't have cats without dogs or dogs without cats.
Absolutely, yes.
So we'll start with dogs because that's the one I've got out.
It is.
So what's on this panel then?
So we've got a collection of all your little favourite doggy characters. Oh. So as a dog person myself, so I've got a pet. I've got a dog called Tilly. And
what is Tilly?
She's a golden Labrador, yeah. She's getting a bit old nowadays, so she's a bit slow when we walk her in the evenings and the mornings. But a bit like myself, really. Just a lot of groaning when she gets in and out of a basket, yeah.
A bit like yourself.
A bit
you
like
need to stop sleeping in the basket, Ian.
So this is the 40 squares panel that we've got with different dog designs. And we've got some lovely things that are made up in other similar panels with Allison later, but this one is the 40 squares panel, and that's
so they're all 5-inch squares, like a charm pack.
Correct, yes.
And the price today, $9.99. So what's the normal price for that?
So they would normally be at least $14.99, the panels. So
wow, $9.99, that's a bargain, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
These are lovely. So how do you decide what's going to go on here?
Well, in terms of we work with a graphic designer that we have, and so we'll talk to them at their design house, and they'll come up with lots of different ideas, and from that we'll then tweak the colours, the sizes, and obviously it's something that we need to know that when a customer's buying them, that the repeat size works with the kind of patterns and things that
because these are quite small, so
yes.
you don't want big prints on them. Although I do like the fact that
you've got some of the faces. So if you wanted to create something with one of the dog characters, you could create something with that.
So you could cut them out as 5-inch squares, or you could use them as they are. I mean, you could make a cushion or a bag, just from that without doing anything to it.
Absolutely, yeah.
I like the colourway. It's very sort of like a bluey grey, a mauvey bluey grey.
It has, and then obviously lifting it with some of the pinks and things. Just
it's really pretty, isn't it?
To create a bit more colour there.
40. So that's dogs. All about the dogs. All about the dogs.
All this week.
So this is available all this week up until Sunday night. Well, until stocks last, because obviously we haven't got thousands and thousands of these. There are a limited number, but until stocks last, $9.99. But if you don't like dogs but you love cats, or you love both, here's the cat panel. Oh, this is a different colour. So this is more of your sort of the bluey, turquoisey, navy.
Yeah, and there's some really cute characters on
love
the cats. Yeah.
Can we see that one? Look at that one. That's gorgeous, isn't it? I had a cat once for 10 minutes.
10 minutes, right.
The 10-minute cat.
Right.
The 10-minute cat. I rescued it from somebody, and then it ran and it jumped out the window and never saw it again.
And it decided it didn't want to be rescued.
10-minute cat.
Oh.
Never ever saw it again.
Oh dear.
Had to get a dog after that. I decided I wasn't a responsible cat owner. The 10-minute cat's not good. These are lovely. So you've got individual cat faces, just like the dog one, and then you've got repeat little prints. You've got paw prints. Well, I need to put my glasses on. Can't see. What's that one there? Oh, it's like magic. Tiny ones. So you've got different scales of prints, which is quite nice, isn't it? So you've got like the bigger ones, the medium ones.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, so that we're trying to think of things that when people are for different makes, if you want to make something large or small, then you've got the different variations in the sizes of the repeat to be able to make, as I say, a coaster, if you wanted to make a coaster, or if you wanted to make a bag or a panel.
And all the colours on the panel all coordinate, so you could use any of them together and they'd all go together. Or you could have the cat and the dog, join them together. Because actually the colours look quite nice together. So, so now later on in this hour, we have also got our fabric designer to put these prints into design roll strips, so which are 2.5 inches wide by 43 inches, and hexes as well. But these are our special panel of the week, brand new. They are only available at this price until Sunday. So will next Tuesday we get something new then?
There will be a new panel next Tuesday, absolutely, yes. Yeah, and we haven't decided what it is yet, but it will be a surprise panel at a very good price. Oh. I can't guarantee I'll be back next Tuesday
and Ian now will be with us every Tuesday morning
every week
at 8 a.m. to discuss the new panel. But unfortunately, you won't get any work done, so you won't have any programmes the rest of the week.
That's true, yeah.
We've only got him on today as our very special guest. So thank you very much, Ian, for joining us, and we will see you again next week.
It's been a pleasure. Lovely to see you again.
Yeah, you too.
Together.
I know, it's so nice. We should do it.
I know.
We'll do it
soon
again
we'll be able
sometime.
to hug.
I know, it's really ridiculous, isn't it? We have to stand on opposite desks when we could be standing together. Never mind. But we'll see you again soon.
Yep,
you can come
thank
in
you very
again
much.
and on our show, launch some new panels. So all you've got to do is choose whether you want dogs or cats or both. Now, and if there's anything in specific, obviously, because we're going to have a new panel every week, if there's anything specific that you'd like to see, or that, do email us in studio@sewingstreet.com. Ian's going to be with us for the rest of the morning with his notebook. So any of you who have got any ideas of panels that you would like to see, you know, he's constantly working with the fabric designers, developing new ideas and panels, and we can bring them to you exclusively. So do message us in if you've got any ideas. studio@sewingstreet.com, and we will, well, Ian will be with us for the rest of the morning, but we will pass them on to him so that hopefully it'd be lovely if we brought some of the ideas that you've got to air as well to make your own projects. So that's the cat panel, $9.99. And we've seen the dog panel. So we obviously have got loads more. This is the pet fabric hour. So coming up on today's show is now 8 o'clock, pet party, which is just loads of pet fabric. At 9 o'clock, we've got Allison Maryon on with her pet snuggle bed. Now, we've seen this before, but she's got it on in some new colourways. It's the most gorgeous thing. It's, you know how like cats and dogs like to sort of snuggle under blankets and sit on cushions. This is a cushion and a blanket all joined together. It's the most beautiful thing. I'm going to have to make one for my puppy. She would love it. 10 o'clock, Delphine is on with all her animal applique collections, and she's also going to be demonstrating her doorstop as well. At the moment, though, all of the kits, you can see them all around the studio. We've found all of them and put them out. They're not on pre-order, but they will be, and we will let you know when. At 11 o'clock, Alison is back with us with her pet Snuffle pouch, which is just the loveliest thing. It's really, really sweet. Oh, we've got a video. Look, this is Alison's dogs with it. So what you do, oh, and cat, oh yeah, there's a little cat in that one. And they're together, not running after each other. So this is the loveliest little thing that you hide little treats in there, just keeps them entertained for hours. So, which is quite useful at the moment because these pets who've been used to loads and loads of company are suddenly going to have to spend a little bit of time on their own. So that is the perfect thing for your pet if you're going to have to leave it on its own for a few hours, whereas they've had so much company in the last few months. I don't know what my dog's going to do. And finally at 12 o'clock, I'm here anyway, with a brand new kit, brand new Amber Makes kit, The Cloud of Cats, which is a panel with lots of different cat designs on, all illustrated by Amy, who's the other half of Amber Makes with me. Beautiful illustrations of cats, and that you can make lots and lots of different projects with them, and I'm going to be demonstrating that to you at 12 o'clock. So let's start with the fabric that I'm the most excited about, which, well, is vaguely pet related. I hope this is the one that you meant, Kat. These could be pets, but these are gorgeous. They're all farmyard animals. I was telling Kat earlier how a few years ago my sister asked me to make her a peg bag because hers had broken, and all I could find was some pig fabric, so I made a pig bag, and she still got it actually. And then I made myself one a few weeks ago with a FPP pig on it, and I think pigs work really well for a peg bag. It's got pig peg bag, but I love these. These are the sort of fabrics that, you know, you always have fabrics in your stash that you buy and you have no idea what you're going to do with them, but you just know you need them. And I'm so glad I had my pig fabric. So let's start with Pigs on Green. I'm going to have to open it up because it is gorgeous. Isn't that? $6.99 for a half metre. Now, obviously, we're selling this by the half metre. So if you want more, if you're thinking new summer dress with pigs on, or I want to make some bags, cushions, or there's so many different things you can make with this. Then if you want more than half a metre, then you just put that number of units. So if you want a metre and a half, put 3 in your basket, and it is all cut to order by the lovely people in the warehouse over the road. They will cut it and you will get it as a single piece. You won't get 3 half metres. So this one, it's lovely because it is multi-directional. It's pigs and piglets. So it goes all over the place. So it'd be ideal for fussy cutting. So you could just cut out a pig. You could use it for the middle of EPP if you wanted to applique pigs onto something. Or you can use it as the fabric itself. Aren't they so sweet? Look, that one is actually smiling. And then it's on a really lovely background. Looks like grass, doesn't it? Isn't he gorgeous? I love this. Pigs are so appealing, aren't they? I like that. We've also got it available in a white background with black markings, depending on what you want. I'd make a little tote bag with this. That's what I'd make. I think it would make a nice dress, wouldn't it? You know, when you're going shopping, little shopping, put it in your handbag. It's really nice, isn't it? But it'd be a really useful fabric because you could have half a metre of it. You could make it into a tote bag, but you could also then use other bits. It'd be great in a shirt, wouldn't it? Every butcher should have a shirt in that. Although then maybe people wouldn't buy pork because they'd see those pigs smiling. So pigs are pets to some people. And we've got chickens. Should we do chickens on green? Now, a lot of people do have chickens as pets. Very useful pets. We've got lots of it, like Sam from Adventures in Crafting on Yarn Lane. She's got loads of chickens. Lots of our designers have chickens as pets. This, again, is multi-directional. So I was just about to turn it around, but I've realised that you've got all different breeds of chickens here. But again, ideal for fussy cutting because each chicken is very, individually laid on top of the background fabric. They're not overlapping. So if you wanted to create a whole applique with loads and loads of different chickens, you could just cut the outline out, applique it onto something else. You could even put embroidery over. You could embroider its feet on and the eyes. And I would put like a French knot for the eyes, a couple of satin stitches for the beak. Then you can embroider the legs on. But that's just really lovely, isn't it? Or you can use it as an all-over fabric. It's very sort of country, isn't it? The green of it it's not a really bright green, more of a sort of a dull grass green, quite a soft green, but really lovely. And it makes the chickens, they stand out very vibrantly. Again, little egg holder. It is very kitchen, isn't it? Tea towels. Very nice as tea towels, little curtains in the kitchen. Look nice as a kitchen blind, wouldn't it? One of those carrier bag holders would look nice in. Or if you fancied a new cushion for your chair in the corner of the kitchen. We've also got it in the brown background. Is it called brown? It's called latte. That's very strange, isn't it? Because I'm not sure that chickens do lattes. I don't think the chickens like a latte. But it is that sort of coffee-coloured brown background. But you could put them all together. You could have... But if you were, in your kitchen, depending on what you wanted, if you have a very sort of neutral wooden kitchen, this chicken thing would look lovely with it. It's the sort of thing that you could just have a small square of and frame it. It's a beautiful fabric. I'm thinking kitchen blinds, though. Really fun. So that's the latte background. And then we've also got it in, is it called grey? Just called grey. In the grey background. So this is your normal curtains, I'm talking about curtains. Quilting weight fabric, 112 centimetres, 44 inches width. And it's a beautiful 100% cotton. It's very soft, actually. I'm going to give it a little drape because you can see it actually. It's a very soft. It drapes really, really well. So perfect for quilts. I mean, you could use it in the centre of a quilt if you were making... But you could use it for the centre block of a quilt. You can use it for dressmaking because it's the right sort of weight for that. Bag making, any homewares. So that's the grey background. And although it's tricky, isn't it? I love the pigs, but actually, can I go blue first? Because that's my favourite one. I love the cows. They are. I've chosen I like this blue. It's a really lovely sort of soft forget-me-not blue. It's actually on where I'm seeing it on screen. It's looking a lot. I don't know what it looks like on yours, but it's looking brighter. It is much softer. It's a dusky blue. The background depends on your monitor. So yeah, Elliot, he's got 4 monitors different on each one, but it is quite a dusky blue. But aren't they gorgeous? And I do like the fact that none of them overlap as well, so that if you do want to use them for applique, they're much easier to cut out. If you look at them, they're all going different ways. You've got that one that's looking to the side. He's looking straight on. They're all of them, they're slightly different. So you've got one looking down, so all they look like the same cows, but it's nice because you could buy a half metre and make one item with it, but then you'd have a few cows left on the edges that you could use for something. Yeah, and that one's called Daisy and Mabel. Daisy and... There's not a Bertie, these are women. Elliot says one's called Bertie. Look, they've all got udders, which is a giveaway, really. They're female. I'm not sure you can, I don't think you can call them Bertie. They're girls. Betty, Daisy and Mabel. Definitely not Bertie. And then there's this one with the white background. But it's got like a grey scroll motif in the background of it, which gives it a really nice texture. And actually, it makes the cows, sort of the pinky section of the underbelly and the udders, really shows out more than with on the blue fabric. Although the cows are exactly the same, yeah, they really are. They look slightly different on this fabric, but it is lovely, isn't it? It's strange, actually. It'd be really nice for things for children makes. Little cushions for their bedroom. For young, for young children, they all love farmyard animals. That would be ideal, wouldn't it? And they get a cushion and a child's bed, little party bags, little drawstring bags. For all the children who love farmyard animals, that's ideal. If you're a teacher or helping out in school, it'd be ideal for little drawstring bags for that. That's really nice. So this background is grey, and again it's got the scroll pattern on it of a darker grey. So I would say the background of this is a very silvery grey with more of a slate grey in the pattern. But again, the cows stand out really well on all of them. So all you've got to do, I'm going to give you all three colours. That's the white one, that's the grey one, and that's the blue one. But they actually blend really well together. So if you did want to buy all three of them, the colours do blend because they've all got this same scroll pattern in the background. They look really well together. They would be, they'd make a great dress, wouldn't they? I think if I made a dress out of them, I might not have the whole thing. Maybe the bodice in a plain and then the bottom in this. So that's all the farmyard pets. Because farmyard animals can be pets too. Right, I'm just going to refold. Otherwise, because I've got quite a lot of fabric here for you. And if I don't fold it all up, I'm going to get in a right mess. Right. Yes, we're going to do this colouring. I thought it was like this one. This makes me think of those colouring in books. Yeah, it looks, it's very like Alison Glass, Tula Pink, but it's like one of those colouring in books, isn't it? Very geometric. Again, this is perfect, ideal for applique, but also for embellishing with embroidery. You see quite a lot of embroidery where these motifs are all stitched in satin stitch. Well, you've already got it there for you, so you wouldn't have to do all of it. $4.99 for half a metre. That's a bargain, isn't it? So we've got a giraffe, lion, elephant, rhino, lion, monkey, gorilla. It's lovely, isn't it? We're quite limited on this one. We haven't got very much stock of this. Brand new. We've only got 7 metres left. We are selling it by the half metre. So if you want more than a half metre, it will be cut to order. So if you want to make a shirt and you need 3 metres, then just put 6 units in your basket. But it wouldn't make a fantastic shirt with like rainbow buttons all the way down the front. But ideal for children's makes. But you could just cut them out individually, use them for applique. But they would lend themselves beautifully embroidery. It is 100% cotton and it is very soft. There's only 4 metres left now. Isn't it lovely? It's just really unusual, isn't it? It's not something you normally see, but it is ideal for quilting too, because you can use it as blocks, the centres of blocks. Like that. I like that one. So there's only 3 metres left of that one, and it is very soft. It's a really nice quality. Should we do cats? Look at this one. How much is this one then? This is a better price. This one is, it's coming up. $3.99. That's got a really lovely blue background, very fresh, like a forget-me-not blue. This one is, this is like the fabric sale, isn't it? $3.99. Isn't it fun? It has got a lovely fresh blue background, and here and there, look, there's little There's little birds. In Allison Maryon's hour with her her pet bed, she is, with each of the kits, she's giving away a free pet bandana pattern. And do you know what? This would be ideal. Be ideal with that, wouldn't it, for a pet bandana? The pink one has got a little bird. Elliot says the yellow one looks like me. Oh, yeah, look. And this is one of the pet bandanas that Alison's made. That must be for a little cat. Look, in the white version of this, I don't think we haven't got the white one, but you can see the scale of it, how lovely that looks. That's nice, isn't it? How sweet. Anyway, that's coming up in the next hour, so you'll see that later. So $3.99 for half metre. So if you buy any of Alison's kits in the next hour, she is giving away the free pet bandana pattern. So if you want to do that, then get hold of the pet fabric now, because this is in the whole day of the pet day. This is our only fabric only hour. So that's that one. Which one shall we do next? Hoppy bunnies. This one. Right, these fabrics are all Lewis and Irene. Hoppy bunnies. Are they actually called hoppy bunnies? No. Right, this is bunny hop bunnies on blue. It's a very grey blue though, not a blue. Yeah, you see. Because look, that's a blue. This is a grey blue. This is very lovely, really nice for little girls makes with the pink flowers on it as well. But again, it's ideal for sort of bedrooms, things for children. It's a very soft, just a pretty pattern, isn't it? I like the fact, like, look at, you see this one here? He's swinging on the branches amongst the blossom. Little gift bags. They're not, well, that one's swinging by one hand. That's swinging on both hands. Again, it's a lovely soft cotton. It's Lewis and Irene, beautiful. You know the quality of that. It's really lovely. So this is $6.99 for half a metre. We are selling it by the half metre. So if you want more than that, you will have it cut as a whole piece. We've also got the same fabric in pink. So this has got a white background. And then the bunnies are in a pinky grey. Just swinging in the blossom. Aren't they pretty? Very bedroom make. Make a really nice wash bag. One of those little sort of... You could put eau de coat on it to waterproof it, but it would make a really nice little wash bag or a toiletry set. Little girls' dresses it would be ideal for. I love bunnies. I mean, the two fabrics actually go together really well. So they do coordinate. So if you wanted to buy half a metre of each, you could make 2 dresses for them, or dresses for 2 friends or sisters. They could have the same but different. Little bucket hat for the summer. Be nice, wouldn't it? That's so pretty. In the same range, dancing bunnies. Dancing on pink with the daisies. This should be called Dancing in the Daisies. It's not called that. So you've got a really soft, pretty pink background. The bunnies are in grey, but they're a pinky shade of grey. And then you've got little daisies potted here and there. And you can see the little orange dot in the centre of the daisies. Really nice. It's beautiful quality fabric and really quality design. When you look at them, they are very little. I mean, they're only the size of my finger, but beautiful detail. They've all got eyes, eyelashes, noses, and cheeks. And then we've also got the same fabric, but in a... They've called it, I was struggling to describe it, but yes, it is a mushroom colour. It's, the gills on a mushroom that are that sort of very beigey taupey colour, but it is mushroom. But again, all of the fabrics, this is the best thing about when you buy fabrics from a range, is that the colour palette and the designs have all been chosen so that they blend together. So anything that you buy in the range all go together, because the colour palette runs through. So the colours of the bunnies in here is the same colour as the branches in here, and the same colour as the tummies in that one and the rabbits in there. So the whole thing goes together. So if you want to buy the whole range, we are selling it by the half metre. You can buy as much as you want. Speaking of bunnies, Oh, yeah. Have you seen the panel behind me? I'll just stand to one side. It's... So, on the panel there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6, I think, Labrador. I'm going Labrador. 6 Labrador puppies with bunny ears on them. Isn't that lovely? And then round the edge, you've got the border with a floral border, like a sort of a watercolour effect. Aren't they really sweet, though? So you could use it as a border on its own. You could turn it and make an ideal cot quilt or a play mat for a child, because if you backed it and put some wadding, you could quilt around the edges of the ears. But it's that, or you could use it in the centre of a quilt and you could add more around it. But it's ideal, I think, for like a little cot quilt or a play mat. You could make if you've got some coordinating fabric, make a little bag to keep it in. You could use it as a dog mat. But it's really sweet, isn't it? Do you think that's like a whole new litter of puppies? In bunny ears. So that's the panel behind me. $12.99. Look at their little faces. They're very serious, aren't they? They're taking their bunny experience very seriously. One of them's ears has fallen over a bit. He's lost his ear. So that's the panel hanging up behind me. £12.99 for the Easter Puppy Bunnies panel. Which one should we go to next, Kat? Buttons. Let's do buttons. So, a couple of options here. We've got cat and dog buttons. So, 1 pack dog buttons. They're wooden buttons, and in the pack you get 3 dogs and 3 bones. 89 pence for the pack of 6. 3 dogs and 3 bones. So, maybe that you've bought the panel today, or you've bought, one of our special brand new panels, and you want to add some extra detail to it. They're lovely for putting onto cushions, embellishing things. I mean, they're more decorative buttons rather than buttonhole buttons. But they're great for card making, aren't they? Because you can stick them on. They've all got holes in so that you can sew them on. But they're just really unusual. I love the bones. I think they're really cute. I'm going to just turn that one round. Look at that. You can see him really well there. Look at the little dog. But if you want 2 packets, special 2 packets is $1.49. Special saving. Same thing. So you get 3 dogs and 3 bones, but a special saving if you buy the 2 packets. Okay. But we've also got the same thing in cats. So if you want 1 packet of cats, so in the cat packet, I'll just shovel it around, you've got 3 cats and 3 balls of yarn. That's so sweet, isn't it? I mean, they are like real buttons, as in they've all got holes, so you can sew them onto things, you can stick them on. And they're lovely, aren't they? I love the ball of yarn one. But you've got, they've got a really sweet little smile as well. Look at his little face. But you could sew through there like the little collar on the cat, because actually, can you see the cot cad? So that's 89 pence for 1 packet. But if you want 2 packets, there you go, £1.49. Same package, you get 3 cats and 3 buttons. They're all wood, they've all got the holes in. You can use them for paper craft, card making, you could just embellish things. They're just really sweet, aren't they? Little saving for you there. So, cat and dog buttons. Right, while we're on the theme of the dog pincushion, look at him. He's so cute, isn't he? Look, now the magnetic, the early bird sold out now. He was very good. This one's got a little bandana on it, just like Allison Maryon's. So it's just a little pincushion. You can actually put it's quite heavy. It's stuffed. It is stuffed really well. He's really sweet. Shall I give him a little 360? Look at his little flappy ears. And he's got a little bandana on. It's really nicely made, because actually this bandana, it's double-sided. So you've got a plain red fabric on one side, and a stripe on the other. So it's a really nice quality. The eyes and the nose are actually all embroidered on. In fact, this is a great pattern because it's got like this is like a proper toy. It's got a special gusset for the head and double-sided ears. I'm going to give him a little 360 for you. There you go. $14.99. So if you love dogs, I mean, he's just, you know, you don't have to use him for a pincushion. I think actually he's just quite a nice little ornament. He's really sweet, isn't he? For anyone you know loves dogs, what a great gift. And if you buy him, he comes in his own little plastic dog kennel. That comes free, the plastic dog kennel. Ready to wrap, make him a bit easy to wrap anyway. Lovely little present for somebody or just for yourself. But he is actually really, really, really beautifully made. He's even got like little darts in his legs. Quite impressed with that. It's taken ages. There we go. Sausage dog puppy love pincushion. Right. More panels? More panels. Should we do the So you've seen our brand new 2 new panels of the week that I showed you earlier that are on the special deal today of $9.99. Now, if you like these, remember these are always going to be launched on a Tuesday and they will always be a special price. That price will then go up on Sunday at midnight and we won't be selling it at that price again. So if you want one of the panels, there's 40 squares on each panel. This is the dog one. Let me open him up. So there's 20 of them. They're all different scale prints. So you've got some where you've got like the whole dog's face, some with little... And it's nice actually because they're not made to look like real dogs. They're more like sort of illustrative dogs. More like little doggy characters. Right, we're getting close to the dog. Look. He's a real character. You can see in the background of this one, he's got little bones. Or a little face. It's a very long dog. With a little tongue. Then we've got a Dalmatian. Should we do a Dalmatian? But they are real characters, aren't they? They're not being made to look like real dogs, but they are more sort of, like children's cartoony dogs. So all of those dogs then feature in different sizes and scales. So you've got some squares that have got like little bones on. You've got others that have got bones and hearts and paw prints. You've got some of them where you've got just the heads. This one here, pet bowls. I'm going to turn him over. Poodle. Pretty pink. That's a very glamorous poodle, isn't it? So as you can see, there are all different scales because you've got this one with much bigger heads and then this one that is smaller. So you've got different scales and different ideas. They are 5 inches square. There are lots and lots of different patterns that are for making things with the 5-inch squares, or you can just use them for whatever you want. And as we said, you can cut them out. There is a space around each of them if you want to cut them out, or you can cut them out as a big thing. So if you cut out 9 squares, that's ideal for the front of a cushion. If you wanted to make a nice big floor cushion, you could cut out 4 by 4. That's a really nice size, a big squishy cushion. Maybe you could use that as a dog cushion, or that's up to you. You can join them all together and quilt them. But by having them slightly apart, it means you can cut them out separately. But it's just a small gap so that they look nice if they're all put together. And in exactly the same vein and layout, we have cats. Nearly picked up more dogs. There we go. And then we have cats. So we've got cat heads. We've got cats lying down. We've got little cats, big cats. We've got things like this one that's got bowls and fish. Cats at the moment are winning. Only by 5. So it is very small, but cats are currently winning. I love the marmalade cat. But they are real sort of stylized cats. I think they're really nice. They're almost like the sort of thing you see in children's illustrations where they're not supposed to be completely realistic, but they just have that little quirky style to them. So you get 40 5-inch squares on here. that you can either cut out and use separately, or you can just cut them as, you can join them together as they are. That would be nice, yes. We have got a few questions about the elephant behind me. So this is Delphine's elephant, and she will be with us at 10 o'clock talking about it. We haven't got it on pre-order at the moment because we're having a few technical difficulties with the stock numbers or the code or something like that. Once it's sorted, we'll put it onto pre-order, and then I will let you know. Right, now, these panels, these are obviously the special offer, the panel of the week, where we have got a discounted price. The next two that I've got for you, well, next four, are the same prints, but set out in a different way, and they are not at the special price. They are not panel of the week. The code for this one is SBUU61. So these are cats, and these are your design roll strips. So each one of the strips is 2.5 inches wide, and it's done that way because that's how, they've been made because a lot of people like to make things using, there are loads and loads of books that they either call them jelly rolls or design rolls, using these strips. There's lots and lots of different people use that. So you get all of these. They are the set 2.5 inches wide. But what's good about them, and mostly when you buy a jelly roll or design roll strip, they're the fabric width, so 43, 44 inches wide, long. These are 55 inches long. So you get an extra 11 inches per strip, which is perfect, isn't it? So they're all joined together. So it's up to you. You can keep them as they are and make them a whole thing. Or if you cut along the line, you've then got separate strips. So the beauty of having them joined like this is that you can then cut them the other way and cut them that way. Then you've got squares. Then you can join them together. Ideal for things like Bargello, because they are set 2.5 inches. So each panel has got 16. Now, the great thing is these are all the same prints that you get on the big square that we had on earlier. They're exactly the same prints. So if you bought the panel, the special offer panel with the 45-inch squares, these will go with it. So these are fantastic for borders. If you want to put a border around something, if you want to border around the panels, they're ideal for that because of the width of them. They're also 2.5 inches is perfect for binding. So you can cut several of these strips, join them together, and don't forget to join them diagonally. And you can make a really lovely sort of scrappy binding. Because they're 2.5 inches, if you fold them together, wrong sides together, then they're 1.25 inches. You can use that then as a double binding. If you use 1/4 inch seam allowance to bind your quilt, you get a double binding. And the advantage with that is it's extra strong around the edges, because when you bind something, whether it's a quilt or a bag, that's where the wear becomes as it's folded around. But with a 2.5 inch strip, perfect. And you think the length that you get with 16 of those. Right, we've got exactly the same with the dogs. Hang on. Oh, I thought I was going to sneeze. I know, I had to take my glass off. I thought it was going to be a massive sneeze. Have you ever sneezed with your glasses on? Oh, everything goes wrong. It just sort of, I don't know. It just all goes wrong. You'll know. Never sneeze with your glasses on if it's a big sneeze. Again, this is the dog one. Exactly the same. It's exactly the same colourway as the Charm Pack special offer panel. Same prints. What's lovely about these, if you look really closely, is the prints actually overlap each other slightly. So you've got some animals moving into other panels, which is really sweet. So when I was saying to you about if you cut them this way, then some of them, like this dog, he moves into the other one. It's not the same for all of them, but it's just like quirky difference with them. I like this top panel where you've got little head along each one. So these are ideal for borders and binding. But we also have in this special brand new print. So if you don't want all those strips, which is this one, we also have, oh, is this the smaller strips? Right. So this is, let me open up. So this is 16 strips again, but they're not as long. Well, let me just have a drink. Sorry, one moment. Right, so this one, if you want to have a go with one of the panels and you just want shorter strips, you've got 16, but they're half the length. They're all 2.5 inches wide again, but they're only 70 centimetres in length. So that's just a shorter strip panel, depending on what you want to do with it. Different things, because, you know, depending on the make that you're making, if you've seen the panel and you think, oh yeah, no, I know exactly what I want to do with that, that's the shorter strip. So those are 70 centimetres. But there's a really good way to try out the panels if you want something a bit smaller. We also do exactly the same thing in the dogs. This is so complicated, isn't it? I hope you're following. Yeah, I hope you're following this. But you see, luckily, if you go on to www.sewingstreet.com, you click on watch live and scroll down below that. All the products that I'm talking about, they're all listed below. Kat's going to show me that. There you go. So there's a picture on the website if you click down. So if you've been following this and you've got as confused as I have and you think, I can't remember whether I want the longer strips or the shorter strips, how long are they, how wide are they? Look, as you look, you can see if you scroll down all the information about what they look like, what the length of them, what the width of them, it's all listed on the website. Oh, look, and you can see there's our top seller, $9.99. Fantastic value, because it shows you now what fantastic value our panel of the week is. Oh, look, the early bird sold out. Gone. So that's the short strips. But finally, we've got hexes. Now, I love pre-printed hexes because cutting out hexes is a right faff, isn't it? But these are already printed for you. Now, on the panel, you get 60 coordinating hexes. So, yeah, I got really confused because the metrics put in there. And then let's just read the imperial. Didn't make any sense. So, they are 2-inch hexes. Now, if you ever wondered how a hexie is measured, it's always measured by the face. So, the edge. So, you know, when you see 1-inch hexie, you think, well, is that measurement? Is it that measurement? Is it that measurement? The measurement of a hexie is the edge. So, these are actually 2.5-inch hexes, because that's the measurement of the face of each face. But they've got the 1/4 inch seam allowance added on all round. So if you were going to use them for EPP, if you buy 2-inch hexie papers, these will fit on. So printed as they are, they're 2.5-inch. But if you were using them for EPP and you were using your 1/4 inch seam allowance, they are they would end up being 2-inch. So if you wanted to buy the hexie papers, you'd need 2-inch hexies for these. Okay, and so there's 60 of those. Aren't they lovely? And if you know, but the size of these, you could actually machine piece them, because you can machine sew hexies together and it looks like EPP, only you've done it by machine. But because these are a nice big size, I think I would make I'm looking for where's the cat hexies? Oh, there's the cat hexies. They'd make a lovely cat or dog cushion, wouldn't they? Right, and there's the cat hexies. Again, all of the prints and the patterns and the colours, they all match, whether you buy the charm pack, the design roll strips, short or long, or whether you buy the hexie panels, all the colours go together. So you can make a whole quilt if you bought all with it, you know, you've got enough there for sashing and binding and borders. And have we? In the 11 o'clock hour? Oh yeah, we've got fat quarters. So these prints are in everything. And then if you bought the buttons as well, you can use them to embellish. I like that one with just the fish on it. But you can machine piece these together, which is fantastic. You have to be quite careful when you get to the corners, but as long as you pivot and make sure you're not overlapping, you can machine piece these together. They would make a beautiful cat bed. Boom. Right. The technical difficulties have been sorted out. So Delphine's Hour at 10 o'clock is now on pre-order. So we have got Felix the Fox back in stock. We have Ellie the Elephant back in stock. The Highland Cow back in stock. Dolly the Draft Excluder in new colourways is in stock. So if you go on www.sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live, scroll down, and everything is now there on pre-order. You have to go right to the bottom because you've got to get past the next hour because we've put them on in order of the hour that they'll be shown. So you've got to get through the 9 o'clock and there they all are. So we've got them all back in stock for you today. Delphine will be with us at 10. She'll be talking you through them and demonstrating you how to make Dolly the doorstop. So if you do want to get any of Delphine's kits that are back today, they are now on pre-order. Okay? Which ones? These two. Oh, these. Animal print. I'm confused. We've got so many animal prints. I love this one. This is light. I don't know what animal this is. This is brand new. It's a Rose and Hubble fabrics. It's beautiful quality. It's like a leopard print, but in ladybird colours. And no way. It's only $3.99 for half a metre. Brand new in today. And Rose and Hubble. Oh, this is make a beautiful waistcoat, wouldn't it? Waistcoat. Isn't that lovely? That would look really nice. It is like a waistcoat, a shirt, party dresses. Because it's got that sort of movement and feel to it, like fur and almost like little feathers. So it's like a leopard print, but in this beautiful, rich ruby red. I can't believe that's only $3.99 for half a metre. Because it's Rose and Hubble. I'll just prove it to you. Look, there's the selvage. See? Rose and Hubble. That's weird, isn't it? I've got one more. Have I got enough time for the next one? Do check out your baskets on that. Remember I said at the beginning, even if it's in your basket, doesn't mean say it's yours. Right, this one. What animal is this? Is this cheetah? This is Rose and Hubble again. But if you want, you see a lot of dresses out at the moment, really popular, that just sell out. That it's like a spot, but it's not as solid as that. It's more of an all-over pattern. But isn't that beautiful? I can't believe I think it's a cheetah. I think. It's a cheetah price. $3.99. But this, because of the quality of it, it's 100% cotton, but it is beautifully soft. It's got a really, really nice drape. You can see the movement on it. It is perfect for dressmaking. You see a lot of dresses on the high street at the moment in this print, and then they always sell out really quickly, particularly those sort of maxi dresses with the tiered skirts. That's what I'm thinking. Very lovely. That's a beautiful fabric. We are selling it by the half metre, so if you want more than half a metre, then we will sell it to you as one cut piece. The last fabric of the hour, another animal print, but not cotton this time. This is like your sort of fleece, but it's very, very soft. It's like a polar fleece. It's much softer than that. It's very velvety. It's like a black leopard print. Perfect for dressmaking or bag making, or you could just buy half a metre. Is that hot? Yeah. Look, half a metre's a scarf, isn't it? Hem the edges. Look at that. Watch your mic. See? Scarf. You might want to hem the edge. It doesn't really fray, to be honest. You might want to just hem the edges to give it a bit of a neater look. But it is so soft. But you could bind it, couldn't you? Bind it in like a really bright red or a taupe. Beautiful, isn't it? But it would make gorgeous cushions. Half a metre of this. It's quite wide as well. I think is it 150? I think that's wide. That's wider than normal. I think that's about 150 width. Shall I measure? Oh, well, I would measure it for you if I had a tape measure. Oh, I've got a tape measure. One moment. It's behind the puppies. So it is... Yeah, that's 60 inches. That's 150 centimetres width. So perfect cushions. Half a metre, you could get 4 cushion fronts out of that, or 2 whole cushions. And it's really, really soft. Very, very quick update if you just want, to brighten something. Not if you wanted to put, you know, a little bit of difference. And it is lovely on the reverse as well. Look. Beautiful. Beautiful. And it's very, very soft. It isn't like a polar fleece. It's much softer than that. And it does have a pile to it, a nap. So make sure that if you are sewing pieces together, make sure that you follow the nap of it. Right, 9 o'clock, that's that hour gone. No more pet fabrics, but they will still be on the website, so don't worry. If you've missed out on any or I've completely confused you, they will all be back there and you'll see them in the break. Anyway, I will be back with you in just a couple of minutes with Allison Maryon, and we're going to show her amazing pet beds. You are going to love these, so I will see you in just a couple of minutes.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Hi there, my name's Allison Maryon and I'm thrilled to be joining the Sewing Street family. I live in Staffordshire where I run a couple of sewing groups, and I have a passion for vintage sewing machines and also applique. I've stitched in some form for as long as I can remember, but I absolutely love teaching and helping people stretch their skills and hopefully demystifying some of the techniques that can be quite daunting for beginners. So I'm looking forward to meeting the team and getting into the studio. See you soon.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 AM to 1 PM every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 PM every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 PM to 1 PM. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on, so you never have to spend a minute without us. In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 AM to 1 PM every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 PM every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 PM to 1 PM. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So you never have to spend a minute without us.
And hello, welcome back to Sewing Street. So we've got Allison Maryon with us in this hour. We're going to do this beautiful pet cushion bed. Snuggle. They're all the Snuggle Pet Bed. I'll explain to you how it works. I'm going to go through the three bundles first. So in the bundle, you get the pattern to make the Snuggle Bed, and it comes with a zip, which is always really useful, isn't it? Because, you know, you often get designs like this and it requires a very specific zip. You think, oh, am I going to find that? The zip comes with it, which is really important. It comes with a metre of the fleece fabric that you need to make it. So I'll show you. See how beautiful it is. Whole metre, and it's wide, this as well. Whole metre of fleece, nice, very, very soft, grey background with paws and bones on. But it is a really soft, lovely quality polar fleece. 100% washable as well, which is very important, isn't it? Doesn't fray, but it is a beautiful quality. Beautiful quality. Ah, look, there's Alison's dog on it. See how it works. I'm going to show you the cushion in a minute, and Alison and I will be talking about the whole point behind the design and the concept of it. With this, you also get free little gift from Allison is the pet bandana instructions. Obviously, you don't use the fleece for that. You have to use your own fabric for that. This is what they look like. So you've got like a little cat one you can make, or a bigger dog one. And this one, Allison has made using our brand new panels. Look at that. Looks lovely, doesn't it? Works really, really well. It's a collar inside, and then you put that on. What a beautiful dog. So if you want your dog to look very stylish this spring. So that's colourway number 1, grey bones. Colourway number 2, blue bones. So again, you get the full instructions for the Snuggle Pet Bed with the zip. You get the free pet bandana instructions for cat or dog. It comes in 3 sizes, and it tells you for the collar, depending on the width of the collar that you've got, how much fabric you need. And that obviously depends on the size of your cat or dog. And then you get a metre of this lovely sky blue. You know that summer sky when there's not a cloud in the sky and the sun is shining? It's that blue with bones and paws on it. Whole metre for that. Beautiful quality polar fleece, fully washable. And then finally, I love this one. What's this one called? So in this one, it should be called Rainbow Paws. In this one, you get the pattern for the Snuggle Pet Bed with zip, obviously. You get the free pet bandana instructions and a metre of this. It's like Rainbow Paws. Love this one. Beautiful. But it's got a white background, but it is fully machine washable. Isn't it really pretty? Love that one. So you've got a sort of blue, green, terracotta, pink, orange, all colours. And actually, I think because of the size of the paws on it, it won't show the dirt. Something about spotty things that they don't. If, however, you do have fleece at home that you've got used and you do want to buy just the instructions on their own with no zip, just instructions, we have got those available for you as well. Very specially, because we don't always do this. There are the instruction for just the Snuggle Pet Bed. $9.99, no zip, no fleece, but if you've got your own fleece and you've got your own zip and you want to make a Snuggle Pet Bed, here are just the instructions. Tells you everything you need to know. And see, importantly, it tells you all the cutting out and how the sizes that you need and how you do it. And there are 2 different versions of these. Oh, look at this video of Alison's dog getting into its snuggle bed. I love that. I love that. That's so sweet. I want to make one now. My dog always goes under the duvet.
Yeah.
Always. Comes up every morning, runs under the duvet. I'm surprised she can breathe. She'd love one of them. Right, the fleece is also available by the half metre. So if you like the fleece, but you want to make something different with it and not make one of these, but you just like the pet fleece, we are selling it by the half metre. Obviously, the piece that I have, obviously, is a metre, because that's what was in the kit. But if you want to buy it by the half metre, it's only £2.99. £2.99 for half a metre. Ivory on Copen pet fleece fabric. Wow. But if you want more than half a metre, it will be cut to order. So if you want 5 metres of fleece, perfect for backing a quilt or a dog bed. Brilliant. Lovely. You know, if you wanted to make an extra blanket for a pet, it's lovely, isn't it? Great for picnic blankets. You know, maybe you're taking the dog out, you know, I always take a towel and put it on the footwell of the car for when she gets back here and she's muddy. This would be ideal. But, you know, that's, and also with a towel, it takes ages to dry. This, because it's fleece, dries really quickly. It's perfect for having in the back of the car, extra blanket. It's only £2.99 for half a metre, but if you want more than that, it will be cut to order. And remember, this is really wide, it's 150 centimetres, 60 inches wide. We also have the grey by the half metre, which is this one. Grey with bones. It's like a slate grey. I love that. That's really nice, isn't it? But that's great, isn't it? I mean, you don't have to use it for pet things. It doesn't have to be a dog bed or a dog blanket. It's really, if you wanted it just as a picnic blanket for yourself. It's really lovely quality. It's a very thick polar fleece. It's really nice. I'm amazed that's £2.99. It's very cheap. Very cheap. And my favourite one, Rainbow Paws. It's not called that. Rainbow Paws. This one is almost sold out. Oh, let's move the pins off my table. £2.99, half a metre. Buy as much as you like. You can. We've only got 6.5 metres left. But you know what? This fleece is really good for backing quilts as well. There's a lot of people who back quilts using a fleece. Then you don't have to use backing and wadding. Just use fleece. And at £2.99 for half a metre, absolute bargain. Now, the first time that Alison brought us, let me just power myself back up. When she brought us this project the first time, she put it into her own kit, which we have here, using this super soft. It's not a polar fleece. It's a really soft, almost feels, let me show you the cushion itself, almost feels like velvet. It's a different fleece to a polar. It's ever so soft. And the inside of it is got a fluffy finish. And the outside is a really velvet.
Cuddle fleece, it's called.
It's called?
Cuddle fleece.
Oh, cuddle fleece. Well, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Cuddle fleece, but it's because it is cuddly on the inside, but it's almost like velvet on the outside. And it's this beautiful rainbow check. Now, we have got a kit for this. Let me show you the bag. In a bag. Very important. Kitted by Alison with the instructions, the bag and a metre of the cuddle fleece, which is a lovely rainbow, beautiful velvet feel. And is the zip in here? And the zip's in there as well. That's quite important, isn't it? And that's all packaged as well. So that's £24.99. Look at the cats. Right, this is limited because we've had it on air before, so Alison's only got a certain number of them left. This one is limited. So if you want one of this with this lovely sort of rainbow check effect and this beautiful soft cuddle fleece, it is limited. So you need to get that in your basket and check it out. So that is all the Snuggle Bed kits. Pattern only, fleece only, free pet bandana instructions. So now that's everything you have. Remember, it's all on the website. So if you go on, click on Watch Live, all of those products are listed down below so you can see them there. But let's join Alison, who's going to explain. So good morning.
Good morning.
So how did you come up with the idea? What made you think I'm going to make one of those?
Oh, well, I saw some on the internet and I thought Pendy would absolutely love that. And I had a go and I made the first one an envelope, like an envelope cushion. And you can see what he does when he gets when he gets into it. So that was no use at all because he was just taking it out because I had the envelope inside. And then
and he just take the cushion out?
Yeah. And because it's based on either a pillow or a cushion, so that's why it's so easy to wash because you can take them out. So you put either a bed pillow or a 20 by 20 cushion.
Oh, right, so nothing,
So if you
don't
wanted
need
to make
special
it a
wadding
different
or anything.
size, no, it's just a cushion. And then I put the zip on the inside, and again I thought, oh, he's scrapping around. I don't know that I really want him catching his claws on the zipper pull. So that's how I ended up putting it on the outside, so that it's not affected by him playing around, or the cat, you know, because cats do this, don't they?
Yeah.
So that's how it came up with that.
So it's loose. So that version is looser.
This is the loose one.
And then this one that I've got,
because you can see what
cushion.
Pendy likes to do with his one, and he just scraps around. He does eventually calm down and flop.
But this is tighter.
That's tight because a cat likes to get in and
I'd quite
be
like to
covered.
get in there, actually. Would you make them adult size?
I mean, you're saying about your dog, our cat likes to get in, you know, into a tight
Yeah, it's really weird.
tight duvet.
She won't sleep on my lap for very long, but she will go under the duvet and sleep there for ages.
Yeah. So there are instructions for the sizes for both of them, and the zip is big enough to do either. So the zip's big enough
that's
to do
really
the big
useful.
one. But I'm going to demonstrate the smaller one this morning, and we're just going to cut the zip down. So
Because it is a really nice, it's a good chunky. Is
Yeah.
it like a number 3?
Yeah. Well, it's an open-ended zip, so I mean, it has to be a good one, doesn't it? Because
Yeah.
they, you know, they get quite a lot of wear. But we're going to snip it off anyway. And I thought also I'd do the tight one, because it shows you the shape that we end up with after.
Okay, but the instructions for both are in the instructions.
It's not so much a pattern, it's more shapes and sizes.
Yes.
There is a diagram of the shape that you'll end up with and what you cut.
Okay.
So, so this one you end up with, this is the tight snuggle, because the back is the same size as the cushion. Whereas if you're doing the loose one, this one here, it's the same here, but at the back you've got more.
Oh, is it pleated at the back?
Yeah, you can either gather it or you can pleat it. But my Pendy likes to lay with his back end supported here and his front coming over the top.
Okay.
So, he doesn't do the sensible thing and lie crossways.
No.
So he sort of has his back end supported in the
That's
back
so
there.
sweet. Does it take him ages to settle into it? Does he sort of
Yeah.
like go round and round and round in circles?
and chasing his tail almost. Yeah.
Mine, she like digs the sofa. She like keeps
Yeah.
going round and round in circles, keeps scratching it. I don't know why did he do that?
He hasn't up until very recently, really. We've had him 3 years, and he was 12 months when we got him, because he was a rescue from Romania. And he is only now doing what most of my dogs have done, and that's when you give them a chew, a treat or something, he'll go and hide it. But he wouldn't do that in the beginning, whether it's because he was a rescue and he was so used to having to have what he could have
and
when
he
he got
keep
it.
Okay.
Yeah, but he's only recently, I suppose in the last 3 or 4 months, he's sort of gone and hid them in
Hidden it,
places.
yeah.
So he must be confident that it's not going to disappear.
yeah, because you wouldn't, otherwise he wouldn't have hidden it.
Yeah, he would never lay on his back either. He would, you know,
Because he was vulnerable.
Yeah.
That's really interesting.
Anyway, shall we?
Anyway,
get
pet
on?
therapy. Pet therapy hour. If you've got any questions for Alison, just message the studio. Doesn't have to be about dog beds.
Yeah.
Just general pet therapy.
So yeah, really simple make. I've cut out the pieces already, and I've hemmed along here. If you've got a nice edge on your selvage, you don't actually have to do that. I mean, some of the fleece have a nice woven edge. I think the one that you had before, the animal print one, I think that had quite a nice selvage,
it did actually.
didn't it?
You know, had a really
so
nice.
you don't
really
necessarily
tiny.
have to do that. And
that's this end of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the end of the snuggle bit at the top. And I'm using a zigzag because obviously fleece is stretchy. So I've got the machine on a 4 width and a 5 length. So it's quite a chunky one, because we're going to, in a minute, we're going to have 4 layers of fleece that we're going to be sewing through.
Right, so you just need to be a little bit longer then.
Yeah, so you need a decent sized stitch. So that's the first thing. If you just hem across the wide end of your snuggle piece.
So did you just turn it over once and zigzag it, so you don't have to have a double turning?
No,
I guess
you don't
because it
need a
doesn't
double.
fray.
Yeah.
Actually, but it seals it really nicely,
Yeah,
doesn't it?
yeah.
It looks like it's turned over
It's
twice.
lovely stuff to work with, and I only use a universal needle. I think that's what's in here. I did try it out there, so it's working. So you don't have to have a special needle. Even when I got to the 4 layers, it's just fine. The stitch goes a bit smaller as it goes to the thicker pieces, but that's fine.
Okay.
So this is your shape for your actual bed part, and we're going to put the zip on. So you want the right side of the zip to the right side of the short on this one. So you would do the same on this one. So this is your short width, because obviously you've got the length that's going to go over the cushion or the pillow. So I'm going to sew that on with a zigzag. So I'm not going to use a zipper foot, because we don't want it too close to the zip, because we don't want it actually
because the zip is
catching.
wider, so with a narrower zip you'd need a zip foot,
Yeah,
but because
yeah.
this zip is
But this
wider,
is a good wide
you don't
one.
need to.
And all I'm doing is I'm running the side of my foot,
Are you
just my
using a
standard
zigzag
zigzag
there?
foot. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Just couldn't see from over there.
Yeah.
If you want that lovely rainbow paw fleece
It's
fabric,
lovely,
the one
isn't
that's
it?
in the graphic, we are very limited on that one. Only 15 left. That makes it so much easier to put a zip in, doesn't it?
Yeah.
No zip foot, a zigzag.
Yeah.
Like it.
And I'll
Things
show
like
you
this
when
would
I turn over.
They cost a fortune in pet shops, things like this, don't they?
Sorry?
Cost a fortune if you bought something like this in a pet shop.
Oh gosh, yes.
And you put your own pillow in as well, or your own cushion, so...
Yeah, and that's why it's so easy to clean, because you just take the pillow out
Yeah.
and then you...
And eventually you can just
Yeah.
get another one.
Yeah. Or change when you're changing your pillows and things.
Yeah.
Now, if you want to, you can top stitch that, but it's not necessary. But the reason I haven't had the zipper foot on is because we want this here so that it doesn't get caught in the teeth. So we don't
Right.
actually have to top stitch it. So I'm not going to top stitch it, but if you feel more comfortable, you can do that.
Well, you haven't on this one, have you? And it actually
No,
lies nice
No,
and flat.
yeah.
Like
Well,
that.
once the cushion's in, it actually
Yeah.
pulls it apart. So it's not absolutely
Okay.
necessary. Right, now we're going to put our, that's a little bit, we're going to put our snuggle top,
So the top is the bit you've hemmed.
yeah, that's the front. Now we're going to put our snuggle piece onto the main piece, and the back, the front is left loose at the moment, the back is going to go wrong side to right side, so the piece that we haven't got the zip on at the moment.
This is why you need the instructions.
Yeah.
This is where Alison's worked it all out and
So-
spent ages. I think this is often the thing with instructions, is people don't realise the time it
Yeah.
takes to do wrong side,
Yeah.
right side.
Getting it
how's-
wrong, yeah.
Yeah, getting it wrong.
Oh, that's not going to work.
Yeah, that's not weird. Why did I get that wrong?
It worked up there, but it doesn't
How many
necessarily
times
work.
did you put the zip in and thought, oh, yeah, I can use a zigzag,
Yeah.
I don't need. And that's the
Yeah.
beauty of instructions, is it's the time.
Yeah, because you start off, you're putting in a zip, so you start off with a zigzag, with
Yeah,
an ordinary
normal
zipper
one.
foot. But you don't need it, and it's better because you've got the fleece.
So you're paying for all of Alison's mistakes.
Yeah. So
When you
now
get
we're
these
lining up.
instructions.
This straight piece there is going to line up, and we're going to put our zip in with the 2 layers. Now this is where it helps if you're using multiple layers of fleece, if you've got some long needle pins,
Okay.
because the more layers
Have we
we
got
get,
some long pins? Oh, brilliant.
we got some in stock.
$3.99, extra long glass head pins. Perfect.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just using my the flower head pins, you know, the quilting pins. So,
But you do need, I mean,
well, 2 and the zip you would get away with, but later on when we get to the end here, you really do need.
well, it's a bit like
I mean, you
needles,
could
isn't
clip
it? You think,
But I'm a pinner. You know,
well, I am as well.
yeah.
I'm a massive pin. I pin
Yeah.
and pin and pin. And I spend more time taking pins out than
I think
actually
it's what
sewing.
you learn with, isn't it? I mean, you get so used to doing
I
something.
don't know. I mean, there's a lot of different guests I work with, and some never pin, and some. I mean, I do. I'm a serial pinner,
Yeah.
but I like pinning.
There we go. Well, you know it's going to be there. I mean, I can move that around now and not worry. I know it's going to be in the right place.
Well, that's why, and it's also important, a bit like needles, having the right pins for the job. You think you can just buy one packet of pins, but those pins are no good for silk.
Yeah, I mean, these little... Oh, that's a long one. That was a bad example. But, yeah, a normal little short pin, when you start going through 3 layers of fleece, you know, they disappear. And you're also... at risk of leaving it in.
That is the problem, is that you often can't see them when they're in there. But then, you know, some pins, you need such fine ones. If you're sewing on fine cotton or silk, they end up laddering it if you haven't got the right pins.
But you can see this is lovely to sew with, because we've got no issue going through this at all. I should have put in a darker thread, shouldn't I? And
it's
then
good,
you would have
isn't it, though, that you're going through a lot of layers there, but I guess because it's so soft, you haven't had to use a jeans needle.
No.
All of the fleece by the ½ metre is sold out.
I'm not surprised. That's a brilliant price.
I hope everyone's making nice pet blankets for their car. I need one of those instead of a towel. I took the dog for a walk at the weekend. Oh, she smelt the car. Oh, I think she must. There was a big sort of manure heap.
Wet dog?
No, I think there was a big manure heap. When I got in the car,
she roll?
She didn't roll in it, but it was quite thick and it was just all over her feet.
Yeah. Right, so now we've got a tube. I'll turn it through. I'll turn it back again. So we've got a tube with our little snuggle bit on the top.
Oh, okay.
So that's the outside, but we've still got a little bit to do on the inside. But the first thing I'm going to do is, because we need to open the zip, because eventually we're going to be turning it through, I'm just going to take...
That was such an easy zip insertion.
Oh, well, that's it.
Yeah,
no, that's we're going to go up and then cut the ends off.
Because a lot of people are really scared of. They go, oh, no, I can't do zips. But that was really easy. So just don't forget, pin and use a zigzag.
Right, I've got a needle I threaded here. And just to hold it together, so while we're sewing it, because we've got to open it up, I'm going to... Where are we on the overhead? Am I all right there? I'm just going to take a length of thread and just sew this. I mean, you don't have to do this if you're confident enough, but I always do.
Oh, to
just
stop
so
it.
that you don't have to take anything out because you've got it wrong, gone in the wrong way. So there we go.
What's that, to secure the teeth?
Yeah, to keep them together while you're sewing, because now I need to open this up.
Oh, right, okay.
So that I can turn it through.
Oh, that makes sense, because
done.
it's an open-ended zip.
Yeah. Right, I'm going to fold that up, close that up again for a minute while I'm folding it, and then I'll open it. And I also, being frugal that us sewers are, I've absolutely no idea why I do this, but I will cut that off and I'll keep that. Might come in handy.
You just don't know. You just don't know. I hate throwing away the ends of
a
zips.
zip. Actually, I have made brooches from zipper teeth. So.
But if you had another zip slider, you could use it again.
Yes.
Couldn't you?
Yes, you could.
It's a very short purse zip.
Yeah. Yes. Actually, that is big enough for a little purse.
A little coin purse. If you had another zip slider.
Don't encourage me, Rebecca.
Then yes, all you need to do.
Oh, look.
And you can buy coloured zip sliders as well. Oh, look at this picture. Have a picture from Fliss. My mother's dog, Bentley, on his cushion made from the kit. I've made 3 more for my sister's dog. A great make with beautiful instructions. Oh, thank you, Fliss.
Thank you.
So lovely. Look at him watching the telly.
Oh, that's so
really
sweet.
Nice, isn't it? It's lovely, isn't it, when you've designed things to see.
Yeah, well, and it's like reviews, you know, on the website, seeing reviews and things like that. It's lovely. Right, now all I'm doing here, I'm not putting all layers together. This is the top, and I'm just pinning that to keep the 2 edges together, just to make it easier when I'm putting all 3 together, rather than having them flapping around, because now we're going to sew all the layers together.
Oh, so rather than pinning all 3 together in one go, you do 2.
Yeah, because you have to actually fold it.
And they've
when
all got to
this
match
is
up.
going to be folded underneath a bit, so
Right.
it helps just to hold it in place, just to make it easier for yourself, really.
So when you do the big one, at what point do you do the pleating or the gathering?
At the very beginning, when you put it on after you've put one part of your zip on and then you put the top on, you just add it, you know, because we put one side, didn't we?
Oh, so it's pleated.
And then you've got your flat piece on the other end. Before you bring your zip back over, you add your piece
And
here.
how do you do that? Do you pleat it or gather it or?
Well, I've pleated this one, but I think that one's gathered.
Okay.
I say in the instructions you can do what you like. Oh no, that isn't the...
No, this isn't a flat one.
Yeah, that's the flat one. Yeah, I do say in the instructions, it's up to you how you want to do it. You can gather it or pleat it.
I guess it doesn't have to be massively even.
No.
You know, super even.
No,
it's not like a dress.
Not got a
Dogs won't
tape
notice.
measure, is it?
No, as long as it's vaguely.
Yeah.
It's probably vaguely spread across.
So what we're doing
you don't
now,
want all the gathering in one place, but it doesn't have to be beautifully box pleated.
Yeah. So we've got our zip, this is our zip, and then we want our top, which is the one that I've got the 2 layers, and we're going to fold that about 2 inches.
And is that so the zip doesn't sit on the edge?
Yeah, that's so that the zip's on underneath.
And this is where you've done loads of different ones, isn't it?
But
and
what
you've
you
worked
do
out
have
that's
to,
the best place for the zip.
Yeah. But what you do have to do is you have to make sure that all of the excess that you've got on the top is actually tucked in. So that's why I've pinned it, so that I can actually pull that in against the edge.
Okay.
And then that will go, because that is going to tuck up underneath as well.
Yes, I see. Because you're offsetting you're making the zip come slightly down the back, not on the edge. It's got to all be turned over the same. It's very clever. Did it take you ages to work this out?
It took a few practices. The rescue that we had Pendy from did quite well.
Okay. Well, I'm just thinking, because you've got lots of sort of inside, outside, wrong side, right side, that to have formulated all of that. I think it's brilliant. I really want
where
one.
to actually fold it over.
I want one.
So there's all the 3 layers together now. I'm just pinning those. And by doing that, you're taking the zip in, but you're also taking this piece away from the very edge, so that they can actually, you know, if it was there, you might not see it and get into it, whereas having it back here, because that was another one at the beginning, it was down to the end
work
there.
It out.
No, so then, you know, they can
I
quite
suppose
easily
it's
go.
ideal. Does it, when you wash your dog, does he go under it then? Because mine sort of like rubs herself.
No, because I always give him the towel.
Oh, do you? Well, because I've got a spaniel, so she's always got wet ears, even if you dry her. And she runs along the carpet with her head on the floor to dry herself off.
Yeah.
So I think she'd get in here.
Probably.
To dry off.
Yes, yeah, probably. So now I've got to tuck that back in again. We don't want that that in the actual seam. And then we're going to take this one. Oh, no, I won't do that. Bad practice. So
you just have to make sure you turn both sides.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is where we've got 4 layers, but you'll see, she says, you'll see that it does quite well. And you undo your zip. And then we'll...
And if you use just a normal needle in the machine,
yeah, it's just
even
a universal.
for 4 layers. Wow.
Yeah.
I can't believe how quick this is to make as well.
Nearly done.
I suppose the bigger one takes a bit longer because of the pleating, but...
Yeah, but you might be doing a tight, bigger one, and then there's no pleating.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So, there we go. And I've opened my zip so that we can turn it through. Now, the only thing that I do when I get to the zip, I'm very careful, because it's quite a chunky zip.
Oh, it's not like going over a normal dress zip where
No.
you can just zip over.
I do it, yeah, I take the wheel of the machine and do it.
Although I find sometimes with the normal dressmaker zips, if you go too fast and it catches at a slight angle, it'll break. You think that'll
Make
be
sure
fine.
we're catching the one underneath, which we are. It's like the bandanas. I mean, you'll see in a minute, they are so quick and easy to make.
I know, I'm really looking forward to
if
seeing
you're
you
doing
make
any
that.
fundraising for anything,
Oh,
I mean, they
yeah,
are
that's a good
absolutely brilliant,
idea.
because they just run up so quickly. And
Are you happy for people to make them to sell?
Oh gosh, yes, yeah.
But no, you can't sell the pattern or anything, but it's like the angel policy,
Yeah,
isn't
that's
it?
right,
So
yeah.
you
No,
can
make
make
them,
these
yeah.
to sell, but you obviously mustn't give
Right.
anyone or sell anyone or anything.
I'm at
or
the
copy the
teeth
pattern.
now, so I'm just turning it through.
Yeah, because they are quite chunky teeth.
Yeah. See, I've got a tooth there, but because it's plastic, they're fine. Right, and now I've gone over the once, I'm going to go backwards, and it should be all right if I go very slowly now. I've already done it the once, because hopefully it'll be going through the same holes. And I'm reversing at both ends.
You see, once you've got the kit and the instructions, you can just make more. Just buy some fleece, make more of them.
Yeah,
Everyone will want one when they come round.
yeah, they will.
I want one.
I-
Yeah, Elliot wants one for himself.
A nice big one on the sofa.
Yeah, if you had a massive Labrador, I think you'd be talking large floor cushion, maybe.
Yeah. Oh, look, I'm very aware that I'm sticking my tongue out. I've got a terrible habit of doing that, and I'm aware when I'm at home that I'm
Or when you
doing it.
concentrate.
Yeah. And I say, don't do that on the
Don't put
telly.
your tongue out. I've always got a mouthful of pins. Don't do that either. That's really bad.
Yeah, I just did
I've
that
never
earlier.
swallowed one yet, though. They all say you shouldn't because
No,
you'll
you
swallow
do
one.
hear some awful
I've been saying
stories,
for
though, don't you?
years. I've never swallowed pins.
No.
I
There you
do
go.
take them out if I think I'm going to sneeze, though.
You do
But-
what, sorry?
If I'm going to sneeze, I do take them
Yes,
out. But I
yeah.
can imagine it could be
Yeah.
quite dangerous if you swallowed them. I never have.
That's like we were saying this morning about my mum putting her feet in her Quillo. And you said, oh, that would be handy if she got up and went and opened the door.
I bet somebody's done that because you can get those sort of heated foot warmer muffs, can't
Yeah.
you, that you put your feet in.
Yeah, you put
You
2
imagine
feet in.
Forgetting that your feet were in that and going to open the door. You'd just be, you just fall flat on your face.
There we go. And I found these because I didn't bring my old scissors with me, so I found these out in the green room. I don't think they're dressmaking ones, are they?
Oh, is that for the?
Just to cut off
Yes,
the
you
ends of the
probably
zip.
shouldn't use your fabric scissors for cutting through the plastic. So now the zip is secure.
Yeah, it
you
can
cut
come
it
out.
off.
There we go.
You must have had to buy loads of these.
I had a
Big
few
bulk.
hundred.
100 very long white zips.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so nice though to put that in because it's the one thing that you think, oh, I'm not going to do that. 'Cause
Yeah.
like, how am I going to find
Well,
the
and you
zip?
know that it's the right size. It's going to fit the
Yeah.
biggest one. I mean, if you wanted to do the small one and you didn't want to waste the zip, buy another zip and, you know, hang on to the longer
But,
one.
Well, it's nice to have it as well, isn't it? And also, I think the fact because it's not just the length of it; it's the chunky one, and you don't have to
Yeah.
use a zip foot. Even better. And is that what size is the cushion?
20 by 20.
Okay.
But as I said, you can scale it up once you know, the
concept.
shapes and things like that to do.
So that's what, 50 centimetres then.
Yeah,
That's a nice size cushion though.
there we go.
Perfect. I think it's perfect for keeping all your magazines on in the sofa as well. Get the cat out.
Yes. Off you go.
Magazines, remote control, sewing projects.
Yeah, I love this fleece.
So that's, is that gathered? That one isn't
No,
gathered.
this one isn't gathered. This
But
one isn't
because it's
gathered.
bigger than the cushion,
Yeah.
that's what gives it
Yeah.
that. Right,
So
I've got
you've got
it.
that there.
That's beautiful in that fleece,
Isn't it easy?
I can't believe you've made the whole, even inserting a
Well,
zip.
I had done that. And I had already cut it out.
Wow. Right, I am going to go through the bundles one more time, very, very quickly.
put that there and I'll
so
get out the
I'll start off
bandana.
with this one, because this is the one I'm talking about. This is the Allison's original one. This is using a cuddle fleece. Feels like velvet. So in the kit, this is what it looks like. But in the kit, which comes beautifully packaged in the paper bag, you have got a metre of this lovely fleece. And let me show you on the, so there's, you get the zip, there's the zip. But if you look on the inside of it, it's, if I pull it, okay, you can see there? It's fluffy, really fluffy and cuddly on the inside, but then the outside is smoother, but it's like velvet. And it's this lovely, like a tartan, but a rainbow tartan. No, I'm not sure there's a Scottish clown, This is the Rainbow Clan tartan. The very, very long, open-ended, chunky zip, which you need for this, and the pattern. And that all comes packaged in the paper bag. This is from Allison's original one, so we are more limited on stock with this one. If you want the pattern on its own, because you've got some of your own fleece, remember it doesn't come with the zip though, it's just the pattern. Now this is the first time we've been able to, we've ever sold it as just the pattern. It's $9.99. And remember, you're paying for all of Allison's hard work, mistakes, and working it out and getting it exactly right, and all the maths, and that's the difficult bit. You're paying for the time, time and the expertise. I think for the fleece that Allison wasted, but it's the time and the expertise and the experience, and so you can make these to sell, but you mustn't copy or sell the instructions. That's very important to remember. Now we've also got our own kits. So if you want the grey one, which is same as the big cushion that's on that Allison's got on her desk, remember you get the instructions, full instructions with zip. You get the free bandana pattern that are only with these new bundles. And Allison's going to be talking to us about that in a minute. Full instructions for making a bandana for a cat or dog. She's brought these out especially for Pet Day. And a metre of this lovely slate grey fleece with bones and paw prints, big ones and small ones. But you've just seen, I mean, Allison has made that and talked to us at the same time and answered my squillions of questions and looked at other pictures and talked about dog therapy in half an hour. And obviously she's made quite a few before, so she's experienced, but still you can see how easy it is. We have less than 20 of these left now. Right, next, should we do the blue one? So again, with the blue one, you get the full instructions. You get, with the zip, exactly the right zip you need, very important. You get the pet bandana, free instructions for cat or a dog, because it's done in 3 sizes. And then you get a metre of this lovely, wide, sky blue coloured fleece. It's really soft. It's a really good quality polar fleece, different to the cuddle fleece in Allison's original one, but it is a polar fleece. It's acrylic, so it is fully washable. Beautiful quality as well. It's because you don't want a really thin and flimsy fleece. You need something.
No, and it dries so quickly as well.
Yes, which is brilliant, isn't it? So it's ideal for, you could put this little cuddle bed. The dog's been outside and it's cold. You can even put that in the car as well. Finally, I've got my desk is like a shop. Like a shop. We've got the most popular, very limited. Obviously, you get the instructions with zip, the free pet bandana instructions we're going to talk about in a minute, and a metre of the rainbow paw. It's not called that, but it should be the rainbow paw print fleece fabric. Perfect for boys and girls. Unisex fleece. Right. So, pet bandanas.
Yes.
Pet bandanas. So how long did it take to work this one out then?
Well, I started off, if you see the one that I did for the bigger one.
This one.
Yeah. I'd always made them like bunting, really. That's how I'd done it. But then I thought, well, it's really only a square. So what I've done is the sizes that are in the instructions are for the small, the medium and the large. I will say, if you're doing anything for any friends or family and you're making them for a cat collar is very different to a dog collar. Because cats climb, they have to have one with an easy release.
A quick release
so,
thing, yes.
You wouldn't, if you had a friend and you were making them a bandana for their cat, you wouldn't put it on one of the dog collars.
No, you've got to put it on, because they'll get caught in a tree otherwise.
Yeah. So, they're easy release ones. But obviously some dog collars are tiny like that for little dogs as well. So, I mean, it's not specifically for cats. But yeah, we're just starting with a square.
So the instructions tell you what square
for which size
for
collar.
width of the collar.
Because when I make them for the rescue, I just make them in the bandana and then send them off like that because people can put them on their own collars.
Right, yeah. So it's all about the width of the collar then.
Yeah.
Okay.
So obviously if you want to make it bigger, if you've got a huge dog or your friend's got a huge dog, you can make it bigger. But we're just starting off with a square, and then the instructions tell you how much to fold in, and we're going to fold in on opposite sides. I've drawn that one, look, so you can see that one.
Yeah.
This is where I'm going to fold to the inside. Did that go on? That feels cold. Yeah. Look. I'll use this for a minute. I'll get that out to finish the bit. This is a handy little gadget.
Oh, I know, I like them.
They're brilliant, aren't they? And I'm just going to fold it in once to the point and then fold it in again and over. So we're going to do that, and then we're going to stitch from right along the edge. We're not going to stitch from here because when we go around the outside edge, our stitching round here is going to hold in the stitching here. So, you know, we don't have to finish off the edges because they're going to be actually sewn in.
Held in later. Okay.
There we go, on that side. There we go, so we go right to the end. So it's just, oh yes, it's switched on. Perhaps it's not switched on here, is it? Oh, it's on very, very low.
Somebody was using a very, very
If you were doing
delicate
a silk
yeah.
bandana, you'd have your iron on very,
yes,
very low.
obviously.
There we go, the light's on now. Right, I'm just going to go over that again because I didn't, that's really bad. I didn't catch that in the middle.
So you hem both?
Both sides. Let's take that off. Don't go in close here, Elliot. I've got 2 rows of stitch in there, which you wouldn't normally have. So what we're going to do is we're going to turn right side to right side. Now we don't press this side because we're going to press it when it's turned round. And just to hold it together, just a couple of pins. And then one at the point. I struggle with clips with the weight on small things.
Yeah.
You know, I feel it pulls it away from...
Well, I only use clips if I can't get pins in.
Ah, yeah.
So, like, you know, when you're using foam interfacing.
Yeah.
Or if it's something you can't mark. But it does make it very heavy. You know, when you're making, like, I've made...
It can pull it away, can't it?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
They're
so
great.
I'm going around the outside edge, about 1/4 of an inch. That's not critical. Yeah, the seam isn't critical. It's not as if it's a fitted item or anything. I'm going up both sides. And then I will reverse. Right. Clip off the bottom point. Now this you need some kind of pointy thing.
A pointy thing.
The stiletto's good because you can actually use the non-slip end and it doesn't push out. But this is the easiest way I've found to do it, because what you're going to do, this bottom point, you're going to push out through one of the sides where you've left it open at the top.
Oh, okay. So that's why you need the turny tool.
Yeah.
To get that edge,
so
the point through
the...
the...
now. And it doesn't slip because you've got that silicone. But I mean a chopstick, something like that.
Kebab skewers are very good. Metal ones, though, I find the wooden ones break.
Yeah.
Metal kebab skewers are really good. I've got metal kebab that are quite and they've got flat ends, not like really pointy ends, but they're perfect.
Yeah. There we go, and then we'll point out the...
But if you don't want to use kebab skewer because they do break, we do have these fantastic stilettos, $12.99. And the brilliant thing about these is that they're really good. You can iron on them, but they're also really good for holding things down in the sewing machine. So if you want to, like, if you're sewing over a seam that you want to stay flat, you can hold it down because they're sort of bendy.
Yeah, this is my latest acquisition.
Is it? And what do you use yours for them?
Well, all these pokey things.
Pokey things.
Yeah.
And it's better than a kebab skewer.
Yeah.
Well, the problem is, I think, I'm often tempted if I haven't got my skewer to use my scissors, but it then goes through the fabric.
I was going to say, you've got, especially if you've got really pointed scissors and sharp scissors.
I know, and you think, I wish I hadn't done that.
Yeah. Right, now you can if you want to. You don't have to. You can just go for it. I'll use this one. You can draw your stitching line, so that would be the width of your collar. So if I just put that in there, I'm using a friction pen, and then we'll press it out afterwards.
So the width of that channel is all dependent on your collar width?
Yeah, I mean, it's dependent on how much you leave here, so that's why it's important to have the right fold.
Get that right to start with.
In the beginning, yeah. So that's going to go in through there. But all we're going to do now is come down, top stitch, and then across. And it's done, but I will press it first so that I've got a nice edge before I start sewing.
Aye, and we're the same, pinners and pressers. I press everything.
Yeah.
So
it helps, doesn't it? I've put that that line there, look. Now I'm going to
Such a waste to use your iron for your washing, isn't it, when you could be using it for your sewing?
Yeah. Laundry.
Laundry, ridiculous.
Right, so I'll just take that round and top stitch. I'm going to use the side edge of the foot, so it's probably a little more than 1/4 inch.
So that's just like that bit is just like a decorative top stitch.
Yeah, I mean,
then.
if you wanted to do it in a different colour to match the collar or something, and then we'll go back across.
Just think of all the animal fabrics that we had on the last hour. They'd be brilliant for these bandanas, wouldn't they? If you click on Watch Live and you scroll down, the ones that we have got left in stock, haven't sold out yet, are all there, so they'd be ideal. And they don't use a lot of fabric either, so you can use sort of smaller pieces, can't you?
Right, I'll take that line off now. And it's done.
Yeah, this is a nice thing to make for,
yeah, the one that
sales.
The larger one over there, I did with 2 sides. So what I did was I joined two half triangles together to make the square.
Yeah.
So that it ended up being folded over.
It's quite nice,
and it had
isn't
different different coloured sides. There we go.
Yeah, you could use the pig fabric. Pig fabric.
Collar on your pig.
Yeah, sheepdog. We did only sheep fabric then. Cow fabric.
So that's it. That's
Brilliant.
how easy
and then
that
you
is.
just thread it through.
Yeah.
Perfect.
There we go.
I love that.
But you can bling it if you like.
Oh, wow. Oh, beautiful.
Pendy wasn't too happy at modelling that.
Really?
He said, Mum.
So I'm not doing that. I think that looks lovely. You would be the talk about. And actually, the one on this one, look, I thought that was crocheted.
Yes, that's cheats fabric.
Yeah, but you could.
Yeah.
You could crochet a triangle to go on top of it.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm loving this. Loving this idea. It looked fantastic, wouldn't it? Well, thank you so much, Alison. We will see you back here at 11.
Yes.
To do the bowl.
Yes.
The specials. The Snuffle. The Snuffle bowl.
We've snuggled and then we're going to Snuffle.
I love this as well. I want one of these. It's just the best thing. And these are all on pre-order. And they're already selling. And these are so clever because you just put hide treats in it and then look at the video. You put hide treats in it.
And it's actually a variation on a pattern that I've done before because I did sewing bags and
Right.
makeup bags.
Okay.
I kitted it with like button fabric for the sewing bag. So if you've already got that pattern, that is what that's based on.
But this is for putting dog or cat treats in.
Yeah.
I love it. It's
Yeah.
nice, isn't it? Right, we're going to do a very quick. So we'll see you back here in an hour. I'm going
Yeah.
to just do a very quick recap of the kits. So starting with the rainbow one, this is Alison's original kit. In here, this comes packaged in a beautiful paper bag. And you get the instructions to make the Snuggle Pet bed in either size, exactly as Alison's gone through. You get a metre of this lovely cuddle fleece, which is like a rainbow tartan. It's beautifully soft and velvety on one side, and then on the other, it's really fleecy. And you get the zip, which is long enough to make the big one or the small one, and it's a really nice chunky one, which makes it strong, but also means you don't have to use a zip foot, even better. So that's on screen at the moment, the code for that one. So don't forget to put it in your basket and check out, because these are really popular. I'm going to put that one on the floor. The rainbow paws one, again, you get full instructions. Ooh, full instructions. With the zip, you get the free pet bandana instructions, and you get a metre of this beautiful polar fleece. Really, really limited. So if you want this in your basket, it's not safe. You need to check out. So you get a metre of this lovely rainbow paw fleece. The next one is the grey one, and you get the instructions, and you get the zip. They're telling me off because they're saying these are really crinkly.
Yeah, sorry, it's recyclable. It's compostable.
Is it? Oh, well, I'm
because
glad
I
it's
try not to use any plastic.
So this is compostable. It's worth the crinkle. I think
Yeah.
it's quite nice, actually.
Yeah.
What's it made from then?
It does say on them actually. I haven't got it here. It's a plant extract.
It's a plant. It's made from a plant.
Yeah.
And then you get the free pet bandana instructions. You get a metre of the fleece. I'm supposed to be hurrying up, not talking about plastic bags. And you get the really long zip that comes in with the instructions as well. It's gonna really tell me off afterwards, isn't it? And then finally, the blue, you get the compostable plastic bag with the instructions and the zip. And you get the free pet bandana instructions, and you get a metre of this lovely sky blue polar fleece with bones and paws. Okay? Now, if you're thinking about making a funky pet bandana, how about these two fabrics? The red. Isn't that lovely? We haven't worked out what animal is. It's just an animal. Lovely. Now, this is rose and...
It's Delphine's fox.
So how many would you get out of half a metre of these bandanas? I guess it
Oh
depends
my goodness.
which one you
Yeah.
made. Because there's 3 different sizes. Lots.
Yeah, I mean, if you start off with a 6-inch square,
You've got lots out of there. But
that's
this
why
is
I say they're
beautiful.
lovely for fundraising projects. If
Yeah,
you're
I mean,
fundraising.
because everybody wants a pet bandana.
Yeah,
Everyone's-
and they're affordable, aren't they, for people
Yes,
just
and
to
they're
buy?
really
Yeah.
quick to make. You see, I mean, Alison's obviously made lots before, but once you've made a few, but this is Rose and Hubble fabrics. It's beautiful quality, and it's light enough because you don't want anything too heavy.
No, because you've got a double layer.
Because it is 2 layers, but it's lovely qualities, and I like the red. It would look very nice on a gold.
And the one that you said that looks like crochet, that was actually a knit, so it doesn't have to
Oh,
be a
okay.
woven. It can be.
Oh, it can just be
yeah.
a knit one.
You just have to be careful when you're sewing down on the bias edge.
Oh, right, of course, yes. And then we've got this black and white one. That's lovely. I think that's a cheetah, but I'm not sure. But remember, if you go back on the website, if you click on Watch Live and scroll down, all the products that we sold in the 8 o'clock hour, we've got loads of pet fabrics from cows and pigs to cheetahs and cats and dogs, jellyfish, all sorts of fabric. So it's all there for you. You can have a look at it if you want to. And remember as well, we do have the instructions on their own, without the zip though. I know that one shows the zip. Without the zip, we do have just the instructions on their own if you want to buy them. If you've got your own fleece and you've got your own zip, these are available too. We haven't done them on their own before. We've only put them in the kit. So $9.99 for just the instructions. No zip, no fleece, just the instructions. Okay. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Alison, it's been great. We'll see you in an hour.
Yes.
After the break, we've got Delphine, who has got all of her animals. I'm going to move to one side a bit, and then you can see the fox, including the Highland cow that's on the front, and the fox, and the elephant, and a new dolly. Is that this one here? This is the new colourway. Look, a pink one. Dolly the Dark Draft Excluder. So Delphine will be on air in just a couple of minutes' time. She's going to show you how to make this. Any questions that you've got, if you've bought any of Delphine's kits before, you've got any questions, or if you've missed out, do message us in, because it's your opportunity to ask any questions you've got, because we'll be running through them all and showing you how to make this beautiful doorstop. I'll see you back here in a couple of minutes.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So you never have to spend a minute without us.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. It's so great to be here and part of the Sewing Street family. I'm local, I'm only down the road in Warwickshire. I started sewing many years ago when I was very young, doing lots of art and painting, and eventually I went into textiles, and I really enjoyed doing the two together. I then had a bit of a break. Something you don't know about me maybe is that I spent many years in the Royal Air Force and eventually in the police as well. And then I went full circle and I've come back to my happy place of sewing, and which I really enjoy. My best sewing tip is measure twice and cut once. I have chipped up a couple of times by not measuring properly, and I do always regret it. So now I always measure twice, cut once. Anyway, I really hope to be with you again soon, and I look forward to seeing you again soon. Thank you.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Hello and welcome back to, I nearly said Yarn Lane then, Sewing Street. Welcome back to Sewing Street. How lucky am I today? I've got all the best people today, so excited. I've had Ian, I've Alison, I've got Delphine now. Morning, Delphine.
Morning. How are you?
Great. I haven't worked with you very often. It's such a shame.
I know. It is a shame. Sometimes, well, I do get to see you though.
Yes, I know. And we need to be together.
We do. We need to do it more often.
Yes. And we're just going to chat. We're not going to do any sewing. We're just going to chat. Because we've actually got quite a lot to catch up on, to be fair. Right. Sorry, Kat. She's telling me off now. We've got a lot to get through. So Delphine has brought back all of her kits. How exciting is that? Where shall we start? Howling Cow. Which one's your favourite?
Well, I'm going to have to say the Highland Cow, aren't I? I don't know. I chop and change. Yeah.
Okay.
It all depends.
This was the first, wasn't it?
It was. Yeah, that's where it all began.
That's where we started to love Delphine and her designs. Oh, every time people ask us for it, has it got a name?
No. No.
Daisy.
I think, we've got, this one's Daisy.
Oh, can't be Daisy then, can it?
Yeah, I did do another pattern and it was Harley and Friends, so I suppose you can call it Harley, I don't know.
Well, it's Scottish.
Yeah.
And it's a girl's name.
Is it a girl's name?
Well, I don't know, maybe, is it a boy? Maybe it's called Hamish then, isn't
Hamish,
it?
yeah.
Hamish
There
the
you go,
Highland
that'll
Cow.
do.
So, today we have just the instructions. We don't have all the fabrics and the panels or the prints or anything. We just have the instructions. So, I thought I was talking. So if you bought maybe the cave yesterday, it'd look nice in cave, wouldn't
beautiful,
it? Beautiful. Yeah. This one is in Tula Pink, the one on that one. But it would look great. I mean, I've seen people make it in really bright fabrics. I've seen them make it in quite muted fabrics as well, like checks and prints.
And tweeds and anything like that. That would
anything
look really
like that. People miss out on this every single time we have it on air. So if you really want it, you need to put it in your basket and check out. Every time we put it on air, it sells out. Hamish the Highland Cow. It's beautiful, look. And it's big, isn't it? It's big. And it could be a pet because some people do have cows.
Of course, yeah, they do. You see it all the time on Instagram.
Yeah, you see, loads of people have pet cows. Anyway, this one's got a flower in its mouth. It's a friendly one. It's not just one that just that you just look at. It's a real cow. Anyway, it's any excuse to bring back the Highland Cow, to be honest. So if you want this one, you need to put it in your basket and you need to check out because they always sell out. Okay? Which one shall I do next? The bundle. Oh, with these three. So we've put a bundle together because they're always really popular. So we've bundled three together. We've got Tasha, the tiger. Tasha the tiger. Ah, yeah, that one's behind Delphine. Can you see?
Oh, yeah.
Have I? I can't see that one. Oh, this one. So, no, I've seen it because I always see all these on Instagram. So you can do it either way. You can do it that way where the background is white and the outline is coloured, or...
That's all the reverse applique.
And this is cave.
Yep. Love a bit of cave.
I do. Have I got it the right way round?
Yes, yeah.
So you can do both of these from the one pattern. Just depends how you cut it out. That is a stunning... Oh, I don't know which one I like the best, actually. That's really stunning, isn't it? So you get the pattern for both ways round.
Yeah, you just need to... It's one of those projects that you just need to take your time, careful with the placement, and you'll easily be able to get the two patterns out of the one, if that makes sense.
Wow. So in the bundle that we've got, you can make Tasha the tiger... We've also got, let me take these out. We've also got the instructions for Felix the Fox. Felix the Fox is behind me. That's one of the most recent ways. You've done that in other colourways as well, haven't you?
Yeah, I did it in the Moda. I think you've got it there. Yeah.
We'll show you that later on. We've got the Moda as well. And you've also got, in this bundle, Ella the Elephant. So you've got all three patterns in this. Because every time we do these, they sell out. People say, when are you going to get them back in? I wanted that one, I couldn't get that one sold out. So we put three together. But we have less than 10 of this bundle available. So if you do want to have all three, Tasha, Felix and Ella, then you need to put them together. They'd look fantastic all together.
Yeah.
Saving of £1. Not bad, is it? Saving £1, isn't it? It's £1 off your P&P. That means P&P is only £2.95. They'd look amazing together, wouldn't they?
They would. You'd be busy.
But you could have them in one room as wall art.
Yeah.
They would look amazing,
especially if
wouldn't
you
they?
did them in 3 different colours.
Right.
That would, or even as all as one colour, but you know, just make them all really, really stand out.
Because they work really well in the bright fabrics, don't they?
I think so.
Beautiful. Right, so if everyone who's got the bundle checks out, then they've gone. However, but we have got them available singly. So if you want Tasha the Tiger, I mean, now look at the size of this pattern booklet. It's got all of the templates that you need. But all of the instructions, you've got the you will need, you've got the walkthrough photos, it takes you exactly how you do it, and then all the templates. And I like that, the fact that you've given them a diagram of how you stick it all together.
Yeah.
So you cut it out, stick it all together, and then you use that for the fabric. Brilliant. It's beautiful. Oh, we've had a picture in from Janet. Here are three, wow, of my completed Delphine patterns. Absolutely love making them and so easy to follow. Thank you, Delphine. They're beautiful.
Yeah, thank you,
aren't they?
Janet. I did message her actually on. She put up on a couple of them, both Ella and the elephant cushion, and also the big Ella that she's done. Amazing. And she was like, oh, I've done so much free motion. I've gone a bit carried away. And keep getting carried away, Janet, because you're doing a fabulous job. And
yeah, I just
really
think
impressive.
It's
really
adding
impressive.
your own sort of quirk to them that's quite nice, isn't it, as well?
And I say that in the patterns as well, you know, put your own stamp on it, because everyone could have, you know, the same pattern, but you don't want to be the same as everybody else. So by experience and playing around with different free motion techniques and different threads, you really get to put your own stamp on it. And
well, with the
I love seeing the pictures.
You've put lots of free motion on
Lots,
that,
yeah. And I explain how to do it. But again, I did it all with a free motion foot, but if you want to take your time, you can still do it with just a normal foot. But you just have to it just takes longer.
But he looks like wrinkly.
Yeah, but they are wrinkly.
It's made him look. He's put the elephant wrinkles in.
Yeah,
he looks lovely, doesn't he? So this is Tasha the Tiger. So this is the one that's on screen, and you can either make him negative or positive, whichever you fancy. A very negative, like you wouldn't want to meet a negative tiger. Definitely not. But no, you can make him negative, and then you can, once you've got the instructions, you could do it both ways. You can have a negative next or positive. Yeah. I think I prefer this one. I think I like...
It's because you like the cave.
Maybe do you think that's what it is?
Yeah.
I think it's just clever because when you come away from it, it takes you a while and then you see it.
He looks fierce.
He does look super fierce. My struggle would be, I wouldn't know what fabric to do him in. That would be my struggle.
Yeah, and people have done them in so many different colours. Obviously the cave, and I saw one in black and white with the black and white Tula pink.
Yes, the line
that looked really
one.
cool.
Oh wow, yeah. That was what would stop me because I couldn't decide what fabric I was going to do it in. So if you want to see Delphine demo Tasha the Tiger, 3rd of November. So write that down, and then when you get your pattern home, it's really worth going back onto YouTube. You just put into YouTube Sewing Street 3rd of November and it will come up. When you do that, it gives you the whole day's worth. So you have to forward through the hour you don't want. So just go through, if it's not in the first hour, go through to the next one. It was 11 o'clock, so you just need to skip through, otherwise you have to watch the whole thing because it doesn't give it you hour by hour, it gives you the whole day, but you can forward it so you can get to the bit that you want. So 3rd of November. We also did a Tasha cushion. So we have the instructions on their own. Really similar, obviously, to the big wall hanging Tasha. But you know, maybe is this more for a beginner or someone who hasn't done it before?
I've simplified the pattern for a cushion for if you want to have something that's a little bit of a quicker project than the main Tasha.
Okay.
So if you wanted to, you didn't know if you could tackle Tasha straight away. You wanted to just try something a little bit smaller. It's
okay. Is this it made up? Should we have a look? Oh wow. That's so clever, isn't it? Because it's just, I mean, I don't know, how do you go about doing this? Do you draw the whole thing and then cut it up?
I draw it onto Bondaweb and then just do it bit by bit. The trick is when you're doing this type of applique is to not do it all at once, because as you're moving it through your machine, it could come off a little bit.
Okay.
So it's all about just being patient with your placement, guys. The easiest thing to do is once you've done the pattern together, all you do is slide your pattern underneath the fabric, and then you just put in your pieces on top.
Okay.
So you know you're going to get accuracy in your placement pieces.
So the pattern on its own, £9.99, but we also have a bundle that has the instructions in it, obviously, and the panel, which is the rainbow colours, and then half a metre. So you need the panel. Let me show you, and that's the rainbow panel, and that will create. So that's how you get the whole rainbow look, and then you have half a metre of plain white, which is the background. So that bundle, £24.99, there's everything you need to do the whole cushion. But if you've got your own fabric, obviously, you know, you can just buy the pattern. But if you want to make this rainbow effect tiger, then that's the bundle, £24.99. And obviously that's got the instructions as well. Ella the elephant, next. Anyone who has got an elephant as a pet. Then you might have to live in a zoo.
Yeah.
Or Africa
Yeah,
in a safari.
definitely.
But if you do have an elephant, or if you quite fancy a pet as an elephant but only as a wall hanging, these are the instructions. £9.99 for Ella the elephant. Now bought back especially for Pet Day. And we only have, only about 15 of these left. How big is Ella?
I don't know if I wrote it on the instructions. Is it on the front? Might be. Or is it one of those that I measured on the day?
No, it doesn't say actually.
Yeah.
Big. She's big. These instructions are fantastic because, I mean, obviously you've got all the photo walkthroughs, but when I go through here, the template, obviously you've got to cut these out and join them together, but it's all coloured. It makes it so easy to follow. And the beauty here is that obviously Delphine is an artist. I don't know how you go about drawing these and working it all out.
Lots of paper.
Lots
There's
of
a lot
paper.
of mess. Yeah, I tend to stick a load of pieces of paper together with just sellotape and just doodle and hope for the best, and then I go over it, and then the pieces that I like with a big marker pen, and then I give it to Nick, my husband, to scan it in and draw over what I've done.
Okay.
That's the process.
That's
But
the
I'll have to bring
process.
some of these paper patterns in one day so you can see where it all starts from.
Yeah.
And you'll be like,
Oh,
that's
you
a
should
mess.
do, yeah.
Yeah.
It's that initial sketch bit though, and that's the clever bit.
It's all starts with a little sketch on my kitchen counter. Yeah.
Yeah. It's worth more than £9.99. The skill and the expertise in that. But we've also got Ella in a cushion as well. So you can have Ella the elephant, the wall hanging. She's the one that's hanging behind Delphine on the shelf. But we've also got her as a cushion. Have we got the cushion? Don't know where the cushion is. We did have it. Oh, I don't know. It's coming. It's coming. So in the same way that you can have Tasha the tiger as a cushion, you can have Ella the elephant as a cushion. So obviously smaller because it's just the head, so it won't take you quite as long if you're beginning and you want to have a bit more of a practice. It's a little bit easier. So there you go. You've got all of the photo walkthroughs, exactly how to do it, and all the patterns. And look, that's a cow. That's a cow.
Bless him.
That's definitely a cow. I don't know where the tiger's
she's
gone.
she's on the
Strange,
run.
isn't it? And obviously you've got all the coloured illustrations of all the pieces you need. So that's what she looks like if you do a close-up on that. So you'd have to choose between Ella the cushion and Ella the elephant, or have both. £9.99. But remember, these are always extremely popular, and whenever we have them, they sell out. So if you do need it, if you do want one, put it in your basket and check out. Okay? Right. Which one is Ella the elephant kit? Is that, no, that's the fox. Oh, yes, we do. That's under here. This is Ella the elephant cushion kit. So in this, you get the instructions. So if you see the picture on here with all this lovely blues and greys, in the kit you get half a metre of the white fabric. That's the background to the cushion. But you also get this panel. Now this is how you'll be able to see better what the colours look like. Ah, we've got a picture of the finished one. Should we show you a picture of the finished one? So that's what she looks like as a cushion. Okay. And then this is the panel that comes in the kit. So for $24.99, you get the instructions, you get 1/2 metre of the white fabric that's the background, and then you get this panel, which is beautiful, really rich blue, going into sort of more of a cornflower blue, and then a grey blue, sort of mauvey colour. So it's all floral and spots, but you can see how beautifully it works as a cushion. But you've got all of these different prints, and there's more than enough here as well than you'd need for that. So if you want to create your own Ella the Elephant cushion, then that kit. Daisy Cow. Right, I'm looking for Daisy Cow. There's the fox, the elephant. No, I haven't got Daisy Cow. We'll do fox. So if you want just the fox instructions, here they are. Now the fox is behind me. I love the fox. Gorgeous, gorgeous. Look at the finished fox. He looks really like evil, doesn't he? And they're not evil, but he's like looking at you.
Yeah, especially with those eyes.
I know, they're really piercing, aren't they? I saw a fox last night when I was walking the dog, and it just looked at me, and then it looked at the dog, and I thought, oh. And then it ran off, and the dog was like, I thought, thank God it was on the lead. But it's the eyes. Yeah, it could be a wolf, couldn't it?
It could be. You just someone asked me actually how you change it for a wolf. I'll just widen the nose slightly, just ever so slightly, because the fox's noses are really small. They go in quite narrow. So if you widen the nose and then make the hair a little bit fluffier, you got a wolf.
Wow.
Easy,
but it's the colour of those eyes, that's key, isn't it?
Yeah, well, however you make up this pattern, concentrate on the eyes the most. Especially around, do you see where the eyes, I've done a lot of free motion around the eyes just to really make them pop out, and make sure that the actual background colour, where I've done it in the blue, really make that pop. So try and play around with different colours, because that's what's going to really draw your eye into the pattern. But if you have it quite muted, it won't have the same effect.
It does. I mean, it's the eyes, that's what draws you in, isn't it? So we've got the kit to make this Felix the Fox. So in this is the one that Delphine used when she did the demo. Do you know what date that was, Kat? 17th of March. So if you watch back on that very recently, you can see that one. So you get the full instructions, which exactly the same as the other animals. You get the printed, coloured backgrounds, that we join them all together. Wow. Is this a step up then?
This is a slight step up from Ella and Tasha, only because of the placements. So we, Nick and I, spent quite a lot of time on these templates to make sure that they're all very, very clear. That's why I've done them in colour.
Right.
So it's more obvious, because especially that I've done Felix mainly in the red, so it will be a little bit trickier to look at what fabrics for each piece. So it is a bit of a step up, but still don't be afraid of it. I've seen it made up on quite a few on the Sewing Street fan page actually, and again some fabulous takes on the pattern. So
yeah, it's
just take
a bit of time.
That's all.
Don't rush
it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean the instructions are so clear, and I like the fact you've got so many photos in there. Because that's what I know when I'm sewing something. I want to see it really close.
Same, that's how I learn. I'm a visual learner. So having the pictures is a lot easier for me. So I write my instructions the way I learn.
Yes,
so that's why I always give you loads of photographs. So
because you need them. Well, it makes it easier to see. So you also get, so for the background, you get 1.5 meters of cream. Let's say with it's ivory or cream fabric. And you get the whole modal layer cake. Wow. The whole modal layer cake. Do you use all of this?
No.
No?
No.
Fantastic. You get loads left to do with other things.
Loads, yeah.
You could bind it as well with this.
Yeah, bind it. You can do a couple.
One for you, one for your friend.
Yeah, well, if you're getting a few of the patterns, you could, that layer cake will probably go across a few of the big patterns.
I mean, it is beautiful, isn't it? It features sort of coffee colours, purple, turquoise, cappuccino, lattes.
Do you need a coffee?
Yeah, I'd love a coffee. Peachy colours, yeah.
It's all coffee.
I know. Green, lime. But it's very lovely. It's really floral. We had lots of different colourways and lots of instructions. The instructions on their own have gone. So the only way to get them now is with this colourway. So you have the in this bundle you get the instructions, the Moda layer cake, which is 40, I think. 40 pieces, they normally are. And less of 10 and 1.5 meters of that. I mean, that would make the most beautiful, pretty fox as well. Quite a subtle, more subtle pastel fox than the red fox. Whoa. So, Daisy cow. Daisy the dairy cow. She's lovely. So she's behind Delphine, poking out.
I think she's my favourite, actually. Yeah, I think so.
I really like her because she's like sort of pop art.
She's just cheeky, and I think she's like, hello,
Yeah,
and it's
she's
fun.
definitely saying hello.
And it's very, very trendy at the moment as well. You see a lot of cows on various cushions and things like that.
Actually.
But this type of design is, I like to think, am I allowed to say this about my own work? But I think it's quite cool. I like that.
It is dead cool.
Yeah.
You are allowed to love your own stuff.
Yeah,
because we do, so that's fine.
Oh, thank you.
But we do. It is very cool. And you see it on lots of homeware cushions, just printed or different things. But I love it. And I think the fact that you make that yourself, so the whole thing isn't just a printed cushion. Yeah. You actually create that.
You get a lot more depth and texture to your piece by doing this technique as well, so rather than just being flat. So, but no, I like Daisy.
And it's nice that you can use fabrics from your own stash and play with different ones to see what sort of colourway. And you can get it to match your decor. Exactly.
I think the only thing I have said in the pattern is just to make sure that you mix up the patterns and the colours, otherwise you'll lose the effect. It would be too flat.
Right, yeah, because it's layered, you wouldn't see the nostrils or the mouth if the colours were too similar.
That's right, yeah. Oh, there you go, that's another one.
He's lovely. So these are the instructions, $9.99. Oh, that's the blue one. Oh, I like the blues. Oh, that's lovely. But you've mixed up the shades, haven't you? So you've got very dark blue for the nostrils so that they stand out. She's so naughty, isn't she?
Cheeky.
Cheeky cow. Cheeky cow.
So someone just went online now. So what
These have absolutely flown into baskets. And we have had a few sellouts. But this always happens. We should just print 5,000, shouldn't we? Be simple. We probably have. We've sold loads and loads and loads of these. So look, I love them. And also do share them on our Facebook and Instagram page. I mean, we love seeing them. Delphine loves seeing them, just because everybody has a slightly different take on how they're going to do it. Oh, we've got a picture coming from Karen.
I love that.
Oh, she's done loads of them.
Wow.
Good morning. These are just a few of my makes of Delphine's design. I just love doing them. Thank you for inspiring me to take up applique. Always scared of it before? Well, you're clearly not anymore, Karen, because that's amazing.
Wow, thank you, Karen, for doing such a great job. They're amazing. I love the quilting that you've done. So
Around the edge of the
screen.
elephant,
yeah, that's amazing. Why have I not seen these ones?
And I like
these are beautiful.
Hamish on the black background.
Yeah, I love it on the black. And Daisy. Oh, that's amazing. Well done, Karen. Thank you so much.
And it's really nice, isn't it, that, that she said she was scared of applique before, and she thought, right, I'm going to have a go.
Nothing to be afraid of. It's just cutting out and sticking and sewing around it.
Cutting and sewing.
That's all it is. It's only a bit of sewing. Don't be scared. Just a bit of sewing.
So do have a look on the website. If you click on watch live and then you scroll down below that, you'll see all the products that we were just talking about. Obviously, a lot of them have sold out. So if you do want them or you've put them in your basket, please check out. Because then you'll find someone takes them otherwise. Bit more pet day. Bit more than the elephant. We've got Dolly. Now, this is a definite pet because people do have dogs. So Dolly has come to us from Delphine, and it's in two new colourways. So this is your doorstop. Let me show you. I'm going to give you a 360. Sorry, it's not a doorstop. Why do I call it a doorstop?
I don't know. It's a draft excluder.
It's a draft excluder. It's not a doorstop at all. It's a draft excluder.
You say draft, I say draft.
Yes, sorry. It's a draft excluder.
She's just posh.
It's a posh. Yeah. It's a southern draft excluder or a northern draft excluder.
I'm northern.
Yeah, depends where you come from. So it's a draft excluder. It's not a doorstop. Although it probably would hold the door open. So Delphine has brought Dolly to us before. But she is available today in two new colourways to celebrate the glory of Pet Day. So this is the pink one that I've got here. And in the kit, you get the full instructions. which obviously same as all of us, just as reliable and concise and loads of information as all of the rest of Delphine's instructions, even stitch guides, exactly how to make it with all the templates too. Everything that you need to make, it's all in there. You also get 1/2 metre of the pale pink. It's really pretty, real blush, pretty pink. And 1 metre. Oh, 1/2 metre. Oh, I thought normally I can tell. 1/2 metre, rubbish at that. Yeah, it does tell you the graphics. I was just trying to guess of this pink print. So the two go together really beautifully. Aren't they pretty? Isn't she so pretty? You should have pretty things. Pretty draft excluder. Now, we've also got it in the blue, and this is the one that Delphine's going to be demonstrating. So you'll see Dolly being made up during the show in this colourway. Again, obviously you get the full instructions with all the pictures and the templates and everything you need to make it. You get 1/2 metre of the turquoisey blue fabric and 1/2 metre of the blue print. They go too well together though, don't they? You need one on your front door and one on your back door.
You do.
Or actually, you don't even need to use it as a draft excluder, to be fair. You can just have it in your house.
Exactly, it just looks pretty.
Sit in front of the fire.
Yeah. Have your pretend dog. If you're not allowed to pet, get one.
Yeah, just make one. Make your own.
Yeah.
You can have whichever sex you want. Doesn't matter. Give it your own name. And also, we do have, if you have your own fabric, because you need 2 1/2 metres, we do also have the instructions on their own if you want them. Because, and remember, you need 2 1/2 metres of fabric, as well as toy stuffing, wadding, and iron-on interfacing. Okay? Now, the first time that we brought just the instructions to you, they completely sold out. But they are back, specially for Pet Day. So we did ask, we said, Ian, the Lord of Scheduling, please can we have Dolly back? And he went, go on then, if we must. So we were very lucky that we managed to get Delphine in and to do this as well, which is great. But really, honestly, before we go through to the demonstration, if there is anything in your basket from this hour, you really do need to check out, because it's not guaranteed that it's yours. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter about checking out, because it's still only 1 P&P. You won't get charged it for every time you check out. So just go through to the checkout, or it's not yours. Otherwise, they'll all be gone. And you love Delphine's so much, because it's great. So, where do we start?
Oh, well.
Now we've gone through all of that. I bet you're like, oh, I'm bored now. I'm bored now.
Not at all, not at all. I could listen to you all day, lovely.
I couldn't.
So the first thing to go through is the pattern. So let me just bring in the pattern pieces. So to get the body itself.
So do you trace them out of here?
Yeah, so you'll need some interfacing, some iron-on interfacing. Something that's got the glue bit on the one side, nothing too heavy, nothing too thick. So you just trace it onto the interfacing. So the body bits, as you can see, it says attached pattern here, so join here on the dotted line, and also here for the neck piece. Now, the one thing I just need to point out is that when you do your pattern pieces, trace over your pattern pieces, for example, let me just get it the right orientation. So you'll have it, there's a line down the centre here, and that's where you could choose to go for 2 different fabrics, which I've done here. So there we are. So,
okay.
So it's just those 2 pieces will be this front piece and these 2 pieces with that.
It's nice that you trace it on interfacing as well, so you haven't got to get separate tracing paper, then cut it out. You just go straight into
and it's just easier, so much easier to cut your patterns out.
Yeah.
And a simple way to reverse the pattern, because I do say, for example, neck times 2, 1 reverse. All that means is that you need 2 pieces, but opposites of each other. And the easiest way to do that is by drawing on the opposite side of the interfacing. So if you just draw it on the glue side, and that way you haven't got to getting your pattern up against the window or your light boxes. You simply just draw on the other side, reversed, and you haven't got to cut up your pattern.
Perfect.
So you've got
and what
that.
do you use for drawing on your interfacing?
I just use a biro.
Okay.
But make sure
so nothing's new specialist
nothing
equipment
fancy
needed,
in my house,
just a biro.
No. And so with the ears as well, I have done them. So one is in the pattern fabric and one is in the plain fabric.
So they're lined ears.
Yeah. So all I've done with those is the 2 pieces. You press them. Sorry, you sew them all the way around the edge. Just leave the top bit open because you're not going to see that, but you need that for turning. And then you just turn it the right way out and then give it a press, and you do that on both of your ears. And the only other thing I just want to point out before I will do a bit of sewing, I promise, is that the paw pieces, again, all I've done with those is you sew them right sides together, but you leave a little gap here, and that's for your turning, and then you can just sew that close. I have put in the instructions there about how you actually sew that. It's a very simple ladder stitch, nothing fancy, and as long as you use the right size, the right colour thread, you won't even be able to see the stitches anyway, so don't worry. So only a little bit of hand sewing, so if you're not a big fan, there's only a tiny bit in there. Okay, so to make the face, oh, I'm going to need some pins actually. I have to steal some pins from somewhere. So the side headpiece, so choose which ear that you're going to use, and you're going to mark where it says on the pattern piece here on your interface, and don't worry because nobody's going to see this. So just mark the leave open sign, that's where you're going to, for your ear placement, and also just draw on the interface in your eye. So at least then you won't be able to see it here, but where I can see it through here, of like when I come to do the satin stitch for the eye, you know exactly where to put it. So that way the eyes aren't going to be offset, so you know it's going to be in the right place. Okay, so you're going to get your earpiece, make sure you're happy with the placement, and you'll just pop a little pin in there. And then I'm going to do that to the other side as well. Where's he gone? Where's the ear gone? There we are. And I'll just put a pin in, there we are. So all you're going to do now is that you're going to sew that ear to the side headpiece, but you're going to sew, not with a 1/4 inch seam, I just want you to sew a tiny, tiny little bit, just so it's on the edge of the fabric, because when we sew the forehead piece on, those stitches will be lost anyway. So you can do it by hand, but it's very easy to just go straight to the machine and do it. So you'll do both of those, like I said, just a couple of stitches just to keep it in place. And then that way you haven't got loads of pins in the way and it stops it from being so bulky. So I'll take those out. And there's your two side head pieces. Now, the only really tricky bit is getting the forehead piece on, which just requires a few pins. Let me just trim that bit of thread off there, and where's the other bit on? There we go. Okay, so now you've got your two side head pieces. So what you're going to do here is you want to sew down from the nose all the way down and stopping at the neck here. Don't worry about the darts just yet, just from the nose all the way down. So right sides together. Make sure those ears are out of the way as you do this, so you might want to just fold them out of the way. Line them up. You can pin if you like. I'm not going to. I'm just going to do it by eye. Make sure you back stitch on every single one, so when you come to put the forehead pieces on, you know you're not going to lose any of those stitches by coming loose when you're pinning the fabric together. So I'm just going to pop those ears out of the way. Go around that curve. Take your time if you want to, and remember to do your back stitch. Okay, there we are. So then what I do then, I just have a quick look, make sure all the seams caught. Yeah, I'm happy with that. So now you're going to go to your forehead piece, right sides together. Again, on the pattern, make sure you draw that centre mark on the forehead piece, just here. I don't know if you can see it, just ever so slightly there. That's what you're going to line up with the centre of the nose piece.
Is that on the pattern?
Yeah, it's all on the pattern.
Okay.
So you just open out your seams, just finger press them flat because you don't want that to be too bulky. And then you just line up that centre piece there and pop a little pin in that. Now a little trick to pin in these toys together, toys or whatever, you pin the centre bit first and then you pin the back bit, because you want to, you'll use quite a few pins just to make sure it's all lined up. But if you, the reason why I say that is because if you start from the nose piece and then carry on pinning, you might be completely out, or you stretch the fabric, or it's not lined up correctly. So by just doing the two ends first, you know that you've got to fill the rest of that gap with the pins. Does that make sense? Do you know
that makes sense, yeah, because if you try to pin it around the curve, you probably would run out.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have enough because you wouldn't fit. So but if you do either end first,
it just makes your life a little bit easier. You know what you've got to
I think
play
when you
with
put
then.
two curves together, it's often difficult to get it even, but by doing either end, that makes Makes complete sense.
Yeah.
And the interfacing helps to stabilise it, so...
It does,
Must
yeah, and
make
it
it
helps it stop
easier.
it from fraying. But you don't want anything too heavy. You don't want a heavy stabiliser, a heavy interfacing, just a lightweight to medium. I mean, we're not using stretch fabric and we haven't really got anything cut on the bias, but so only something, like you say, just something light to stabilise it.
Well, and also to trace the pattern. I love that idea. Otherwise, you'd have to trace on tracing paper, then use it to cut out the fabric. And the fact that you can trace your pattern and then stick it on.
Yeah, and it's all useful, isn't it?
Perfect.
So I'm only going to do the one side first. So I've done one side, the forehead piece to the side face piece. So I'm going to go ahead and sew that. Make sure you capture where those stitches are for the ear piece as well, just to make sure that you hide those stitches. Again, always back stitch whenever you make toys to stop them from any stitches coming loose. Take the pins out as you go. I don't sew over my pins. So I do tend to take it right up to the point where before I take them out, but just be careful, just take them out as you go. This is one bit that you don't really want to rush.
Just to get that nice curve.
Yeah. And then the only tricky bit is just going around the nose. Make sure you move anything out of the way that's not going to get caught up, otherwise that seam ripper will be coming out. And then I'm just going to stop at the nose piece just there, back stitch, and I'll take that off. And again, this is where you just have a quick look just to make sure that everything's caught within the seam. So you can turn it the right way out and just have a quick look to see if you're happy with the placement. Yeah, I'm happy with that. And then all I'll do is go and do it on the other side, starting at that nose piece, making sure everything's out the way. So I'll put a pin just on the side of the centre of the nose, just there. And then again, make sure that ear's out the way. And then pin the end piece. There we are. And then I'll carry on pinning the rest. So like I said, this is the one bit that you do want to take your time, because you want the face, when you come to stuff it, you want it to be nice and smooth. You don't want it to have any puckers or wrinkles in it. Oh, that's... There we are. And then just match up those two.
But you've worked it all out so that the pattern pieces do fit together.
They do.
beautifully.
So I've got a very clever husband who who does all the maths for me. So
And works out the curves.
he does. He works out the curves. Yeah. Don't know what I'll do without him.
I guess that's how toy manufacturers work, they don't.
It's all maths, isn't it? It's just all
I guess
maths.
so.
And you know, if you're making things like at your own at home and you want to try and get that curve, a very simple tip is just get a piece of string.
Oh, okay.
And go over it with a very small piece of string. You've got to be very tight, and that you could get a basic curve calculation from that. But that's how Nick does it all on the computer for me. So I just give him a drawing, and I'll go make that bit fit that.
Make that bit fit. Yeah. So
Yeah.
I suppose because if you straightened out the curve, those two straight lines have to be the same.
They have to be the same. And often in toy making, especially the odd pattern here and there, you put it together and something's not going right. It's often because the curves don't line up.
Okay. So if you used a piece of string, but I guess proper toy manufacturers will do exactly the same way that Nick does it.
Yeah, yeah. I bet he never thought this time last year he was going to be lining up curves and making toys for me. Bless him.
Bless. Who knew?
Who knew? So again, make sure you go over those ear pieces. And you can tell with your hands when you got your fingers on top of the pattern piece on the machine whether you've got anything caught underneath. So if it does feel a little bit bulky, then just take your time, have a quick check. And like I said, it only gets a bit, not tricky, but slightly fiddly around the nose piece, because you want to make sure that that's nice and flat.
But you know that they'll fit because it's all been worked out.
Yeah, they will fit. Just got to take your time. And then just round the tip of the nose. There we go. And then just slightly over, and then that should all match together. But if you do have a seam that you have another check of it and there is a little hole or you've missed a bit, just go back over it, it doesn't matter. So I'm just going to turn it the right way out first before I go any further, just to make sure I'm definitely happy Looks all right to me. No holes.
Perfect.
And nice pointy nose. So now what you're going to do is close those darts on the side of the head. Now, as you on the back head of the piece here, that's the back head dart. Don't sew that yet. So you don't. That's one of the very last seams you sew. So try not to jump ahead. I've done it loads of times making toys, and you think, oh, I need to close that up, but no, don't do that to the end. But the two side face pieces, go ahead and close those. The darts on the side of the head, it's just to give it that little bit more shape around the cheeks. That's why we put them in.
Okay. Yeah, no, it does actually give it cheeks.
And the other side face piece, making sure I'm not doing the forehead. There we are. And just go and sew those closed as well. So really, that's probably, I mean, you've seen how simple that is just by using a lot of pins, and just take your time. And that's the head made. That's ready to go. You turn this one, the right side's out. And here we go.
I like it in the blue. It's lovely,
cool,
isn't it?
So there, I'm happy with
Nice
that.
and
So I'm
bright.
just going to put that to the one side.
And I guess you could do it either way. You could have the print face, head,
Yeah.
and plain ears.
There's actually enough to do. You use more of the blue than you do the pattern piece on this. So you could easily, you'll have enough to reverse it with the same, with the fabric that you've got.
Yeah, I guess because you get half a metre of each, so you could just do it the other way around.
Yeah.
But it looks lovely. I love the two prints, the print and the plain together.
So now I'm going to sew the back body pieces to the front body pieces.
Okay.
All it is right sides together. Oh, I can hear my stomach rumbling. Sorry if you heard that. Ooh.
I found an empty Easter egg box until I'm really disappointed.
An empty Easter egg box.
Oh, we've had a message from Linda across the bottom. It's coming, it's coming. There we go. Hi there, Delphine is so inspirational. My stepdaughter loves zebras. Is there any chance of a zebra applique? Kind regards, Linda.
I'll certainly work on it. Of course I will.
Well, the stripes would work really well.
The stripes would
wouldn't it?
work really well. Yeah, I think I did see someone adjust one of the patterns and made it a zebra.
Really?
Yeah.
Which one?
I think it was the unicorn. I think.
Okay. What have you got sort of in mind? I bet you've got a long list.
A lot. Yeah. It all depends on. I've got loads of a big list. There's a couple of really exciting ones that I will be bringing in the future, hopefully, and a lot of it I get inspired by the fabric.
Okay.
So when I get the fabrics, it's
that's what makes you decide.
Yeah,
Oh,
so I
that's
could get
interesting.
certain fabrics and I'll have a design in my head and I'll be like, actually no, that one won't work, but this one will.
Oh, okay.
So I've got the drawings there and it's all up here. It's just.
Right. Was that the same with the fox then? Because did you have red fabric?
I had the reds.
Okay.
Yeah. And also some of the pictures that you get on the fabrics as well. So that one was quite. It was quite. I think there was one. I don't think I've used it on there for some reason. We had like watering cans and like very English garden, and then I thought,
Oh,
I
okay.
don't want to do
Foxes.
wrap. I thought I wanted to do something big, so so all I've done is sew those together, finger press, or you can press the seams open, and then you're going to sew these right sides together. It's all in the pattern, but you're going to leave a turning gap down here for turning. I've left you quite a small one, so just choose how big you want the turning gap to be to give you enough room to get the stuffing in there, because bearing in mind it's quite long. And also on the pattern markings, you leave this bit here open. So, but it's all in the instructions. Now, to get these seams matching perfectly, rather than starting from here and then sewing all the way around, apart from leaving your turning gap, start here, because then you know you're going to get a nice, it's going to be a nice join there in the middle, and it's going to look quite professional. So if you start at the top and then it might move a little bit, then the easiest way to do it is just start just before the seam. And you know they're going to match perfectly. Back stitch again, and then you're going to sew all the way around. You can pin if you're at home, so you take your time. I'm just doing it by and hoping for the best. There we go. So take your time a bit more when you come to the tail, because you want that tail to be nice and pointy.
I love the tail. Gives a real character, doesn't it?
does.
It sort of like curves and points upwards.
So if you're at home and you feel like you want to stop and start, then, you know, to make sure you keep your needle down as well. And then,
To get that smooth curve.
yeah. And then you carry on. Down to the bottom corner. And lift up. And then carry on. Just over that seam, make sure that they're flat. Line it up as you go. And I'm just going to leave myself a little turning gap there. And then I'm going to start from the bottom here. And go all the way to the end of the neck. Now, because we started from that back seam, all I'm going to do now is start.
So do you do that to help the seam to...
Just so it matches, just to make it look neat. And then I'll go back and finish where I started. There we go. And that's my body piece made.
Yeah, it's actually fairly simple, isn't it?
Really simple. It's if you've never made toys before, this is a really good one to start with because it'll just give you that confidence, especially if you not used to working with curves, because there's only really that one bit for the forehead.
Yeah, that's
and
true.
And the rest
but
comes together quite quickly.
It's just really unusual as well, isn't it? I love it. I haven't seen anything quite. I like the way that it's got the really curved tail, but it's got really, the head is so big, it gives it real character.
And it helps it keep it weighted.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Because you can, I mean, I've only put toy stuffing in mine, but you can put, you know, rice or some sandbags in there, just or some of those plastic pellets to.
Oh yeah, that's true.
To weight it down.
Yeah, but you could put more weight on it, couldn't you?
And then it could be a doorstop / draft excluder. There you go. It's a multifunctional.
Yes, it could be a doorstop at the same time. Well, I think it's just nice to have. So it's such a pretty thing. You could put buttons on for its eyes.
Buttons, yeah. I've just done a satin stitch, but you can use buttons. You could have the craft eyes that you can buy, you know.
Yeah, and a little collar. Well, you've put a ribbon on it, but you can even put a proper collar on it.
Yeah, you can put a name on it.
You
could even make an extra piece and give it a jumper. All the possibilities are endless.
Oh, or knit it a jumper.
Yeah, well, you can knit it a jumper.
Yeah, how nice would that be? With the sausage dog jumper on it.
So we will be turning this back out the wrong sides later on, but all I'm doing is just get a little pokey tool. I'm just using a pen at the moment. Just you want that tail to come out.
You want a nice little point on the
So
the
I probably
tail.
could spend a bit of time getting that bit pointier, but so there you go. And as you can see, it's matched perfectly at the top just by starting at the seam. So
well done.
You know, always it's just a little trick. And then you'll give the whole thing a really good press. And this turning gap, I know we're not sewing it closed yet, but a little tip here at this stage is that if you sew the whole thing flat now, and then just turn that gap in a 1/4 inch seam and give that a really good press, that when you come to sew it closed later, you're not sewing on a frayed edge of the fabric. It's that nice crease, and that will give it a really nice. So that's it. You just fold them in, and you'll give that a press, and then it will make it so much easier for when you come to sew it closed later on. Okay, so with the feet then, that's my pre-made paws. The one thing I forgot to mention earlier is I did actually put a little bit of wadding in between these just to make them a little bit sturdier. You can do that. You might want to choose to use a heavier interfacing. And then all I did
just make them a bit squishier as well.
Yeah, it's a bit squishier. So then again, it's on the pattern about where you put the placement. And so you want the back legs, so the front legs poking forward, and then the back legs to the back. And then all you do, with the button that I just pulled out of my pocket, you will sew. When you come to sew the legs on, you want to do it at this stage. You don't need to put loads of stitches in there, but be careful if you do have little ones around. And then just a couple of stitches, but the only thing is just to make sure that you're only pulling a couple of threads of the fibres of the fabric. You don't want too much. And then, so imagine I've sewn all of my pieces on. What I will do then is just turn this, just the neck piece, right sides out. Only the neck piece.
So we're not stuffing at all yet?
Not yet, no. So the neck piece is wrong sides out, and then the head is right sides out. So you want to line up the neck seam here with the body piece just here. So you want to put that in, and the first thing I'll do, just to make sure I'm getting the right seam, is you put a pin in it. Now, because when you come to stuff the rest of it inside the body, you might not know where your what piece is which. So it's always easier to just do that little bit first. Helps you out a little bit. Just tuck that in and all the ears. And then what you'll do then is that dart that I said to not close earlier, you line up with that open neck seam. So again, just like you did when you sew the forehead piece to the side head pieces, make sure that you put a pin in the centre and then the pins at the ends, and then you just fill it in, the gaps with everything else. There we are.
You've only got 2 minutes left.
2 minutes left. Sew ahead.
And we just spent a lot of time talking about tigers and elephants.
But then when I did this, I can't remember the date I did it originally.
You did it on the 17th of March.
So I did actually go pretty much the whole thing. So, and I even showed how you do the face.
But it does say on the instructions, it was recorded. It said, told you, you told them, didn't you?
Oh, have I?
Yeah.
Oh.
You can watch the live demo back on YouTube. Type in Sewing Street, and the live demo was recording on the 17th of March. You were impressed that I knew, didn't you?
I was actually.
Were you really impressed, guys? Wish I hadn't told that. Oh,
I forgot I put that in there.
I should have read that. Everyone was really impressed with me then. Yeah. So when you get your instructions back, we'll have the date.
It'll have the date of when I did the demo, of when I completed the demo. So all I would do then is, have I got time to sew it?
Yeah, you can sew that while I
Okay.
talk about the bundles, actually. And then we'll come back to you, see what it looks like at the end. So, if you want to make your own draft excluder, you just have to decide between pink or blue or both. Let's start with pink. And pink is the one that's sitting on my desk here. Look. Look at her. Isn't she beautiful? Let me lift her little ear. Look, there's her eye. Now, you could put buttons on for the eyes. You could put 2 eyes. You could put googly eyes in. You could just embroider them with satin stitch. Little nose. I'll go around to the other side. She's got a real personality. She's so sweet, isn't she? But, you know, like Delphine was saying, you could embroider their name on. You could make a little coat for it, a collar. You could even buy a, you know, this is the same size as a really small dog. You could buy a proper little leather collar for it with a buckle. It would look lovely, wouldn't it? Gorgeous. So in the kit, you will get full instructions. Let me show you. You've got lots of photos of exactly how you make it, even diagrams of the ladder stitch, and then all the templates, which really simply, as Delphine explained, you just trace onto interfacing. So all you need to buy as well is you need a little bit of wadding, some stuffing and some interfacing. But in the kit you get 1/2 metre of this beautiful pretty pale blush pink and 1/2 metre of this lovely pink print fabric. And you can do it either way around, so you can have a print head and then a plain body. You can do it either way because you've got 1/2 metre of each. So that's the pink version, $18.99 for all the fabric and the instructions. If you want the blue version, that's the one that Delphine's making at the moment. You get full instructions like I just showed you, and then you get 1/2 metre of this really lovely deep strong turquoise blue fabric and 1/2 metre of the blue print fabric. And we also have the instructions on their own. So if you've got your own fabric, remember you need 2 1/2 metres or 1 whole metre, depending on how you want to do it. Or you could use just scraps of fabric and join them all together and then use them to cut the pattern out. You can have just the instructions on their own, $9.99. So then you can, if you want to make it maybe in tweeds or wools or corduroy, or you want to make it in florals or a rainbow stripe, because what you could do is you could join together lots of fabric to make one piece and then use that to cut your templates out from. So you can make it to match your decor, match your bedroom. And I know it's a draft excluder, but really it's it's just a thing of loveliness. It's a thing of loveliness. Look nice on your bed, actually, and would not leave the muddy footprints. Just a clean dog on the bed. But, I think a lot of people, otherwise you just have a rolled up towel, wouldn't you? The whole point of this is a thing of beauty. And you can make it your own. I would buy a little leather dog collar for mine if I had one. So those are the instructions of the own. $9.99, they're on the screen at the moment. Do remember you do need to, if you've put them in your basket, please do check out. Because we have had lots of sellouts this hour. So, where are we, Delphine? Oh, look at that, it's a dog. It's a flat dog.
He's a flat dog, yeah. He needs a bit of stuffing in, a little bit of love, and to give a personality to his face. But yeah, that didn't take any time at all. I sewed his head on, and then you pull the head wrong sides out, and then you just close that back seam of where the dart was, and that back seam. You turn it through the rest of his tummy. When you come to stuffing, make sure you pack quite a lot first into his nose, but do it in bits. If you put too much in, it won't.
Yeah, so you need to really spend some time just stuffing it very firmly.
Yeah, so stuff his nose and his tail really firmly, and then fill the rest in, and then just ladder stitch his belly closed, and give him a little ribbon and a smile. There we are.
Little smile.
Yeah.
Lovely. Well, thank you so much.
Problem.
Thank you for coming in for our special pet day.
No, enjoyed it. Thank you.
It's been a pleasure.
It's been lovely to see you.
I know. I don't normally do a Tuesday as well. There we go.
Well, there we go.
Do you know? Do you know when you're coming back in?
I'm in next week.
Are you? What day?
Wednesday.
Wednesday?
Yes, yeah, Wednesday. So I've got a lot of sewing to do now.
Have you?
Yeah, I'm all set up, ready to go home. And
just go for it.
I'm ready to go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I should look forward to seeing what you're bringing in on Wednesday.
Yeah, I need to have a chat, actually. I need to ask you some help.
Oh, always. I know. Well, that's what we were supposed to be doing this hour, wasn't it? And then Kat made us talk about sewing. We were just going to have a chat.
I know, yeah.
Well, thanks so much.
No, thank
After the break, we've got Allison back, who's going to make the, I've got it here, the Snuffle Bed. Back by popular demand. It's lovely, isn't it? I really like this. So she's going to show us how to make this. So don't go anywhere. It's still, Pet Day is still ongoing, and I will see you back here in just a couple of minutes. Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
And welcome back to Sewing Street. So we've got Alison back with us for another pet-themed project. Hello, Alison.
Hi.
Hi, say hello.
I was just down in the basement here.
She's just rootling about under the desk. We've got a lot going on. There's a lot of different things. So Alison is back with us with her pet Snuffle bag. It's such a great idea. I haven't seen these before, but I love it. I mean, we've seen the videos of Alison's cat and dog. I'm just so impressed they're standing next to each other and our friends. Anyway, you have these. This is a really good way of keeping your pet entertained. Is you put little treats in and then they snuffle about. Do they spend ages?
Oh, if you put the treats in, yes, but they would go on forever.
Really? But what I suppose because even if they've eaten them, it still smells.
Yeah.
So they just keep trying to find them.
Well, the dog is terrible because the cat doesn't eat as quickly as he does. So once he's finished his, we have to move him because he'd be in the cat's
one. Oh, whether he's in the cat's one. It's a really good way of keeping them occupied. And actually, and at the moment as well, with a lot of pets having too much company. Well,
that's
not too
right,
much.
yes. I mean, people going back to work. I mean, dogs and cats have been used to having companionship all the time, haven't they?
Well, we got our puppy the day before lockdown, so she's not really been on her own.
Oh gosh,
so what's going to happen when she's on her own one day? And then you pull up the drawstring when it's finished, and then you can carry it around.
Yeah.
Or hide it.
Yes. Put it out of the way.
Put it out of the way. But you can take it with you. If you're going somewhere?
If you've got a caravan or something like that, yeah. I mean, you can take their toys in it as well, and it can be a toy.
Oh, that's true. So you put all their toys in it. That's their little bag,
Yeah.
and then I guess you just chuck it in the washing machine.
Yeah.
But you could put all their sort of little dried food in there as well as treats.
Yeah.
I think it's lovely, isn't
Yeah,
it?
if you don't want it to be treats, it can be their kibble.
Yes.
Because I think it was originally done for greedy dogs to slow them down. Because I mean, Pendy, our dog, the treats just don't touch the sides. It's so I mean, and that slows him down.
Yeah, no, I know. I've heard of people who sort of scatter the kibble around the garden to slow them down a bit, otherwise they make themselves sick.
Well, the Dogs Trust, because I write a little recycling and upcycling thing for our local magazine, and I did, the Dogs Trust do a Snuffle mat, which is based on, they used an old rubber mat, which is difficult to obviously wash. You can't shove a rubber mat in the washing machine. So I thought, oh, well, yeah, a bag would be really good because you can just, I mean, it's based on this, which is the original one.
Right, the original drawstring bag.
Yeah, but it doesn't, you don't put this on because you're not actually storing anything in it. So you don't need the lid, yeah.
Lovely. Okay, so let's go. We've got kits and instructions. We'll start off with the kits. So we have this one. Put my glasses on. This is cats. so in this kit you get the instructions which tell you everything you need to know, exactly how to make it, and the panel. New, brand new panel. Told you later we'd have fat quarters. So this is 4 large coordinating fat quarter panels, but they're not, because fat quarters are normally half metre on a normal fabric width, which is 44 inches, whereas this is much wider than that. So they're sort of extra large fat quarters. They're 70 by 50 centimetres. And this one has got cats on one section, bowls and fish and bigger cats. So if you bought the special panel this morning with the 5 charm packs, this all matches with it, and then you get the darker one there. And you obviously use different fabrics for the lining, for the binding and for the outside. So there's more than enough here to make the cat's one.
It does actually work with 3 standard fat quarters.
Oh, okay.
So if you've got the standard fat quarters,
It will work with that as well.
Work with 3, yeah.
So that's in that kit. That's $19.99. That's a bargain, isn't it? That is a really, really good price because the instructions on their own are $9.99. So that's only £10 for 4 very large fat quarters. Bargain. Interesting. Now, if you want to make a dog one, which is the one that I've got here and that Alison has made using the dog panel, you get the instructions for the pet snuffle bag, everything you need to know, and you get the large fat quarter panel. So that's, let me show you 2 of them. You see how big they are. Love this colour. It's like sort of a mauvey blue colour. Got dogs and cats heads on that one, and then lots of different dogs. And then if I turn it over on that side, you've got bones and words and bowls. So the little snuffly bit that goes on the inside, you need a fleece for that. So if you missed out on the fleece that we had earlier, you only need a fat quarter fleece, and we have got a fat quarter of white fleece here, just £1.49. And the good thing is, obviously, you need a fleece because they've got to be able to be soft and snuffly about, and also, but you don't want it to fray because you just cut it. But it does need to be washable as well. So that's the perfect thing with this. So fat quarter, and that's all that you will need for that. Plenty, plenty, plenty. You will also need drawstring, and we've got those here. And you can choose whether you have white or red. Now these come in 1 metre pieces, so you need to buy 2 because you need 2 lots of 1 metre. So for each one you'll need 2 of these. So that's the white one. But if you want red, you can use that one instead. But you will need 2 of those because you have one that goes around one way and one that goes around the other way because it's like a double drawstring. Okay. But if you want just the instructions on their own, they are here. So I presume you get the original drawstring. Yeah. So yeah. This is Alison's original drawstring bag. So this is the great thing if you buy the instructions on their own, is that you're getting 2 in 1. So you're getting the instructions to make the drawstring bag. Now this has been used for makeups. This one's for sewing tools. You can use it for hair accessories, all different things. It's exactly the same as this. But it doesn't have the snuffly bit in.
The idea for that came from. This was the one that I bring in here.
So Alison's got hers filled with all of her.
Someone contacted me and said, "What's that bag you use?"
So you can put all of your, any sort of, a lot of people use them for makeup, particularly when you go on holiday or something, and then you can just open it all up in your hotel room. So you get the instructions for making the drawstring bag, but also with that comes the how to turn it into a pet snuffle bag. So if you buy the instructions only, they're $9.99. That tells you everything that you need, but you're getting 2 for the price of 1 really, because you get the drawstring bag and the snuffle bag variation as well. Wow, now these are really popular. I'm not surprised because I think it's great the fact because I would actually quite like both of these. I'd like the drawstring bag to put. I would use it for holiday toiletries and things because otherwise
my makeup here in one. Yeah.
Well, here I do. I bring my makeup and I empty my makeup bag onto the counter and then it all rolls on the floor. But actually, one of these would be really useful. But I love the snuffle bag. So if you buy the instructions on their own, you get it all together. But can I just say, if you buy the kit, you get both as well. Mm. So it's not if you only buy the instructions you get them, but if you buy the kit, you get both as well. And also the fat quarter panels, if you want to buy them because you want to use them for other makes, we're selling those on their own as well. So we have the cat one. If you want to buy just the cat one. So how much is that? $14.99. Wow, that's a special. Yeah, these are normally $19.99 because of the size of them. I mean, basically on here, you're getting a 1 metre by 140 centimetre, a lot of fabric for $14.99. And Alison used this to make some bandanas for me. She's used it to make the Snuffle bag. You can use it for lots and lots of different things. So for $14.99, that's a fantastic price, isn't it? So that's the cat one. And we also have the dogs, which is this one. So here's the dog one, $14.99 again. I'm just going to show you one side at a time. So there's the prints that you get on that side. I mean, it's amazing. So this is $14.99 and the instructions are $9.99, but you can get the kit for $19.99. So it's like a £5 off. Bargain. How nice. Right, hopefully all that makes sense. Now, you know, do message us if you've got any questions. I've got lots of different variations. Remember, if you click on Watch Live on www.sewingstreet.com and scroll down, all of these different options are on there, and it will probably help, if you have a look at the website, probably help to make a bit more sense, because you can see it all on there and you can read the product descriptions on each item, which will tell you exactly what's in what. Right, so let's get on with the demo. So where do we start then, Alison?
Well, I was going to say first, if you want to conserve your lovely fabric, you could always do a plain inside.
Right, okay. Yes, you could.
Because obviously that's going to have the fleece on top of it.
Yes.
And you could make more of the lovely outside ones then. But I've used 3 of the fat quarters from there. I've got the one for the outside of the bag. I've got the one for the inside of the bag, and the one for the channeling. Now there are a few differences to the original, because as I said, it hasn't got this. You make it exactly the same up to the point that you would normally put the lid on, and there's no handle either, because as I said, there's no you don't have to keep it closed to stop things falling out, so you don't need to put on the closures as well. So all I've done on that one is I've just put some little fabric ends to the...
Oh yeah, just to neaten it really.
Yeah, and so that it doesn't go into the channel.
Oh, of course,
so that you can just grab it and close it. So that's where the difference is. In the making, in the instructions, there's a diagram that shows you how to cut your channeling on the bias. And I was making this one and I thought, well, it's all going to be gathered up anyway, so does it really, because cutting something on the bias does waste quite a bit of fabric.
Yeah, or you have to join loads together.
Yeah, it doesn't normally leave you with like a standard shape, so you end up with loads of triangles and things. So I've tried it, and you don't actually, for the channeling, need to have it on the bias.
Okay.
So on this one here, because it's going to be gathered up anyway, so it's going to be scrunched up, you're not going to leave it out flat. So all I've done on this one is on the fabric, rather than doing it on the bias, I've just taken a couple of pieces off the length. I didn't press that hard enough. I've just taken it off the long length, and then we'll join these. So we're going to join it on the cross. So if I just pin that down, rather than, for anybody that hasn't done a lot of sewing, rather than joining something on the flat, we do it like this so that you don't have a lot of bulk in one place. It spreads the bulk. So I'll just put one pin in there. I'll go from one side to the other and then show you what I've done. So there we go, that has joined that, and then when we fold it over, the bulk is actually spread rather than in one place. It also makes it easier to sew, but we do need to press it and cut off the bulk. Now I don't press this open because it's going to be in the channeling anyway, so it doesn't really matter. So I'll press it over to one side. And then, as this is going to be the channeling, we'll press that in half. So as I say, in the instructions, it says to do it on the bias, but... Right,
but you don't, but for this, you don't need to.
No, but you do, That's where it gets a little bit confusing by saying that, because you do need it on the bias to go around the outside of your lid. So if you're doing the standard drawstring bag, this does need to be on the bias because you're going around a curve there and you want it to sit flat.
Yeah.
Whereas because this one's going to be gathered up anyway, it doesn't really matter. And it's just conserving your fabric, really. Because if you think, if I'd have cut this on the bias, I'd have been left with 2 triangles, which aren't as easy to use up for another project as a nice rectangle.
Okay. Or you could just buy bias binding, couldn't you?
Yeah, yeah.
If you had some.
Yeah. So I'm going to fold over, put a double turn on the end. I can't do it on this one because I'm going to do that when I get round to the other end. As sure as eggs is eggs. If I was to measure that and turn it over, it'd either be a bit too short or it'd go a long way over. So it makes it a lot easier.
Really fast.
Yeah. It makes it a lot easier just to turn it over at the end when I get to meet. So I'll just sew that to hold the edge down. Right, and now I'm going to fold that in half. And this is the outside of the bag. I've got a bit of thread there. And this is halfway round. So you've marked your bag and you've put your channeling round halfway. You've got your finished edges, and we're going to join this one here.
Oh, so they just butt up together then?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We're going to butt those up together, and we're going to sew around the outside edge only about 1/8 of an inch, because all we're doing now is really we're just tacking it down, because we're going to go round the outside edge with the other fabric on. So I'll just take this around, and as you can see, I mean, with a bias you would get a bit more of a curve, but it's fine.
Well, it's not too tight a curve, is it?
No.
It's a big circle.
In the instructions, it does tell you how to draw out your circle. It gives you the instructions on how to get your circle. Don't worry if it's not an absolutely perfect circle, because that doesn't matter either. As we said before, your cat or your dog hasn't got a tape measure.
No, I won't know that
out.
It's not the perfect circle. And also, it's always going to be pulled up slightly anyway to create the lip, isn't it? You're never actually going to have it lying flat.
No. Nearly there.
You could keep toddlers happy for hours. The fruit pastels in here. Keep toddlers happy for hours.
Yeah.
No, fruit pastels. Or jelly beans. Maybe not dog treats.
No, not for the children. Although my Becky once, oh dear, sorry Becky if you're watching, she thought it would be funny one time to give her cousin some dog chocolate and not tell her it was dog chocolate.
Oh, what did it taste? What does it taste like?
Well, I have tried it. It's horrible.
Oh, is it?
Yes, it doesn't taste like chocolate.
Oh,
it tastes a bit like lard.
Oh.
There's no flavour.
Yeah, and Elliot says he knows what it tastes like. Why have you tried it, Elliot?
Right, I've chopped that off there because I'm now going to take out I've left about 4 inches, and I'm going to take that out, measure it, and then fold.
Because it's the only way, isn't it?
Yeah. And
even
then it's going to meet.
Even if you pin it and sew it, still does it.
Well, there's no guarantee that it's going to work this time.
No, it will.
If it's going to go wrong, it'll go wrong on the telly, won't it?
That's true.
So I just turn over the hem on that one. There we go. Oh, that's not too bad.
See, it works. Perfect.
So this is just really basically holding down the channeling while you work and put the top together. And something else that's different here, because we're going to put right side to right side, and we're going to have our wadding on the bottom. Now in the instructions, I think it says use 505 spray, but obviously you're going to have your pet's nose snuffling around, so
yeah,
you
that's
don't really
true.
want to be adding 505 spray to it.
Yeah, you do say lightly spray the fabric back with basting
So
spray.
I'll just pin this into place on this.
What sort of, is that just normal wadding? Anything special?
Yeah, this is just a
2 ounce?
polyester wadding. Yeah, I think it's 2 ounce.
So you just need one bag of that, $5.99, 2 ounce wadding.
It'd help if it fitted, but
but the piece in that bag will be more than big enough.
More than big enough.
More than big enough. But you don't need anything fantastic, just a little bit of cushioning.
Yeah.
Keep their nose warm.
Yeah. And then we're going to pin this one on.
When you wash something, does the basting spray come off? I've often wondered that.
It's supposed to, isn't it?
Okay.
I mean, that's another thing. Obviously, because your pet's nose is going to be snuffling around in the fleece, you do have to make sure that you give it a really good shake to get rid of all the little bits and pieces, because it is quite, although it doesn't fray, there is quite a lot of bits and pieces.
Well, it does terrible things to your sewing machine, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So, well, not terrible things,
you
but
need to clean your machine afterwards.
I always know if I've used fleece,
I
always get lots of bubbles on the thread then.
Yeah.
But you can just chuck it in the washing machine though, can't you?
Yeah. Yeah.
So I wonder if
all.
I've never known whether the basting spray comes off when you put it in the machine. Actually, I presume it does, because you know when you use iron-on wadding, that
that
glue,
comes
that
away,
disappears
doesn't it? Yeah.
when you do it, because I like iron-on wadding because I'm too lazy
I've
to
never read
tack.
the 505 spray bottle, so I'm sure it would do, because when you do a quilt, it holds it to the wadding, doesn't it? It holds the fabric to the wadding, but you don't get that effect when you see people's quilts that are done. You know, normally it's quite loose away, isn't it?
Yeah, but that's after. So when I use iron-on, it's really stiff and tight, and then you put it in the machine and it comes out all proper because it disappears.
Yeah.
I'm too lazy to tack. I hate tacking with a vengeance.
Oh, really? You'd rather just go with it?
No, well, I iron it on. So it's lovely because
right.
it's the iron-on stuff is fusible on both sides.
Ah, right. Yes, that's good. Yeah. So away from your join, you're going to leave a little hole to turn through. Normally about a hand width is fine, so we'll go with that one there.
Okay.
And I'll double pin that one to, that'll be the one that I get to the other side. And we're just going to take it around the outside, 1/4 of an inch, or the width of the foot here it is actually, I'll be doing. And you want to reinforce either with a lock stitch or a reverse stitch around
So if you want the dog panel and the instructions, there are only 10 left. So you need to put that's the one that's on the graphic at the moment, on the side, $19.99. If you want that one, you need to put it in your basket and check out. The main graphic, the one that's on the left, is the instructions just on their own at $9.99. I've only got 20 of those. So if you do want to buy this, you probably need to get it in your basket and check out before the hour is up. So we start at one pin, we go around to the other pin.
Yeah, I'm just going all the way around the outside, and I'll come back up here and then we'll turn it through.
So do you just leave one gap then?
Yeah.
Sorry, I wasn't concentrating on that bit.
But make sure that it's away from the joins.
Right, that makes sense.
Because you've got joins both sides. Just make sure that they're away from the joins. I'll take that pin out. It's gone a bit crinkly there.
This is another Allison Maryon quick make.
Yeah, it doesn't take long at all.
It's a lovely gift for somebody. Imagine somebody who's just had a new puppy or
Yeah.
a new kitten. What a lovely thing. Or, you know, I think actually people quite appreciate gifts for their pets more than for themselves.
Well, you've only got to see the way that people buy for their pets nowadays,
Absolutely.
haven't you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Very important now.
Yeah.
My dog's got so many soft toys, it's ridiculous. House is just littered with them, but she loves them. I know. I should have one of your
You
bows.
can either clip these or go round with pinking shears.
Oh, okay.
So if I just go round, I'm
So
going
just to trim the wadding off then.
Yeah. So I'll leave that just for time so that we can get. I'm going to pull this through. I think the longest part of this is actually doing the top stitching around the outside edge.
Ideal, says Ian. Take to the pub. What, for the dog?
Yeah.
Or for you? Yeah, you see, so when you're sitting in the pub garden and you have a pint,
Yeah.
keep the dog nice and quiet, fill it with its food, and everyone go, what's that dog doing? Going, oh, would you like me to make one for you? That'll be $14.99, love.
There we go.
Yeah, just for the, I think it's great, isn't it? Like the same way you take some water with you, take one of these to the beach or to the pub garden, caravan, camping site, just to keep them quiet for a bit. Sometimes dogs just need a little bit of calm, don't they? Mine does anyway, it's mental.
Yeah, I think they just need a bit of chill time, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, so this bit here where we've got the edge, I'm going to turn that. I would normally at home slip stitch this by hand, closed, before I actually did the top stitching.
Right, just to get a neater, a nice neat curved edge.
Sorry, you've got my head in there.
You've put posh stitching on here as well.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to do a little bit with your embroidery stitches on your sewing machine, good time to have a practice.
Super posh stitching. Yeah, no, it's nice, isn't it? Because you get all these decorative stitches on your machine.
And you never use
what
them,
am I going to use them for?
Yeah.
But you've used a nice bit of decorative stitch on that.
Or even just a zigzag. So I'm just going to go the width of the sewing machine because this is the thing that takes a while.
So that holds all the layers together then?
Yeah.
And creates the channel?
That's it.
So where do you sew? Do you sew in the channel? No, you sew just outside.
No, I'm sewing
channel.
just inside on the fabric, on the main bag.
Right, not on the channel.
No. And hopefully that'll be caught because I've not slip stitched it. But we'll see.
I think it's great though because once you've got the instructions, you can make more of them.
Yeah.
When you've got the, if you buy the kit.
Well, everything that I've done, that I've brought to Sewing Street, it's all stuff that I've done either previously or years ago at home and things like that.
Or because you want it.
Yeah.
I think that's great. That's what I love about things is when you design stuff, you just do it because it's what you want. And hopefully so does somebody else.
That's right, yeah.
But I think if you design something because it's something that you want and that you know is useful, then most other people will probably too as well. There's the odd thing. I think, why have you got one of those? Yeah.
So you can see that there's not having this on the bias isn't making that much difference at all.
No, that's true actually, isn't it? It doesn't really, I mean, I guess because it's a big circle, isn't it?
Yeah.
I know, I always loathe cutting things on the bias because it does waste so much fabric. Although
it does, yeah.
If you do it, there's a special way of doing it on a square, isn't it, where you cut it and you join it all that way.
Yeah, I did a video, it's on the Sewing Street YouTube, about getting 4.5 metres of continuous bias binding from a fat quarter.
But you do have a lot of seams.
Yeah.
And then that sort of stops it being stretchy.
But because I do so much bias binding, because all my aprons are bound on the edges.
Oh, okay.
Because I do
that
so
makes
much.
sense.
Yeah,
you need it, don't you?
Yeah.
But I normally am a bit loath to do it, so if I can get away with straight binding.
Yeah, because it is quite wasteful. If you only want a little bit across the middle of a piece of fabric, it is quite wasteful. So there we go. Right, that's the channel finished. So that's the outside of the bag. It's your choice.
That's true, actually. Yeah, so at this point now,
really matter.
You can choose which is the inside and which is the outside. Yeah. It's now that.
So we've got our fat quarter. This seems sacrilege to cut this lovely one up for the
there's none of that
centre.
left. Is that all gone now, Kat? Ah, you're going to be the only one with the special rainbow paw print fleece on it.
So you've got your fat quarter and we're going to cut it into strips. So I will get 8 out of this. So I'm going to cut those 2 in half.
So the fat quarter that we've got is just plain white. It's just Alison using that, but it's only £1.49. And remember, it's fully washable. So, you know, I know it's white, but if it gets dirty, you can just put it in the machine. So you cut your fat quarter into
8.
To 8s.
I mean, it does tell you if you're not using a fat quarter, it tells you the length to cut it. But I'm just using the piece. So
right, okay.
You know, I wouldn't waste any by cutting it 12 inches. It says, but I wouldn't. I mean, that's
how many
a bit
strips
longer.
and the measurement.
Yeah,
I'm not going to tell you what that is though, because you need to buy the instruction.
So I always start. I don't know why, but I always start with my joins on the outside edge that way. I don't suppose it really matters, but it's just one of those things that you do.
Got to start somewhere.
Slightly off centre because I've got 8, so if I have one in the middle, they're not going to go out. So slightly off centre, and then all we're going to do is just sew these down the centre-ish. Very-ish.
Very-ish. Because luckily your pet doesn't have a 1, 2, 3.
And I'm not using a walking foot or anything because this isn't. It isn't moving on this fabric. I know fleece sometimes does.
That's quite good, isn't it? So you don't need to bother with pins.
Yeah.
Just sew it on.
So then I'm going to fold that one over and put another one on. Fold it in half and have a look, and that's about 1 inch away. And go again.
Oh, so that they really do overlap quite a lot when they're opened up. Yeah, I'm totally intrigued. See, now I'm playing with this one here, so I'm playing with this one here, so I can get to fold them back and go, oh, okay, that's how it works. Yes, I love this. Yeah, I can have one. I'd like to have blackjacks in mine though.
Not fruit
and
salad.
fruit salads. And fruit salads. Yes, I feel that if you put sweets in, they need to be in wrappers.
Have you tried the soft fruit salads and blackjacks, the squashy ones?
No. Are they the same thing? Are they called
they
fruit
taste the
salads?
same. You can't get them everywhere. I don't know where I bought them from. I mean,
are they in like paper wrappers, like?
No, they're like. They do drumstick squashies and things like that.
And they do fruit salad squashies?
Yeah, I don't know where I saw them. I've only ever had them once. I'll have to keep my eye open.
If anyone's seen them, can they send me a packet? Fruit salad squash. Oh, because I love fruit salad. I like both because all of one is like, the blackjacks is too much and you need a fruit salad to sort of, and then you need a few blackjacks.
You obviously like what my mum used to call rubbish sweets, like
yeah, definitely like rubbish sweets. I've got a fabric, make those little sort of fabric baskets. I don't know what it's called, little fabric bag, like a plant pot cover. It sits in the middle of my kitchen table and it often has fruit salads and blackjacks in it.
Yeah.
It's just a lovely thing.
Because I love the drumstick squashies, but they also do bubblegum flavour. Do you remember the round bubblegums?
Yes.
They're that flavour.
Oh, nice. I like the ones you used to get in the bottom of a screwball.
Yes.
I bet they don't do those anymore, do they?
I think you can get
can you
screwballs
still buy
now.
screwballs?
Yeah, you can. I think somewhere like Iceland. Are we supposed to talk
Or
shops?
cherry brandy lollies.
Oh no, I never had those.
The ice cream van used to bring around cherry brandy lollies and cider.
Oh
which
no!
clearly,
that sounds very posh.
Honestly, I mean, clearly they weren't cider and they weren't cherry brandy, but when we were like 8, we thought they were, and we're incredibly grown up because you'd suck them and they go completely white.
Ah, bit like a
lemonade lolly. Yeah. But there were cherry brandy ones and cider.
Oh no, I know.
Maybe
don't
that's because I
remember
was in
them.
Somerset though. Maybe they really were. Maybe
Then I was down in the West Country, so
maybe the local farmer
Yeah.
met them. Then they were from the ice cream van.
that's like oh gosh, what are they called? Those really hard gobstoppers.
Yeah.
They always used to go white, didn't they?
And they always have an aniseed
Yeah.
seed in the middle.
What's the time? Shall I? Oh, I think I've got time to just
Yeah, we've got
finish
time.
this off. Yeah.
We haven't talked about every ice cream van thing, yeah? I used to like those oyster shells as well, the ones with the coconut.
Oh, I buy them now.
Do you?
Yes. Yeah. The
Filled with
supermarkets
Mr.
sell
Whippy
them.
ice cream.
No, the supermarkets sell
Oh,
the cases.
I
We very
love
often
them.
have those for a dessert.
Do you?
Yeah, they've got the marshmallow in that
Yeah,
goes
and then
like
a
toffee.
bit of coconut.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, a bit of chocolate.
you haven't been concentrating, Kat. No, we're talking about those oyster shell things that you get in the Mr. Whippy ice cream vans.
Not quite the same
You
as
did just
having it
cough.
with the softy ice cream, though.
Like a Mr. Whippy.
Yeah. There we go. That one.
This is, yeah, so have you been, have you got a pub visit planned to take your pet bag with you then, Alison?
Sorry?
Have you got a pub visit planned to take your Snuffle bag with you?
I'm sure Mike will do the pub thing as soon as possible.
Yeah, well there we are then. Well, luckily by the end of this you'll have 2 Snuffle bags.
Well, we've got a narrowboat, so
you?
we're always looking for
Oh.
things to save space. So yeah, Pendy's toys will be going in one of these. So right, so we've
So have you sewn
put
all
all those
8
down.
on now?
Yeah, they're all sewn down. I'll just take out some of the messy threads. And what we're doing is we're folding each one together, and we're using our ish measurement again.
Ish, yes.
Half-ish inch.
Half-ish. And how you just cut
I'm not going
reasonably
right
close?
to the stitching. It's a little way away from the stitching because obviously you don't want to risk cutting through your stitching and your lovely fabric.
Yes. Let's recap some bundles while you're snipping.
Yeah, it'll take me a little while.
So, right, we got cat. I can't remember now which one's cat. Is that one cat? Yes. So in the cat bundle, you get the instructions, which luckily are the drawstring bag instructions and the add-on pet snuffle bag leaflet. So in the instructions, you can make the drawstring bag to keep all your makeup or your sweets or anything, dog toys, all sorts of things. But you know, it's been made with a flap and a handle, so it's really good for things like cosmetics and hair stuff or dog toys. And then that's got so you've almost got 2 sets of instructions there. Then you get the big, not normal fat quarters, massive fat quarters, 2 on that side. So they're 50 by 70 centimetres each. And then you've got 2 on the other side. And you only need 3 of those for the pet bag, for the Snuffle bag. So you will have 1 left over. But you can use a plain bag because you have the back here and then you have but you could use a plain for the lining inside because that's mostly covered with the fleece. So you'd get, you can, if you've got some plain fabric in your stash anyway, then you could use it for that. So that's the kit for the cat, And then you can have the kit for the dog, which is easier to say. Right, there are less than 10 of the kit for the dog left. So obviously you get your instructions with the exactly the same with the drawstring bag as well, and then the pet snuffle bag variation, and then you get 4 fat quarters in the dog prints. Each of them is 50 by 70 centimetres, so they're super large fat quarters. You've got dogs' heads and bones and paw prints. And then you've got that one, that one's quite good for the binding because it's more of a neutral background one. You do make quite a saving because the panels on their own are $14.99. The instructions on their own are $9.99, but together the whole kit is $19.99. So you're making a massive saving, We also have the panels on their own. So we have just the dog back quarters. This is the dog one. I've just folded it back up. I'm going to unfold it all over again. There's the dog one. Have a look at it. Do you want to see the prints? Can you see? So you've got lots of little dog faces. Actually, that one's got a little... Is that a little cat face or just a funny dog? Maybe, I think that might be a bulldog. Look. There it is, that one there. And paw prints and bones. So if you've bought the 40 charm pack ones that we did right at the very beginning, we've got some of the squares that have got bigger versions of these dogs. So let me put it to you there. So these dogs here are on some of the bigger ones. Definitely the poodle. Do you remember the poodle on the charm packs? So it all coordinates really well. So if you have bought the charm pack version, if you've bought the design roll strips and the fat quarters, it all goes together really, really nicely. So if you just want the fat quarters, you don't want to buy the kit, you just want the fat quarters, $14.99. Maybe you want to make a cushion or a dog bed. You could cut these into squares, join them all together. It would make really, really just a nice print. It's 100% cotton fabric, really good quality cotton fabric, exclusive to us, fully machine washable. This says woof and grrr. Woof and grrr. No, there's another word on it and I can't see what that says. Bark, bark, grrr, and woof. Oh, hang on, Elliot's getting close up to what the words say. Grrr, bark, grrr, bark, bark. You have to go grrr and woof. Can you see them now? Right. Cat version. So, let me open him out. Let's have a closer look. So you get 2 fat quarters on this side. There we are. And again, the cats are the same as the larger cats. Well, some of the prints are exactly the same on the panel of the week, but some of these cats, that ginger one, see the ginger one? There. He is definitely, because he was one that I liked, he was much bigger on the charm pack square. So again, all of these go together. If you bought the charm pack square earlier on in the day, then that will go with these as well, because the colour palette is the same. That lying down flat one was on the charm pack square. Definitely remember that one. And then we've got this one this side that's got little cat heads. Lots and lots of them. And then should we turn it over? And we go to the other side. We've got cat bowls and fish. And then this, the fat quarter that's on this side, it's similar to the dog one. It's definitely got fish on it. And little words. Okay. Right. Alison, have you cut them? Wow.
It's done.
That is a super fast one.
So
I can't believe you've made all of that.
So at this point, you would give it a really good shake.
Right, so will there be fibres and things?
Yeah, I mean, and you don't want, your dog breathing all that in, do you? So, yeah, give it a good shake. If you're unsure, give it a wash as well.
Yeah, that's true. That will get rid of everything, won't it?
So now all we've got to do is put the...
I'm
using a bodkin.
2 lots of 1 metre.
Yeah.
We have got the cord available. The red is sold out, but we do have the white.
Oh, right, yeah. So with the bodkin, all you do is I'll show you. You clip the end, that opens out. Ooh. So you clip the end. I'm going to turn it over because it does fray a bit. So by turning it over, it helps stop that a bit. And because it's slightly shorter, so that it holds it up like a basket really, because it's slightly shorter than the circumference, I've pinned it here, clipped it.
Okay, because otherwise is that because it's pulled all the way through when you've done it?
I wonder how I knew
I've
that.
I've got a bodkin and I've not used it.
Oh,
like that.
Wonderful thing.
How does it stay in on the end?
you've got a thing. Oh, I'll show you when we get
When
to
you get
the other end.
Well, I
There's
normally
like
use a
little
large
ring.
safety pin. And I bought a set that had a bodkin and something else,
Yeah,
maybe a
and-
large-eyed needle.
Yeah,
That's
for elastic, that
Yes.
one, because the elastic pulls down, because it's a split, isn't it, that one? Yeah, there.
Right, so we have got there on the side, and that is the bodkin, pinch and thread set.
Yeah, I asked Ian to get them in because I use them so much, and it's such a handy thing for people to have.
I have one of those. And
Even when they don't know
and
what
I
it's
use
for.
a safety pin.
No,
Right, when
this
we
is
get through the
brilliant.
other end, we're going to have a little, how do we
I'll
use
show you,
these?
yeah.
So they've been bought specially in for this show.
One of the other shows I did, but I use this so
Okay.
much. I said, you really ought to, because people don't know about them.
Well, it's ridiculous, isn't it? I've got
Yeah.
one.
So you're going to go over the join. So you're going to
Okay.
go all the way around the outside to meet up with your first piece that you put through. And this is where you need to make sure that you don't let it come through.
Because that would be really annoying.
When I was doing that one, I think I was doing it down in the house and I didn't have my bodkin.
We've got a
was I
message
doing?
from Lee that's just come in. Morning, ladies. Love the demos. Is it okay to make and sell these, please?
Yes, yeah, carry out. It's just, the pattern. If you do, not selling the pattern.
No, you can make and sell these,
Yep.
but once you've made them, but no selling or copying of the pattern. But you can make and sell them at fates and things.
Yeah. I mean, if you wanted to do the Snuffle mats, just look on the Dogs Trust website because it was their recommendation that I did it for the magazine article. So there we go. So I've got that one there that I've left, and that's going to come through there.
Yeah, so I want to know is how does the cord stay in place at the bottom of the bodkin without pulling through?
Yeah, I'll show you. There's like a little ring that you push forward. So we'll pull that.
believe that.
Now I'm going to knot this one. But on that one, in the instructions, there's details about making a little fabric support, because you need something to stop the cord from going through.
You see? Yes, no, that makes sense. And it also keeps them flat as well, doesn't
Yeah.
it? But the instructions tell you how to do that.
Yeah.
Fab.
So, right.
Little
Rebecca,
bodkin demonstration.
I'm going
especially for me.
to fold that over so that it doesn't fray too much.
Hang on a minute. he's
And
wait-
then you've got little pincers like that. That's
Right.
what it.
Can you go left a bit?
There we go.
Hang on. Right, perfect.
Okay.
Right.
So you just clip that together, hold that tight, and then there's a little metal ring here,
Oh, okay, yeah.
and you just push that so that it's tight, and that holds it in place. And it's not going to come out because as you push it through, it's keeping that piece of metal
it's
back.
holding it. Because I find particularly when I'm going through something that's very thick, I've got a big safety pin, but it starts coming undone.
Yeah.
And then you
You
get
end up
halfway
piercing
along,
yourself,
and then
and
you
it's
have
stuck.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
it's stuck and it's come undone, and
Yeah.
you're trying to clip it back in.
Yeah.
£1.99.
So
Well,
I'm
if
going-
you've had one in your toolbox for about 3 years, like I have, now you know how to use
Yeah,
it.
there you go.
£1.99. What a fantastic gadget! Put it in your basket. I know.
Right, now this
I've
one,
got
I shouldn't have to clip this one because it's actually shorter now because of the other.
Because now
cord's
you've
in.
pulled
It's
it.
pulled in.
Now
yeah.
you've pulled it in, right?
But you know what'll happen, don't you? Because I've said that.
Come through. Oh, but we've all done that, haven't we?
So
I'm
you've
always
done one
threading
all the
things
way
through,
around
though.
one way, and this one is starting on the other side, going round in the opposite direction. I'm going to clip that because I don't want to.
Because that'd be really annoying
Because I
if it
said,
comes
yeah,
out.
it will be, wouldn't it? Now would be the time that
But
it
it's
would
amazing
happen.
actually because it's quite a thick cord and it's, the fabric's quite thick with all of that,
Yeah.
but it pulls up really well. It's like a shower cap.
Yeah. There's been a guessing game on Facebook because I had one on as a hat.
Oh, did you? Well, it could be, couldn't it? I mean, it looks a bit like a shower cap. I don't think it'll fit. Oh, yeah, it does. See, and then all you have to do is just pull it like that.
That's it, yeah.
That's lovely, isn't it?
A tam o' shanter.
Doubles up as a hat as well. And fully adjustable as well. You can just pull it to fit. Oh, look, I've messed up all my hair now. Oh, I've got to wait another 3 weeks to have my hair cut. It's such a long time.
I chopped at mine last night.
Oh,
I just couldn't wait any longer.
I do have to cut my own fringe, otherwise I can't see. It comes into my eyes, and I haven't had it cut since 30th of December. Message from Suffolk on my bottom. Oh, I might have to put my glasses back on. I used to live near the bubblegum factory on Harold Hill, Romford. In the 60s, you could smell them. Oh, wow.
Yeah. Oh, I had an uncle that lived near Romford, and we used to go and visit, and I didn't know the bubblegum factory was there.
He probably didn't tell you. I bet you went, what's that smell? You went, nothing.
Yeah. Well, in Uttoxeter, I mean, we don't live in Uttoxeter, but we very often go, the Fox's biscuit factory's there, and you always know when they're baking because it smells glorious. And you think, I'd love to work there. And then
Cadbury's
you think,
factory near me, and they've closed it down.
Oh, really?
It's terrible. Because you could go to the factory shop there and buy just oddments and stuff. Oh, how lucky that you live by a bubblegum factory.
It's like going to Burton-on-Trent. We passed the Nescafe factory.
Ooh,
that smells gorgeous.
Oh, I bet it does actually.
Right, there we go. And as you
Cat
can
lives
see,
near Severn Trent sewers. What does that
I've lost
smell
my
like
knot
then?
that side. The reason we put the tabs on is because I've lost the knot that side now.
Oh.
And although it will work, I just don't know which one of these to pull.
Oh, I see what you mean. Whereas if you've got the knots.
Yeah, whereas you've got those, it's
yes,
obvious.
because when I first did this, I pulled both, and it really doesn't work very well.
Oh, my knot's there, look.
If you
so
do,
it's
it
gone
doesn't.
Quite a way round.
Because I thought, well, that doesn't do it very well. Because if you try pulling both, but if you've got the tabs.
Yeah, you only need the one. So have I got the right one there? No. Must be that one.
It is perfect.
There
So
we
you can take this outside to the pub garden, put all their toys in it, pull them out, put their dinner in there.
Yeah. There we go.
Probably not with the cat though. I'd suggest a dog.
Yeah, see the knot in there is stopping that bit there. So you need to even out your gathers. And then you can pull
And it's done.
Yeah.
Perfect.
That's that knot's stopping it. So
we've got So please do it like Allison did. So you either put your toggles on if you're making it into a makeup bag or a drawstring bag, or if you're doing a pet one, you do need something on the end.
Something to stop the knot from going into the channel, because it's round here now, and that's stopping that bit.
And it's stopping working.
Yeah.
Well, you did say that though, didn't you?
Yeah. But that's it.
Well, that's been brilliant. Thank you, Alison. That is fantastic. I really want one of these. Let's get some instructions. I love it.
To put your bubble gum in.
So we have less than 10 of the instructions on their own. And don't forget, with the instructions, you get both things. You get the drawstring bag, which is the one Alison showed you earlier, that you can put your makeup and your cosmetic, whatever. But you get the leaflet that comes with it that is the pet snuffle bag conversion. So you've got both. So one for you, one for your pet in matching fabrics. Now, there's less than 10 available. That's $9.99 just for the instructions. So if you want it, you need to put it in your basket and you need to check out. Now, the dog bundle is sold out. I'm just going to show you that, but you can't have that. The cat bundle, you get the instructions again. I mean, they are really, well, you saw Alison's video. They are really good for cats as well. They love them. So particularly, if you've got a greedy cat or dog and you want them to slow them down a bit or keep them entertained, they're perfect. Yes, cats just do what they want. But in the kit for this, you will get the drawstring bag instructions as well as the pet snuffle bag conversion. And then you will get the 4 fat quarters, extra large, 50 by 70 centimetres, brand new today. They are exclusive to Sewing Street and created especially for Pet Day. This one features cats' bodies and cats' heads. They match perfectly. They are, the same designs as the special panel that we had on this morning, panel of the week, the cat and the dog one. So you've got a plainer one here. You've got one with bowls and fish, and then you've got cats, dogs, and cats' bodies on the other side. You will need, on top of that, you will need some fleece. You will need a fat quarter of fleece. You might have bought some earlier when we had all of that fleece on at 9 o'clock. Was that at 9 o'clock? It's like a long time ago, doesn't it? But if not, we do have it, because you only need a fat quarter. this is perfect because it's fully machine washable. It's a really nice quality polar fleece. And it does, you know, you don't want anything that's really poor quality because it needs to be squishy enough so they can snuffle about in it. And you'll know with white whether there's any treats left in there, won't you? And you can say to them, look, just don't bother anymore. I know, you want to make sure that they've got rid of them all, but you want something that's a decent quality so that it will wash well, because you will constantly be putting it in the wash. And also some of the cheaper quality ones might shed more. And obviously, as Alison said, do give it a good shake or put it in the machine before you give it to your pet to make sure all the fibres are missing. I've gone. So that's only $1.49. Right, so these are cut as fat quarters. So unlike when we sell fabric by the half metre, you get it cut as a full piece. These are actually cut into fat quarters. If you bought 4, you will have 4 fat quarters. You won't have a metre, just so you know. Okay. And the fat quarter panels, the dog ones and the cat ones, are also available on their own as well. So if you click on sewingstreet.com, click on the Watch Live and scroll down below that, all of those are available on the website and you will see them all there. So we're going to go for a quick break, and after the break I'm going to be back. Oh yes, it's me. I'm going to be back with Amber Makes Cloud of Cats panel and lots of different makes, and I'm going to show you how you make them and what there is. So don't go anywhere. Thanks, Alison.
You're welcome.
It's been a pleasure. 2 hours. I've learned so much. I've actually learned how to use my bodkin, which honestly has been the best thing ever. Love it. So we'll see you again soon.
Yes.
Are you back soon?
I am, yes. 27th, I think it is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Not long then.
No.
It'd be nice to see you. All right. So I will see you back here in just a couple of minutes' time.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Hi, I'm Wendy Orlando and I'm a craft blogger. You can find me over at thecraftyco.com, and if you do head on over and have a peep, you will see that I'm a tutorial blogger. I do all kinds of crafts, but my passions are crochet, knitting and sewing, which I've done for over 45 years. In that time, I've made lots of mistakes, but I have learnt lots of tricks and top tips that I can't wait to share. What I'd like to bring to the Sewing Street table is to show that you don't need to have gone to university or have a degree in design to be able to sew. You just need passion, a bit of courage to take the first steps, and a whole lot of patience. Oh, and an unpicker. You will need an unpicker. I do hope that you will follow me as I take my Sewing Street journey, and I look forward to seeing you all again soon.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 AM to 1 PM every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So you never have to spend a minute without us.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
And welcome back to Sewing Street, and it's me this hour. It's an Amber Makes show. So it's not just me, to be fair. Now, this is brand new to Sewing Street before it's just fallen over. It's that new, it's fallen over. So these are some designs. Oh, I think I'll just put that there. We'll put that up somewhere. Doesn't matter. These are some designs that Amy and I have done together very, very sort of jointly. I came up with the idea, let's do something to do with cats. And Amy does the most beautiful illustrations of pets. She has another little business on the side as well as Amber Makes, where she creates portraits of pets based on their photographs. And she did one of my new puppy. Gorgeous. And so I asked her, let's do something to do with cats, because we know people love cats, and it's very difficult, isn't it, knowing which breed of cat. There's all different colours. So we created a panel that has 4 different cats on it, and then what we were going to make with them. And I think, well, quite often, I think a lot of the things that we give you with Amber Makes, they're very, very specific, and everything is, oh yeah, the cat face has gone really funny on the bag, just probably because the other one fell over. It's all falling over. I'll have to go round in a minute and sort it out. And so normally with the Amber Makes panels, we are quite specific about every single piece is labelled and it's printed exactly to size so that you cut exactly the shape, which is great for some things. But with this one, because we wanted to give you something where you could have a choice of what you want to make, it's done in a slightly different way. So let me show you the panel first, which I'm going to unfold. It's quite a big panel as well. Quite a big panel. Yes, not enough space on the desk, big panel. So we have got, first of all, we have got 4 cats on the panel. And you just choose the one that you like. So there's the tortoiseshell cat, black and white cat, and a ginger cat. And these are all sort of photographs that Amy's taken of cats, and then she's turned them into illustrations. So they're completely exclusive to us. And we know how much you love cats. And on the back of it, there are paw prints as well. So there are 7 different projects you can make from this. Let me get my glasses. Oh, that's so much better. So on the instructions, you can see you can make the cushion. That's in the front there. You can make a bag that has a cat on the front and the back. You can make a picture. Oh, we've put the picture up now. You can make a picture. You can make a pouch and a zip purse and a stuffed shaped cat, because I've seen loads of those around. I've seen lots of shape cushions of a cat, so I thought that'd be quite nice. You could put it on your windowsill. And there's also a couple of applique cat heads that you can use for things. I've used mine here for, I put mine in the pocket of a bag. There we go. So I put mine in the pocket of a bag, so you just pop them inside. But I've seen people put them like in the pocket of their jeans. That looks so cool. So you just make sure that the head is tucked under slightly, but you can put them in a pocket of your jeans or a shirt or just a small bag, all sorts of things. So there's a couple of things on there as well. So those are the 4 cats, and you just have to decide which one you want to use for what. And then what we've done as well on the panel is we've got a print here that's for the boxy tote and sides. We've got a print here that's for the cushion top and bottom. Another one that's the cushion side strips. So these had to be separate because the cats need to be vertical going that way and horizontal going that way. There's the cat pouch down there. There's the cat purse. Oh, there's all the little, so you've got 4 cat heads to use for whatever you want. There's the shaped cat cushion. So there's lots and lots of different things going on in there. This is just for the cat lovers. You can do whatever you like with it, but they are all hand, illustrated by Amy. So you've got the black cat, the tabby cat, the ginger cat, and the black and white cat. But we're not just leaving you to it to do what you want. We have got full instructions to make all of these things, depending on what you want to make and how you want to do it. So when you... God, I must have stood on that one. When you open it up, it tells you for each item what you will need on top of this, because obviously you haven't got all the backing fabric and things. So if you want to make the cat cushion, which is, can I reach it? I can if I had to go around. Hang on a minute. My arms aren't long enough. Whoa. So I'm back. So there's the cat cushion. All you have to, I'm not going to show you how to make this because it's quite simple. It tells you in the instructions that you have to cut, you choose the cat that you want for the front. I chose the tabby cat. I really like that. I think it's gorgeous. Its eyes are really striking. But you don't have to choose that. You can use any of them because the cat panel's all exactly the same size. It tells you, and we've made them a little bit bigger than you need just to make them more multi-purpose so you can use them for other things. It tells you in the instructions what size to trim it down to. And then it also tells you what size to cut the strips that go around the edge. And then in the instructions, it tells you the size of the cushion back that you need to make it into a cushion. And it's got a simple zip in the bottom. So it's quite simple. But again, that's just one. So you can just choose which cat you want to do. I'm not going to go through that one because that is just a cushion. The next thing that you can make is this bag. Oh, let me take the bag off. Got my arms on. So you have got on the front of the bag, you've got one cat. And on the back of the bag, you've got another cat. But obviously, if you want to save your panel, you could use just one cat on one side. You could use your own fabric on the back. Then, you've got 4 cats. You could give as gifts. You could sell it as fate, at a craft fair, whatever. Because everybody, cats, anything that on Sewing Street, I know that we sew with cats, always sells well. So I designed this because, there's loads of different ways of doing tote bags, but I wanted something that was quite big, that I could get quite a lot of stuff in. So it's got a big base, let me show you the bottom, which is obviously all cat paw prints. And it's got, so you can get a lot in it. It depends what you're going to do with the bag, but for this one, I thought, for shopping, if you're going to go, I've just chosen the black cat for one side and the black and white cat for the other side. But if you're, if you want to go shopping, you want to get a lot in it. Particularly good if you've got bottles or something. It'd be ideal for going on a picnic because it's big enough to hold them up. So that's why I've called it a boxy tote because it's a bit bigger than that. So I'm going to show you first of all how to make that, and then we can move on to the other things. So let me move my panel out of the way. So you start off by cutting out. Choose 2 of the cats that you like the best for the front and the back. I've got the black and white cat on one side, and I've got the black cat on the other side. But you can choose whichever ones you want. Or again, if you want to save the cats, put one on the front and then put your own fabric on the back. Then you have to cut out the side. Let me get all my pieces because I cut them out already. Then you can see a bit better what I've actually done. So you cut out the front and the back. Oh, I've got bits of thread all over. So there's the black and white one and the black. And then you have to cut out strips for the sides. All the measurements are in the instructions, everything you need to know, as well as, we started off with the cushion, as well as all the photographs. So I've taken photos of the trickier bits, so that's all on there. Then you've got the side strips, you need 4 of those, and then you need a square base. And you cut exactly the same from lining fabric. Use whatever colour you want. I used a yellow, because I quite like the yellow. But you cut exactly the same pieces from your own lining fabric. And it does tell you in the instructions exactly how much you need. So it doesn't, although you've got all the measurements, it also tells you, because I always find it annoying in instructions when it tells you you need 8 pieces this size. I actually want to know what the quantity is so I can go shopping, or I can go through my stash and measure it, one piece, to see if it works. So it does tell you in the you will need section exactly how much fabric you need, so you can go measure up what you've got in your stash or have a multicolour lining. You also need some fabric for the handles, because that isn't on the panel, although you could use one of the other fabrics that are on the panel if you want to. So what you do to start with is you take 2 strips and you sew them either side of the front panel. So the you can only cut the fabric one way just because of the way that the panel is printed, or it won't fit anyway. And these are labelled on the panel, the big panel. It is labelled so that you know which fabric is used for which, because there is a different fabric used for the cushion. So as you can see, these are exactly the same size, but there is a different fabric used for the bag as used for the cushion. But because there is sort of extra fabric, and we've done it so you cut it down to size, if there's, you know, if you think, well, I don't want to make a cushion, I don't want to make a bag, but I've got an idea of something I want to do, you have got 4 cats, you have got all of these cat prints. So it is very multi-purpose, which is different to how we normally do it on Amber Mates, because we're quite prescriptive. But with this, I sort of felt that people would like to just own the cat prints and then make their own thing with them. So there's a 1 centimetre seam allowance on this, so you just sew it. Sew it down the side. Then sew it down the other side. And basically this is creating the side gusset. Now you could have, you notice I'm sewing, I'll show you in a minute, I'm sewing 2 down this side, 2 down the other side. You could just sew 1 big one down the middle, but I think this will sit better. Right, I'm going to do the other side and then we will press them. But again, you know, with these things, because if you want to keep hold of the prints and use them for other things, because I've given you all the measurements for this, you can use other fabrics for these. You know, the idea behind the panels is you get the 4 prints and then you can create your own makes with them and do what you like, make it your own. I've just given you suggestions, but also once you've got the instructions, you then know exactly how to make a big fat boxy tote on a cushion and add zips. Because we do like the idea that hopefully with each of our Amber Mates kits you get to learn something. That's the aim anyway. With it. That's the aim. Right, let me just pin that one. Okay, so this is exactly the same as before. You sew these either side. Oh, my ears are falling off. Right. Yeah, I can. Sorry. My ears aren't big enough for these earpieces. No, it's my ears aren't big enough for the earpieces, so it falls off. Right. So we've done that. Ooh. Need to release it. Iron. There he is. Right. Is it on? I think so. Maybe not. No. It's now. It is now. Always never remember to check it. So always iron when you do a seam, iron it flat, and then it's up to you whether you go open or to one side. I'm going to press mine open just because that's entirely up to you. I tend to, with quilts, press it to one side because then the wadding doesn't come through, and also you're doing a lot of joining and it's easier for quilting when you've got that slight ridge. When I'm doing home makes and bags and stuff, I press it open, but there's no wrong or right way. Then always press the seam flat because that just flattens the fabric. You will get a neater finish, and it's easier to press the seam open if you press it flat first. There we go, and then the other one. So now that's the bag front or back, they're exactly the same. That's entirely up to you, which you choose. I'm going to press this one open, and that's the bag back. Now, if I had my own iron I was at home, I'd be using a nice lot of steam to get a nice crisp edge, but although this is actually a steam iron, it hasn't got any water in it. We never put water in it. I don't think there is. You can put water in it. It's very good though. Have we still got any of these? Because they are really good because they are actually proper steam irons. I really want one of these. It's one thing I don't have. That and a bodkin I can't use, which I can now. But I don't have a mini iron, but I would quite like one. Right, so there's your bag front and your bag back. There we go, exactly the same size, luckily. So what you do now, you just check that I'm doing in the right order. So that'd be handy, wouldn't it? Right, then you place it right sides together, and we're going to sew the front to the back. So you could, obviously we've now got two strips of fabric right next to each other. You could have just had one, but I find by having the extra seam that runs down the side and it will go through the centre of the side, the bag sort of sits better, which when you're filling it up with maybe bottles of milk or lemonade or whatever you're putting in, it does sit better with those side seams. But also, because I wanted to make this panel sort of multi-purpose, so that you could use it for lots of different things, it was the best way to do it. So, there's the front. I mean, it's fairly simple sewing this, isn't it? It really is. Sewing strips and side seams. But it's quite a useful bag shape to have because I've made one of these in another fabric and I use it all the time. If I just want to go to like a smaller supermarket, just a little one, and I just want to pick up a few pints of milk or something, it's quite handy. And down the other side. And it is fully lined, which is really important, isn't it? So that's the front sewn to the back. Press the seam, just set the seam and then press it open. So I know you've got a lot of seams across the side, but it actually also helps for centering it. And then we do the other side. I know it's funny, isn't it, talking to different people. Like I think Alison's like me. She's a bit of a presser and a pinner. But some of our guests aren't at all, and they just get the same results. It's just what you, I don't know whether it's what you were taught to do or whether it's just what you like doing. I don't actually ever remember being taught to sew anyway. They teach us in school. Well, my mum always sewed, and my grandma, my auntie, so they taught me, but I wasn't ever properly taught. I think we did sewing at school. I remember making an apron, but I didn't really like sewing at school. It was a bit boring. I think because by the time I started sewing at school, I'd already started dressmaking myself, and you know what it's like in school, you make an apron. I like doing woodwork instead. Much more fun. So now there's the side panel. It is worth doing all of this pressing as you go along, because you will get a neater finish, because I'm going to sew the base in a minute. Base in a minute, not a basin. And it's important that this all lays flat. So there's the front and the back. So we've now got a loop like that. Can you see? A loop. And then this is the base, which we cut earlier. And the measurements for the base are in the instructions. So what you do is you fold it in half, because you need to find the centre point, and put a pin, or you can mark it with the pen. I'm going to put a pin in mine. And do it on both sides. Like that. Then, let's turn this inside out. Make sure you sew it on the bottom. I made one and I sewed it on the top, and it was really annoying. So, a lot of unpicking. So just make sure. Have a look at your cat's bottoms. Right. So match the pin in the centre of the base with the side seam, like so. Let's bring my pins a bit closer, and then we'll go round to the other side. Match the side seam. Can you see? I mean, I'm not matching seams. If I was matching seams, I'd be pushing a pin through this centre seam and coming out of that one to make sure they matched up. But I'm not matching seams. I'm just matching centre points. So you can just place it there. And then you just pin it all the way round. But we're going to pivot it as well, because there will be a corner. So what you can do as well is you can, if you want, I mean, I find that normally just matching the centre points there is enough. But you can also measure the centre of the front and match that point as well if you like. But I find that's enough. So I've pinned there, but I will be pivoting it in a minute. So I'm not going to pin it around the side because it's just a little bit easier not to. So starting on one centre point, make sure the raw edges are all lined up. Don't putting the foot down, quite important. What you need to do is stop stitching. The seam allowance is 1 centimetre, so what you've got to do is stop stitching 1 centimetre before you get to the end. You can guess that if you want, or you can measure it and mark it. I'm going to guess it, but then make sure the needle is down, lift it up and bring it round. When you do the corners, just make sure that you don't catch, because it's easy, particularly when you're pivoting, it's quite easy to catch the fabric. In the edge. There we go. Right. But don't forget, this is like just one thing. I'm just showing you in detail because I want you to learn something as well and not just talk about cats. This is just one thing that you can make from this panel. Remember, there are lots of different things. So you can make whatever you like from it, to be honest. But I have put, the idea was to give you the 4 cats and then other cat-related prints so that you can make all those items, or you can be inspired by them and use the instructions for some things. You know, if you wanted, you could make 4 cushions because you've got 4 cats. But it's your choice, really. I mean, because we always find, Amy and I, whatever we design and make, people still often put their own spin on it and make their own things, which I think is lovely because, you know, it's not prescriptive. Although we've come up with the ideas, once you've bought the kit, it's up to you what you do with it. It's just, I mean, and I find as well, I see one set of instructions and I make something else. A bit like Alison was saying earlier, that when I was asking her about her Snuffle bag, she said, well, I saw some things on, you know, Pinterest, and I had a look at that. And, you know, we're all inspired by different things. So if you take the idea of, oh, I like the idea of that bag, but I wish it was a bit taller or a bit squarer, it's to give you different ideas of what you can make and how to. Because all of these things use slightly different techniques, like, you know, this is putting in a square base. But you might want to use that technique for something else, like to make a, you know, a really boxy wash bag, for example. Ooh. When you do this at home, obviously you won't be rushing it like I will, and it'll fit beautifully. Mine isn't fitting quite so beautifully because I'm rushing it. But when you do yours, it will do, because it all adds up. Right. Okay. So it doesn't fit beautifully, but there we are. There's the base. Give it a shake. Give it a little waft. So this is, this is all made from the panels so far. So now we've got the front and the sides and the back, and then we've got a nice square base. So there's a lot you can get into that. Now you do exactly the same with the lining fabric. Who have I got today? Oh, I've got Neil. Hello, Neil. He's not on crutches anymore. I've had 2 visitors today. I've had the Lord of Scheduling, and now I've just got the Lord of Everything. Oh, come and say hello. Look, hello. I've got the Lord of Everything with me today.
Yeah. Keep it good work. Nice sewing.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. It's always a compliment from Neil because he's such a talented sewer. So if he tells you you've done well, then, you know, you must have. Oh, that's 2 visitors. I am blessed today. And I've had Allison, and I've had Delphine, and I've had the Lord of Everything and the Lord of Scheduling. And the Dream Team. No, I'm not saying that. Everyone else will hate me. If I say the Dream Team in the gallery, what will Hannah say? Anyway, so you do exactly the same thing with the lining. I used a yellow because I like yellow, and for no other reason. But when you do the lining, make sure you leave a gap. Like that. So just in one side, because you need to turn it right sides out. So just leave a gap. That doesn't come on the panel, that's your own fabric, because I didn't really want to put big pieces of lining fabric. And I know if you're probably all the same as me, you've got plenty of fabric in your stash and you don't necessarily need the lining fabric. So handles are made using your own fabric. It explains it's just a strip of fabric, sewn right sides together, turned right sides out, and then top stitched down the edge. There are 2 of those. I need to get this is where I need to get the measurements to make sure I do it. 8 centimetres. So what you do is you do the handles next. I need tape measure. It is placed from the seams joining the tote front. Ooh. What's on there? I reckon someone's cut that, don't they? There's a bit of tape on there. Is that correct? Oh, it's 8 centimetres from there. The measurements are on here. Just make sure you measure it right, otherwise your handle's be in the wrong place. Place one handle, move that out of the way so you can see, right sides down. Okay, on the other side of the 8 centimetres. Now it's really important, and I know this because I've done it plenty of times myself, that your handle runs straight down the bag. Because at this stage, if it goes over slightly, then when you do the seam, it won't be straight. So what I always do is I measure, so whatever that measurement is, I think that's about 3. I measure a little bit further down the same measurement, and then I pin across there, okay, like that. Now obviously you don't need that pin, that's just to stay in place while you're doing it. Now it's up to you, you can sew that in if you like. Sometimes I do because you can get the pins caught. Where did I put them? There they are. Sometimes you can get the pins caught when you turn it inside out, caught on your fingers, and it really hurts. So you can machine stitch them in. So measure 8 centimetres from there. And this is the best thing. This is why my ironing board is my work surface, because you can do this and pin it through. Make sure as well, this is something I've done, that it loops round and doesn't have a twist in the middle. Pin it at the top and pin it at the bottom. And then you turn it over and you do exactly the same with the other side. So if you've made tote bags before, you'll know exactly how to do this. And if you haven't, hopefully it will have helped. Because just these, I mean, I've made lots in different sort of sizes and types, but they're just honestly the most useful thing that I ever make. They're the best way to store things. You know, if you've got to store fabric and stuff, or, you know, threads, anything in your sewing room, cotton fabric bags are the best things to store in, because you can get a lot in there very neatly, and then you can make them so they look pretty as well. Right. 8 centimetres on that side and 8 centimetres on that side. Make sure it loops round. And the handle was on the inside. You can put the handle where you want. What I normally do is I put the handle over my shoulder, and then I sort of put the bag next to me and sort of pin it into place and see if it looks right. But that seemed to be okay. So I'm going to, now you're going to sandwich it together with the lining. I think it's better to sew this in place first because it does hold it, but sew it within the seam allowance. So in effect, you're tacking, because you don't want to have to take these things out. You don't need to do any reverse stitching because this is going to be sewn in a seam later. But just sew it within, because I think it's easier to keep it straighter. I mean, you don't have to, and if you're one of those sewers that doesn't pin and press, then just keep the pins in. But we're going to be doing a sandwich with the lining the other side of it, and I think I have unpinned. I have unpicked too many things before. So that's why I tend to sew them in. So what you can do, another thing, is you can either leave the bottoms pinned into place, or if you don't want the pins, because you will be turning it right sides out later, you can use a longer stitch on your machine, if I can remember how to do it. I think it's that one. Oh, yeah. So I would go up to a 5 is the longest, because this is a very temporary thing. It's just to hold it straight. And then stitch across. And then that will just hold it temporarily in place. Also, it makes it much easier to unpick. And I just find that when you come to turn it right sides out, the pins often get stuck. And this is taking, to do this, you know, a minute or two. And I do this with all my handles because it really annoys me, and I do end up unpicking if the handle doesn't, when you turn it upwards, if it doesn't come up straight. It's just if you've spent all that time making something, it's a shame to spoil it by just a small detail like that. And this, because we're not having to reverse stitch. It's temporary, that's all. Do remember, which is something I often forget, to put the machine back. It's really annoying when you come back to it and then it starts doing these massive stitches. But those are just enough to hold the handles in place, and now you know they're straight. Now you just take the lining, turn it inside out, and you place it right sides together, making sure the handles are downwards and not caught. And then you've just, because you've made the lining in exactly the same way as the outer, you've got quite a lot of nice seams to match up. So when you've got lots of seams to match up, it means you get it exactly correct. Now you can choose whether you get them to match up perfectly or you just vaguely, as long as they sort of match up. If you want them to match up perfectly, it doesn't matter. It's not like, you know, when Delphine was doing her sausage dog and she had those outer seams that matched perfectly because you could see them. That's really important. These are lining to outers, so it doesn't matter. But if you want them to match up perfectly, lay one seam right sides up and lay the other one right sides together on top so they look like they match. And then about 2-3 centimetres down from the top, push your pin through the seam and then lift this up and make sure it's in the other seam. Well, look, it's not, it's just over a bit. You see there? Move the pin over so it's right into the seam. Now that is perfectly matched up. Now very close to the edge, so it's the other side of the seam allowance, so like 5 mil, 1/4 of an inch. Push the pin through that seam and then push it through the other seam. Now you know that that matches up completely. Now put a pin horizontally, that side of the pin, so that's going to be outside of the seam allowance. You can take the vertical one out now and put another pin horizontally through there. You can take the vertical one out. Now when you sew this together, you are going to be sewing here. Those 2 pins now are holding that seam perfectly together. So, I mean, it doesn't matter too much with this, obviously, because these are lining seams matching up with outer seams. But if you're doing something, like I said, where the seam really, really importantly needs to match up, it will look messy, then taking the time to match them up in that way is really worth it, because it's annoying when they don't match up. With this one, I usually use this method where I open it out and I roll it back and I can see that that matches. It won't be perfect, definitely won't be perfect. When I open that out, it won't be, but that's fine because I don't mind. But that's just a method I was showing you. Then once you've done the sides, you can then pin. If I want 2 seams to match across, I pull the 2 so I know it matches, put my thumb down in the centre and pin that. Now, because I've already sewn the handles into place, you see that they're there. I don't need to pin them, but if you haven't sewn them into place, just take the pins out now and pin through them. Do the other side. I know I'm showing you all of this in a very long-winded way, but I'm just hoping if you haven't made a bag before, then you'll know. But you can use this method for making any bag. It's just the measurements that are different that I've worked out. It's a nice shape. I mean, I wanted something that was a bit deeper, just a bit more interesting. Now, you can start wherever you want. Really doesn't matter. So, I just tend to start somewhere where there's not too many pins. But you're going to be sewing it together all the way round. And because you've taken the time to sew the handles in place beforehand, you don't have to worry now about taking out pins that are either inside or making sure that the handles lay flat, because you know that they do because you've sewn them in. We have to. I'll have to remember it's not this one. Which seam I did as the extra special careful one. Well, I know it's not that one because it's the one that's got the 2 in. But when we turn it right sides out, I want to show you which is the extra special one. And hopefully it's the one that it fits, that's the best one. If it's not, I just have to cry. Right. Oh yeah, this is the perfect one. Well, one of them's going to be, isn't there? So we're getting to the point now where we put the 2 pins, which was this perfect matching seam, if you're using that for anything else. So in theory, these pins, actually, you have placed them so they sit either sides of where the seam is going to be. So you can sew right up to that seam without taking the pin out. What I do, so if you've got to have a perfect one, I make sure that the sewing machine needle has gone just past the seam, because that's the point at which it's joined. Then take out the inner pin, because sometimes, particularly if you've got a big headed pin, you can't get past it, but just make sure you've got to that point. And I keep in the bottom pin. Right, now I've got all the way around. Now you can take out the bottom pin. But at the point at which I sewed that was yeah, I'm not going to, yes, and we won't look at that then. What if I've got it wrong? So now we can turn it right sides out through the hole. So what you do is slip stitch or machine stitch. You don't need to slip stitch. I would just press those together and machine stitch or slip stitch that together. I'm not going to do that now because I don't need to, but you should do that. Yes, and then shake the lining in. I wish I knew which one it was. Oh, I can tell because it's that one. That one matches up. Look, so this is the seam that I matched with my double pin method. They are actually all quite well. The reason that these all match up really well is because that matches well. But if you needed to have perfect matching seams, that, you know, which you don't for this, but if you did, so let me show you the other side, which I matched up by rolling it, which is enough. But look at that one. That's out. But if you wanted it to be perfect, for this it doesn't matter, but you know, like with Delphine sausage dog, where it really does matter, that would be annoying. So that's just 2 methods. Rolling it is pretty much accurate. Then, have I got time to do this bit? I've got 3 minutes. Okay, so what you need to do now is you need to top stitch across the top, but please don't forget to undo these handles because the handles need to be facing upwards when you do it. Because you've used such a big machine stitch to do it, or pin, whatever, they're really easy to take out. But it is worth the hassle of sewing those on, but make sure that you undo them before you do the top stitch across the top, otherwise your handles will be facing downwards forever. And then everything will fall out of your bag. Also, by using a big stitch like this, it doesn't mark the fabric too much because you haven't got any intense stitching. I've just found, particularly when making smaller bags, that if I pin them straight down, it really catches as you turn it right sides out. There we go. So, best to press with steam. If you have it. And then just, I've moved over again now. So to get this to lay flat, you want this seam to lay right on the edge. I'm going to wet my fingers, but it's my bag, so it's fine. It's my bag, so I'm allowed to. You're not allowed to wet your fingers without putting hand sanitizer on, but it's my bag, so it's fine. Just roll, if you wet your fingers and just roll it, you can see then that the seam sits right on the edge, which is important because you don't want it either way. When you come to the handles, you can do the same thing. And wetting your fingers makes a difference because you can actually get a bit of grip then to roll it. That makes sense. And a bit of steam helps with that as well. Just pulling out all the loose threads. You don't have to top stitch it if you don't want to. I know a lot of people don't like top stitching because you've got to do it straight. But the thing is that it holds the lining down, gives a neater edge, and also you're then sewing across the ends of those handles again. And because of doing that, you give extra strength to them. but you really want it to be neat. You don't want to have bits of the lining sticking out and be seen from the front. You know, little things like this. This is not about being a fantastic sewer or expert or experienced. It's only, honestly, about time. And that's what a lot of people go, oh, I can't do that, I can't do that, oh, no, it's too difficult. It isn't. It's just about spending a little bit of time. And it does take extra time to do this. But by pressing it first and rolling the seam, that's, you know, that's just putting a little bit of time in, and you will get a nicer finish. Right, have I got time to top stitch it or not? I don't need to. Go on then. When you do it, just you know, as you're sewing it, make sure that the lining really is staying inside. And what I do to make sure that it's nice and straight, I just choose one of the lines on my machine plate. Doesn't matter which way, you know, about 1/8 of an inch is right. If you want to do it a bit more, you can. There's so many lines on there, I'm going to go for the 1/8 of an inch, but about 1/8 to 1/4 of an inch. And as you're top stitching, make sure that, always keep putting your hand inside to make sure that's lying nice and flat, and your handle is nice at right angles, and just take it slowly. And all I'm doing, I mean, I never do this by eye, I always, when I'm top stitching, got the thread going through there, make sure that's nice, lying flat. And all I'm doing is I am following the edge of the bag along the 1/8 of an inch line on here. And then when you get round to the next bit, just push your hand inside, make sure it's flat, keep the handle out flat. Follow the line that you've chosen. I say it's about 1/8 of an inch, but it's around about that. So, although you know, you can see that I'm spending a bit of extra time getting all of these centres to line up, the seams. All I had done before the show was cut it out. That's why you've watched a lot of sewing. But, you know, that is quite quick, even though I've spent the extra time. And what I'm doing when I come around here, if I see that I can see the lining poking out a little bit, I just roll it back under, because you don't want to see the lining poking out. If you're going to take the time to make something, just little things like that will make it neater. I only know that because I've spent hours unpicking things that have gone wrong. Right, and then you get back to the beginning, little reverse stitch. And there it's done. A cat bag. Just put a cat in. Yeah, I just need to sew the inside bit. I'm not going to do that. And there's the cat bag. But you can do that with any of the cats in the panel. And as I said, you can make 4 bags, you can make 4 cushions, you've got the zip purses. So I'm just going to go over to the other. I don't know why I'm cutting this. To recap this, and I'm going to take my purses with me. Because I didn't show them last time. Look, magic! So this is how big the whole panel is. It covers my whole desk. So remember you get, did I bring those over? No, I'll go and get them. Hang on a minute. I'll stop disappearing. So I'm back now. So on the panel, you get the black cat, the tabby cat, the black and white cat, the ginger cat. You get all of the pieces. It's better lying out like this. You can actually see it now, can't you? All the paw print here that is used for the boxy tote sides and base, which I've just made. The reason that we haven't printed them as separate individual pieces, because you might not want to make that. You might want to use it for your cushion or something else. But as a whole piece like that, it's just more multi-purpose. And in the instructions, all the measurements, exactly what you need are in there. You've got the cushion top and bottom because the cats need to be going horizontally. You've got the cushion sides because they need to be going vertically. You've got the cat pouch here, and that makes this. So I just used, and it explains, I used a plain fabric on, well, a spotty fabric on the back, and it's got a plain fabric on the inside and a zip, and then all the instructions for making that are in there, like that. That's that one. Then you've got a cat purse. That's this one. I put a blue zip on that because it's got blue eyes, and I put blue spots. Again, that's got a back and a lining. But you know what you could do is, if you didn't want to make the cushion, you could use this fabric or this fabric for the lining or the back. You know, it really is very multi-purpose. So you can make a cushion, bag, picture, the shape cat. I mean, there are 7 projects you can make with it, but it's really entirely up to you. So that's the little purse. That's that little person there. The shape cat cushion, which you could use as shape cat, or you can, you know, use as a picture. I framed one of the cats by just using a picture frame, a really, really cheap picture frame, and I folded it around the outsides and stapled it on. That always looks nice. Do you know, that's something you can do with any fabric. If you find a piece of beautiful fabric, like those pigs or those cows we had earlier that I loved, I'm going to get it for you, just to show you how I did this. But it's a really nice idea. If you've got a piece of fabric, we always say, wouldn't it look lovely as a picture? All you have to do is get a picture frame. What I did was I took a plain white piece of fabric first, and it is honestly one of those, just a cheap picture frame I took the glass out of. I wrapped the fabric round and then stapled it, and then I took, well, one of these panels, the ginger cat actually, and I just wrapped it round and stapled it, and then you've got a picture. So if you've got a beautiful piece of fabric, maybe one that's expensive or something you like you've got a piece of K fabric, or it's a really, really cheap way of getting amazing pieces of art. So this is just a little one, but you imagine, I mean, you can buy really big ones. I think I don't even know where I bought it. It was one of the really, probably like a supermarket type of plate, really cheap frame. As long as it's wood, it doesn't need to be wood. It's hard to get the staples into the plastic. And then you could buy, you know, they're fantastic pieces of wall art. And quite often when you see these canvas prints, they've got the fabric that goes around the side. Now I have got a staple gun, which makes life a lot easier. So that does help, but you can actually just use tiny little tacks and nails. But you could do that with all of them. I just wanted to show you a different way, but that's a really quick way. But if you ever see fabric, or you've got fabric in your stash that you think, oh, I don't want to waste that, I don't want to use it for something, make it into a picture. And all the instructions for making all of this, so you've got the cushion, the applique cat faces, like I said, you can put them on a bag or in a pocket or in a pair of jeans or something, even making the picture, it's all in there. So, and you get the instructions obviously, as well as the panel, and that's all for £24.99, the whole thing. So this is brand new to Sewing Street today. Haven't brought this to you before. Well, I know been thinking about it for a while, and then obviously when we found out it was Pet Day, well, it's got to be Cloud of Cats, isn't it? Oh, I've got a message from Joyce. What does Joyce say? Hi, Rebecca. Thanks for bringing the Cloud of Cats and the demonstration. Loved all the fabrics today. Brilliant. Oh, thank you so much. That's a lovely message. We've had some brilliant fabrics, but those pigs are still my favourite. Do have a look back. Click on Watch Live. Scroll down. Scroll down. There they all are. There they all are. All the deals, all the panels, everything that we've got on. Some are sold out. It does tell you if it's sold out, but if you think, why does she keep talking about pig fabric? Hopefully, did it sell out? I hope not, because I want some of that. The pig fabric is hopefully still, all of Delphine instructions that didn't sell out are on there. Look, we're going all the way down. The problem was the pig fabric was at 8 o'clock this morning, and we were there. All these different ones, and it's lovely, isn't it? You don't have to use them for pet makes either. You can make them for whatever you like. They can be, use them to cover a lampshade. The buttons, do you remember the buttons? Gosh, that feels like years ago, doesn't it? We're nearly there. Cows, I loved the cows, actually. There's the chickens and the pigs. There you go. There's the pigs. Loved them. So go and have a look back. If you only joined us an hour ago and you think, what are they talking about? We have been talking about pets all day today. So if you want to get pets, then we've had some. I've been so lucky today. I've had Allison, Delphine, the Lord of Scheduling and the Lord of Everything. It's brilliant. Message from Carol. Hi, Rebecca. Lovely kit and demo. Have bought the kit. Sorry, I can't read them. Thank you very much, and please, thank you for buying it, and please do post what you've made. You know, if you've made the same thing as I have, I'd love to see it. But if you've come up with another idea, I'd really love to see that too, because it's really nice to see how people adapt the panels that Amy and I have created and made their own things. Now, do you remember when we did the baby shower? We asked you to predict. You had to predict the gender of Vicky's baby, the weight, the date, and the time, and the winner won of Stripology XL. What was that word count? We'll find out in a minute. The closest winner to that was June Barnard. So she was the closest to that. So is this she was 1 ounce out, so, and just a few hours out, which is amazing. If only she could have told Vix, it would have been so much easier if she wouldn't have had all that waiting around. She'd just known, shouldn't you? So gender girl, weight £7.11, date the 10th of April, time 7:35. So June has won the Stripology XL. Yes, it will be in the post. It will be making its way out to you. Well done, congratulations. If only Vix knew in advance, that would have been brilliant, wouldn't it? Anyway, tomorrow, coming up on Sewing Street, we have Wendy Gardner presenting. She will be on at 8 o'clock going through the Moda Moody Bloom fabric. And 9 o'clock, Riley Blake family outing tote bag with Susie Duncan. 10 o'clock, it's me. I'm back. And this is actually, I'm coming back tomorrow. I'm really excited. This is my favourite ever Amber Makes kit. Purely because it's the one thing I've always wanted, and it's given me an excuse to create it. And I had to get Amy on board as well, because I really wanted this sewing case, but I wanted Amy's prints on it. So it's my favourite ever Amber make, and I'll be back on at 10 o'clock with that. 11 o'clock, Maze of the Classics quilt with Susie Duncan, and 12 o'clock is Yarn Lane. Now, this is going to be great. We've got Emma Varnum on, who is a crochet author I have loved for a long time. I've crocheted loads of her cacti and toys. She's got a brand new book launch tomorrow, Woodland Animals. We have got an exclusivity on it, so we've got it before anyone else. We've put together kits so that you can crochet the animals, and yeah, let's get it on pre-order. So you can buy the book, which will be signed by Emma. You can buy the kits that are, I think we've got the hedgehog and the bear and the fox. We've got kits for those. And Emma herself is going to be live on air at 12 o'clock with Wendy to explain it. But that's why I'm in tomorrow, really. I'm hanging around just to meet Emma because I'm a bit of a crochet fan. So check out your baskets. Have a look back on the website. Thank you for joining me today. I've had a great fun. It's been brilliant today. No, I'm going to stay here forever. Anyway, I will see you. We will see you tomorrow at 8, and I will see you tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Okay, bye-bye.